Creating live broadcast. Please wait. Creating that. It says there's a live broadcast. It says there's a live broadcast, which means only one thing, that I've got to open up YouTube. All right, let me see if I can find the stream on the YouTubes.
Where there was another one that looked really cool in these 0G.
Oh, you want to hear? A fun, well, not a fun fact, a terrifying fact about Betty Boop?
Okay.
Do you know Betty Boop, right? Like everybody knows Betty Boop, right?
Sure, like the cartoon, yeah.
Little cartoon character, and then they did a live action of her like back in the, I think it was like the 40s or the 50s, and she's supposed to be representative of like a flapper girl, like the lady at the jazz club going around selling stuff and like singing and stuff. And apparently she was like the hairstyle and everything were all perfectly modeled after a black woman who sung really good. This beautiful black woman,
jazz singer,
super jazz singer, massive jazz singer.
Yep.
And they just like shoved her aside and like grabbed some white lady, did her hair up like the black lady, and then made that the face of Betty Boop. And so that's why Betty Boop ultimately morphed into what we see today as like this Caucasian flapper girl. And it's like she and the person that actually the character was based on, that they modeled the whole character after, never got credit at all. Like history barely remembers it. I was like, man, that is wild. That you can just
happens a lot, man.
Yeah, just wash somebody completely entirely out. It's like you look at an idea, you're like, man, that's so freaking cool. Like that's genius.
Hey, thanks, Blue Varo.
Oh, it's
member for
happening?
19 months.
Oh, damn, brother.
Here, I'm gonna send you another link.
Do it.
These guys, I like these guys too, but they're out of Europe. And so I feel like it'd be expensive to it'd just be expensive shipping.
Bro, it's not World War II. Come on, simmer down. Put it in there.
It's still expensive, man.
Is it more expensive than the $12,000 link to the Ergo?
No,
that thing was crazy.
The Emperor one I was showing you, and I like the look of this. I like the look of these ones, just because it's like a bunch of tube steel and shit. And I feel like I could take a picture. I could take this photo and take this to like a machine shop somewhere and be like, bro, make me one of these, and it'd probably cost about the same.
Yeah, machine shop work is really expensive, by the way. Like just getting stuff welded. Because I looked into it, I was like, because I don't have a welder, so I was like, oh, I'll pay a dude to just weld two pieces of metal together. You know how much they quoted me?
A lot, at least $150 an hour.
It wasn't per hour. They did it for the job. I told them that I need to basically what I needed was a metal box that was like 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot with the opening on the top. And I was like, how much is that going to cost? And they're like, oh, that's going to be with material, because they'd supply the material. I just give them the dimensions. They supply the material and weld it. And they're like, oh yeah, it's probably going to be between about $350 and $550. I'm like,
nah, that's when you go to the local tech college and say and approach the welding professor or whatever and say, hey man, I'll pay one of your students to build me this thing. It doesn't need to. This isn't a product, Use it. I mean, like, can I do this as a test or just as a side thing? Like, how much? Can I talk to one of your students and have them knock this out for me? Yeah, that'd be the way to go.
I didn't even consider that. You're absolutely right. That's a fantastic idea, actually.
Because like, then if it doesn't matter if it sucks, right? Like, okay, if it's not that good, then like, well, that's fine. It's just for me or whatever.
I don't care. It has to be structural. Like if you're having somebody weld something that just falls apart on you, that could hurt you, right? Like if you're welding something, it needs to be strong. But if it looks like shit, I can get a hand grinder and sandpaper and cleaned up, make anything look pretty, right? I can fill in if there's a bubble or something because their gas hiccuped. I can put some JB Weld in that sumbitch, right? Like that's fine. Like I'd rather pay like a quarter of the price. And then do like an hour of post processing.
Oh, thanks, Matthew Riley, member 18 months.
Rip headphone users. I forgot I had the slider. I can be like, loud. All right, let me get this all tweeted and posted and everything all over the internet so people know I'm live since they haven't seen me in basically a week. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna say, what's it gonna say? Tech Talk is live. Still got to get. You know what? We should create an AI. We've been wanting to do this. We should create an AI spelled Scandle wrong. Holy shit! What am I doing? Fail. I'm thinking we should do an AI song today with like a Suno, and for Tech Talk, we need to do a Tech Talk song. We've been wanting to do that for a while. That'll be fun online. I wish there was a way I could pipe it through so you could hear the goddamn thing when I played it, but you can always push play on your side. We've done it before. All right. Yeah. We are the most complex show on the interwebs. You guys may notice I have my LCD screen back here running WLED saying a bunch of shit that is not relevant to the stream, but it is powered on and working.
They're untrue. There are words that don't
No, I guess it doesn't say Barnacules Nerdgasm stream. It says, what is it, gifts? So what does it say? Something gifts here, stream?
Just do something.
Bits. Yeah, see, bits is Twitch, right? Tips is like super chat, so people would get that in subs. I guess there's subs here, members, right? And then it says gifts here. I don't know why I added gifts to that. Like, what the fuck does a gift look like? Like, somebody's like, oh, we're gonna send you
what's that, like
a gift you can't
TikTok?
refuse.
TikTok gift?
Like, is that a thing? Can you get a gift on TikTok?
Yeah, you gift like different emojis and stuff as tips or whatever.
I'm such a dumbass. You're right. Yeah, you do people gift shit all the time. All right, so title. Okay, so I'm tweeting this out. Apple AI Scandle office chair versus gaming chairs.
Whoa.
Strange. Hey, in chat, while I'm doing this, can you guys name the chair? If you can. If you can't name the chair, just say if it's closer to an office chair. Say office chair if it's closer to a gaming chair, like a DX Racer or an AK or something like that. Put a gaming chair, because I want to get an idea in chat of like the distribution of people, because I assume that most of you guys are nerds if you're here. I'm curious how many of you guys picked like a traditional office chair. I don't care if it's high end, low end, or anything like that. Like traditional office chair that fits with the office vibe, or a gaming chair that like when somebody walks in and looks at it, they're like that dude fucks, right? like that dude plays some Fallout 76 and throws shit at the walls. Like it's like, well, that's all you do when you play Fallout 76, right? Oh shit! Did I just crash my graphics card?
Office. Everybody's office chair.
That's
Graham says Herman Miller, bitches. Oh wow, fancy fucking pants. You got Mr. Fancy Pants in here, fucking $1,200 chair.
Flexarella.
Fucking
$1,200 for the base model. You can get that son bitch
for
up to like $2,000.
It doesn't even like lean back, right?
Exactly,
it's just like a chair.
It's one of those things. It's like Apple. It's like everything is a feature. There's 5 versions of the same thing, and everything is a feature. Don't get me wrong. Quick aside story.
No, just busting chops.
I had a Herman Miller for about 6 months when I worked at Microsoft. And the reason it was only 6 months was because I stole it from the conference room that was across. We had an executive conference room across from my office, and they just installed like 20 Herman Miller chairs, right? Nice. And I was jealous because I'm in my like handcrafted Corolla seat that I welded onto an exercise base. That was my chair in my office. So I ran across the hallway. I snatched one of those some bitches up and I brought it in my office. And I figured they wouldn't miss it because it's like literally there was like 20 chairs. It's a huge office, right? So now they're down to 19 chairs. It took them 6 months, but they finally did realize what was going on when they walked by my office and saw that I had a Herman Miller, and then looked through the window in the conference room and realized there's only 19 chairs in a 20-room. So the person politely came in and said, "Hey, did you grab that chair out of the conference room?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" I'm like,
"No."
I was like, yeah, no, my back was hurt and I wouldn't grab the. Oh yeah, no, you're not supposed to do that. You know, I knew I wasn't supposed to. You're not supposed to do that. Hey, no big deal, but hey, could you just like put that back because we got a meeting coming up. You know, we're gonna be packing the room. And I should have just said like, no, get the fuck out of here. I should slammed the door in his face and pulled a gun on him, but I didn't. I didn't.
Like, what? What do you mean? This has been here.
So I returned it, and then a tear rolled down my face like every day because I go to the conference because we had our meetings in the same room. And so in the morning we do our meeting, I'd sit in a Herman Miller for like a half an hour and be like, oh, this is so much bliss. And then I go back to my office to like my pleb chair that I built in my friend's basement with his like Miller welder. It was so sad. It was so sad. Oh, okay. I'm going to tweet this out. I keep sidetracking myself on the sidetracking. All right, here we go. So Tech Talk. Oh, Tech Talk. And I'm going to say Tech Talk. And I'll put live.
Oh, thanks, Daniel. Daniel Frost.
I'm going to say live.
Is Pirate Software a real programmer or is he a noob? He is a very, very real programmer.
No, he actually just uses AI and asks it to make stuff, and then he says it.
No.
True story. True story. The guy follows me, so you can trust me. Go look on X right now. He follows me, and I follow him, so you can trust me. No, he's the real deal. He's the real deal, man.
Wicked smart guy.
I'm actually like pretty jealous because he reminds me of me years ago, like when I was at my prime in my 20s and my 30s, before I gave up, before COVID came along and ruined everything. Like, let's say that we'll call it the pre-COVID, because COVID corresponded exactly when my back was like going downhill really bad, and then being like locked in my house for like 2 years basically just made it accelerate really badly. But before that, I would say all the way back, let's say circa 2019 and before, I was just like him. Like I was coding everything. I had a hand in every freaking cookie jar. I loved going on GitHub and pulling up like every type of project you could think of and every language you could think of and go pull little knickknacks here and there and shit and like piece my own things together in solutions. I loved poking the bear. it was a good time, but nowadays I don't have, like, people ask me like, hey, is this good hardware? I'm like, I don't even fucking know. Like, what's like, I don't even know the latest Intel generation CPU. I don't know the AMD's latest generation of CPU. Like, I don't even know what.
I find myself in that way too.
Like, ask me to name one Radeon graphics card model number, and I can tell you one 7700 HS. And you know why I can tell you that?
Yeah,
because of this.
It's in your laptop?
That's it. It's in my laptop. This is the only AMD thing. This is my first AMD product. You like all my stickers? You like my stickers?
Very nice.
So this is my first AMD product that I've had since the K6. Remember the Athlon K6?
Wow.
Yeah. That's old school, right? Remember the K5 would like delit itself because they didn't have the thermal probe? Yep. Actually, I don't know. Do you go back that far? Like, I mean, I know you're a little younger than I am.
Oh yeah, man.
Were you fucking with the K5s and K6s back in the day?
I was back 486 style, man.
All right, brother.
I don't even think my first PC probably wasn't even Intel or AMD. It was probably Cyrix or something.
Okay, pop quiz hot shot. DX2, what does it mean?
Oh, I don't really remember.
How about this, DX versus SX?
Because mine was a 486 DX100.
Richer.
And
only Richard's had
megahertz. 486 was the architecture. The DX versus SX. I want to say it was a memory thing. Like double no? Fuck, I don't remember. So I do remember there being a difference, DX and SX, but I don't recall.
There is. It had to.
It was like 10 or 11. Give me some slack.
It had to do with the math coprocessor.
So okay, that makes sense because I do remember having the math coprocessor.
Yep. So the DX had a math coprocessor built into it. The SX had to emulate it with software. However, if you had a 386SX, you could actually get most of the motherboards supported a second math coprocessor slot, and you could just pop it in.
Yeah, you could plug one in.
But then later on, it just fell out of fashion. Like most 486 motherboards didn't even have a math coprocessor slot. So if you didn't have the DX, you had to use emulation. It was super slow.
After a while, it was just built in. Like you didn't need an extra.
Hey guys, if I'm wrong on that, please call me out because realize I haven't fucked with this shit in like a gajillion years, so my memory could be a little fucked up. But I did have just for my street cred, I did actually have a 486 DX4100, a DX266, and a DX50. And if you know your processors from that generation, you would know that the DX50 was the most desirable processor out of that whole set, even though it was the lowest number. So because here's the thing, the DX, well, think of it like this isn't a really great comparison, but like compared to modern technology, you know how hyper-threading isn't a true thread?
Right.
Like it basically still it shares cache and it shares some operations, but it's basically still using the same core. With the DX processors, the DX2 would have double the clock speed, but it meant the bus speed was half. So if you had a DX266, the bus only ran at 33 megahertz. Whoa. So if you had a DX4100, the bus only ran at 25 megahertz. So, you're right. That would affect memory. No, I was just thinking, no, you are right. That would affect memory bandwidth. You're 100%. So,
I'm total guess though, man.
No, but still, good guess. It was a really good guess.
I mean, it would. I guess it would, but that's not the main like feature.
Right. So the DX4 or the DX50 was like the golden child chip because it was the highest bus speed chip out there. So like if you wanted to drive performance of like a graphics card of the era, this is well before like 3DFX and Voodoo and stuff. So back in the day, if you had a Cirrus Logic Visa local bus, freaking hot ass performance graphics card or a number 9 or an S3, I'm throwing out these names, all these companies that are dead now, I think. If you had any of those cards from back, Matrox, they're still around, I think they still make a weird like 6 dongle card for like stock traders. But no, anyways, the bus speed was 50, which means your RAM bus speed was 50, your ISA and VLB Visa local bus speed was 50 megahertz. So it was way desirable because performance across the board with all your peripherals and your IO and everything was much higher on a DX50 than even a DX4100. And the funny thing is the DX4100 was the fastest for computational math, but it was the slowest for bus because they basically clock multiply. Now clock multiplying is normal. Like today, like when you go into your BIOS, you're like, oh, my bus speed is locked at 100 megahertz and my multiplier is like 43 for like 4.3 gigahertz, right? That's common because your bus runs at, the 100 megahertz or a gigahertz or whatever it is nowadays. I don't even know. I haven't even looked lately. But so that would be a multiplier. So when you say DX2 or DX4, if we use that same lexicon today, my processor would probably be called like an i9. What is it like? It's 14 cores running at like 4.2 gigahertz. So but remember, it's only like 100 megahertz bus speed, which means it would be a 100 multiplier of 43. So it'd be a DX 43 whatever speed, 4.3 gigahertz. Which is just funny to even think about, right? It's like the evolution of shit. Like, dude, stuff has come so far. Okay, another random tangent.
It's insane.
Another random tangent. Your first broadband connection. What was it? Like, go back as far as you can. Not modem. Right after modem. Like, no more.
I guess technically DSL would have been broadband, but dude, I couldn't tell you how fast it was. Like,
early DSL was pretty damn slow. I had it.
So, no idea, dude. Probably like 25 megabits or something. I don't know.
Dude, for DSL, that's fucking super
if that.
fast.
I don't even know. I have no
fast.
idea. Literally, I have no idea. I'd have to like go way back machine or something and look.
We'll put it this way. My first DSL was 0.5 megabit, 500 kilobit.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
less than that even.
It was so slow. And it was RA DSL,
like
which is that rate adaptive
like 75
DSL.
or something.
Yep.
75 kilobit or something. It was nothing. Because it was through like Earthlink or something like that.
Oh, I remember Earthlink. Dude, that's throwing out.
That was one. I know that
North.
was one of my first dial-up providers. Actually, that would have been a little later, like in middle school. The first, if I remember right, the first one, CNET, like SEA.
Dude, it's so hard to remember like
something like
early
that.
ones.
Yeah.
Where were they based? Where were they based out of? Like where were you living at the time?
I remember the first dial-up that we had was like a local, I don't know, Western Washington company. I don't remember though.
Because there was a Connected Inc.
CompuServe.
in Seattle. CompuServe.
CompuServe.
Was your dad a businessman by chance? Like, did he do
no, not really. He did maintenance and stuff.
Okay, CompuServe was more of like the business internet provider. Like Prodigy was for normal people, and then AOL came later, which was for normal people. But CompuServe was like the expensive, like hoity-toity, I'm a stock trader, and I'm going to show you how rich I am service. I know there's some people that are probably going to like be like, yeah, that's not fair, because they loved CompuServe was good. It was the best internet service back in the day.
That's probably why my dad got it.
Yeah, but it was expensive. I remember it was like, I think it was like 3 times as much as
Prodigy.
Man, and you
dude,
had to pay by the
I remember
shit.
more than once because he would be on a thing called Worlds Away. It was like an early graphic chat room kind of thing, among other forums and things.
Yep.
And I remember he racked up like $300-$400 fucking bill one time because he's, back then you paid by the minute. Like you'd pay a monthly fee for a certain amount of minutes, but then like you would be charged for minutes over that. And yeah, man, he was pissed at himself, but like, yeah.
Yep. Oh, you confirmed it. It was CompuServe. You remembered correctly. So Worlds Away was an exclusive to CompuServe in 1995. So I would have been 15-ish, right? 15-ish then.
Yeah.
So
hey,
check this
Daniel
out.
Terry. Woo.
You had to pay. Oh shit, yeah.
Dude, it was rad. Worlds Away was freaking awesome. It's
Thank
called
you
like
for the $30, brother.
now.
Seriously, I'm gonna thank him here directly. Daniel, you are the apple. You are the apple of my eye.
This was a lot of fun. Like my dad played in the beta of this way back in the day, and there used to be in the world.
Don't make it weird, Daniel. Don't make it weird.
There was a world because they had after as time went by, they had different like worlds that you could log into.
Do you remember when all the proprietary internet providers had different games? Like the Maze was Prodigy. Yeah. I never played this though. Worlds Away. Like
this was rad. It was really cool.
CompuServe, so.
Yeah, this was fun. It was like I said, basically just a graphical chat room, and then there were like games and stuff you could play because it was all actually based in HTML, and people were. It was back then people were like hacking it and stuff and things. It was really fun, but he caused some chaos in this game to where he played in Dreamscape early on, and he was playing late one night and he stumbled on this guy who was like going nuts. The guy was just like having some kind of episode. Talking like, oh, they're after me. They're fucking these ghosts or something. Some shit was like, oh, they're coming after me. And my dad, he's like, I'm gonna fuck with this guy. And he's like, and this is all text, right? Just so, but so I'm injecting emotion into these words. But he's like, "You're right, Steve. We're following you, and I'm one of them." And the guy freaks out, and walks. So it was like one scene at a time. So like each page or whatever you would go to was just like a static scene, and there was one scene where like nobody else would have been able to do this except for like a GM or something. There was one spot where you couldn't walk up, and he did. This guy who was going nuts, like walked through this gate that you normally wouldn't be able to, and just fucking disappeared. And then like a couple days later, they actually hold like an in-game event where like memorializing this guy who like went off the deep end and disappeared. And it might even still be there all these years later, but they put up it was a garden that like they were working on. There was like an extra little thing that they were making, but they put a little gem, this plaque above the gate to this garden that commemorating this guy who like, you know, our much love to whatever Bing Bong and, you know, sad days and all this stuff. And it was like my dad was like the one who caused this guy to like die in this game or whatever. It was just what a trip. And it was this little plaque above the gate into this garden was there for decades. Like I bet if we all jumped in there and found this garden, if it's even still there. But yeah, man, what a trip. What a trip.
Worlds Away looks fucking awesome.
Dude, it was rad.
The characters
I wish somebody would come up with a little better a newer version of this, because it'd be similar to Second Life. QA Library mentioned Second Life, sort of like that, but
hard to find a video on it.
You could change your avatar. You'd have these different heads. Like my dad was like a chubby little duck face guy for a long time.
Yeah, it looked like you were a caricature, right? You were like a cartoon character. You could like add clothes and everything. It's like way before its time, dude.
You get these little spray cans, and you could like it got. Early on, it was very sophisticated because like they gave you a lot more flexibility with the tools.
Check out the image in chat. I just posted. Go click on that and see if it'll open up for you.
I bet I could. Oh yeah.
Bring back memories?
Like I've seen.
Right?
Bringing back the days, man. I wish I could remember his username, because I bet there are still pictures of him like on the internet, like his character in probably in some of these like you know, these marketing materials that they have on their website and stuff. I bet he's in here somewhere, because he was deep. Like he met he was buddies with this guy, Wild Bill something.
Hickok?
No, that's the cowboy.
Yeah.
But this guy, Wild Bill something or other, but he was a pen tester back then. He was like hired by banks and stuff to like hack them and show them like their vulnerabilities. He was hired by the company back in the day that owned Worlds Away. It's not this company now. It's changed hands many times. But the company at the time hired him to like, you know, help with their security.
Uh-oh. Lost your audio. Can you guys confirm on chat that his audio is dead? Yeah, okay, we got chat confirmed it. He's fake. Oh, battery went dead on something. Oh no? Okay. Something lost power or something. We'll find out here in a second. Yeah, so Second Life looks or sorry, not Second Life. What is the Worlds Away? Looks an awful lot like the old Sierra games. Like the graphic style. And I'm looking at a map right now. I just pulled up a map for it. So you could go to like Temple Street, the Fountain. You could go to the Promenade. You could go down to the docks. You could go to Jungle Park, Regency Hall. Like there was all these areas that you could go to, but it was just a static map. You clicked on the area and you just went there, and it was just a room where people could come and go. It's pretty cool. He'll get it figured out. He's a computer guy. He's got this. You just watch him. Watch it. Look at that. The cogs turning in that brain. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. You just watch him. He's got this. He's got this. So in the meantime, I was poor people, so I did not have CompuServe like hoity-toity Ox over there and his richer family. So we had Prodigy. We had Prodigy because Prodigy was free and came with the computer that they bought. I think it had like a year free Prodigy that came with the 28612. And he's like, what the shit's going on here? My whole thing broke. It was weird. It like, I don't know if something shorted out. It kind of sounded like batteries going dead, because it was like, hello, are you? and that was it. And then he was just dead. So yeah, we'll let him do a little troubleshooting there. Actually, I'll bring it back so I can see when he's. Actually, he'll say when he's back, right? So I'll be able to hear him. It'll be fine. But anyways, I played Prodigy, so there was a game on there called The Maze, and it was nothing like this. Like, you couldn't interact with other players. It was a one-player online game. Like, it didn't use HTML. It used a graphics format called RIP. Who actually this will tell if you're real nerds or not, or if you're old nerds. Do you know what RIP graphics are? RIP. So remember ANSI graphics, ANSI, for like the old BBSs and stuff. RIP graphics, they tried them on BBSs. They really didn't go anywhere because modems were just too damn slow, and it ended up just making everything hard to navigate. But RIP graphics were used on Prodigy, and what RIP graphics were is it was like a way of, instead of sending you ANSI graphics where everything's text based, they could send like full graphical user interfaces, but it would literally draw using coordinates. So think of it like a turtle. Like if they wanted to draw a circle, they wouldn't send you the pixel data for the circle. They would just tell you the XY coordinates and how big the circle is and how thick it should be and what color. So it's like, so you'd see it drawing. Like you'd literally see the lines, like as it was loading, you'd see all the lines drawing layer after layer after layer, like the artist was rendering it. It was really kind of cool. Let's see here. Lost in Space thing said, may I quote your Twitter on something I'm writing on the Framework laptop? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Lost in Space things. And good, bad, or otherwise. It doesn't matter. Remember, I want to reiterate to people that just because they gave me a laptop doesn't mean that they get a free pass. I even told them when they gave me the laptop, I said, listen, if I don't like it and it doesn't fit with what I do, I'm going to put it in a box and send it back. So, and people are like, what, you'd send something back? No, I've sent shit back lots of times. There's lots of products I haven't reviewed that I sent back. And don't get me wrong, I will review a product if it has more pros than cons and I like it. What I don't like is reviewing a product that's just an absolute pile of shit, unless it's such a pile of shit that I feel like I have to warn people, right? But if it's something that just doesn't fit me and I'm the problem, I don't want to make a negative video that hurts the company when the product never fit me in the first place and I was never the right demographic. Like, so I hope that makes sense to people. So whenever I do reviews, there's a couple things I require. No contract, no creative control. I say and do whatever I want. I keep the product so I can. And there you are. You're back.
Oh, good. Okay.
Hey, brother, what happened?
Fuck, man, I gotta tear my desk apart.
What's going on over there?
One, I think the plug on the back of the Go XLR is loose. Probably from having like weight, a little press on the cable a bit.
Yep.
So that's what happened. But because of that, it like fucking wigged out. So everything goes through a KVM because usually I have my work computer plugged in as well, but now I've moved to a laptop, so blah, 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 blah. And so I think it also wigged out the KVM because like my keyboard died for a little bit. But we're back. We're good. Everything's like kind of on a balance.
Dude, it was weird. This is what it sounded like. It sounded like the tubes were powering down in your microphone. Like
yeah, I think Graham touched on it. He says like lost phantom power, like it went boom.
Exactly. You were like, how's everything going, guys? And and that was it.
Well, I was saying, I know you kind of went off on a different tangent.
No, go ahead. I was just entertaining people.
The pen test guy, part of what was cool about Worlds Away was like for every hour you were in game, like just in the thing chatting away, you would get 60 tokens. And you would use the tokens to like buy different heads and spray paint for your walls or your character and different accessories and toys and things like that, right? Well, he found an exploit. He was able to dupe coins, the tokens. And he gave me and my dad like 1 billion fucking tokens. And he told us that like, hey,
like a hack, like this wasn't legit, or
yeah, like he kind of fucked up the economy a little bit. Like he didn't spread them out around really bad. But he found an exploit and he gave us like 1 billion tokens. And he's like, check this out. At the end of the month, they're doing a full server wipe. Everybody's going to start with like only 1,000 tokens. So like buy shit as soon as you can.
Live it up while you can, huh?
Well, so I went on a buying spree. There would be like toys and stuff in the game that were like specific to certain like holidays or certain events and stuff. You'd get like Christmas, the Christmas 1997 train, and you'd click on it and it would like puff. It'd go poof, 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 and make little puffy things. And so I started buying up all kinds of rare shit because I knew that the cash economy was about to fucking collapse. And so I went. I just was buying all kinds of stuff.
So you were allowed to keep the shit you bought after the reset? It was just the money.
Yeah, because they didn't wipe the items. They just reset everybody's tokens.
You dog.
They just reset everybody's tokens. Well, I mean, the economy still collapsed, so like I think everybody restarted with like 1,000 tokens, as like a kind of an apology. And again, you were only earning 60 tokens per hour. And you could multi-box, you could have like 6 characters in game at once, and people would do that. They just make alts that would just like hang out.
That's common for every MMO. That's common for every MMO.
And so you just rack up, and every hour you warp down out of being a little ghost eyeball in the corner of the screen. You'd warp down to the ATM, pull out 60 tokens, send it to your main, and warp back up into the thing. And eventually they tried to crack down on that kind of stuff too. And back in the day, this was all HTML. This was all like behind the scenes. It was all just a web page. Like it was really remarkable what they were able to accomplish with. And I'm talking like HTML 2.0. This was not HTML5 where you had like JavaScript and shit. Like, what happened?
Remember that cable I told you was a piece of shit? That's the connector.
Oh no!
The fucking connector.
Boo,
dude!
But man, Worlds Away was so much fun. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. They had like bingo. People were coding like add-on games and stuff to it because again, it's all just a web page. So if you could sniff the API right, people were making like bingo games and lotteries and roulette, all kinds of cool gambling stuff you could do. It was really, really fun.
Let me ask you a question. Do you feel, because I feel this way, I'll just straight up say how I feel about it. But do you feel that like video games today are more limiting because of their graphics? Like in story, like do you feel like the old games like back in the day of Sierra Online where they kept the graphics really simple? It was like a sandbox. You could do anything you wanted basically. Yeah. And nowadays you can't do that because you're constrained because they wanted to make it look so realistic. There's more constraints now.
I wouldn't say that they can't. I would say that they choose not to. So many newer games, and like I'd point to a game called Body Cam or its progenitor Unrecord, or a couple other these sort of early access new Unreal 5 games. They push the graphics side of it without really focusing on the gameplay side of it.
Did you guys see what I did with my neck air conditioner when I took it off? I literally took it off to switch the cable, and now I literally can't see it.
What the hell?
Where'd it go? Like, I'm scanning the desk, right? It's a big ass half moon piece of technology.
I don't think it's the graphics. I don't think it's the graphics that are by the, what's the word I'm trying to for? On their own, right? It's not the graphics themselves that are limiting, that make things limit. I think most too woke. Fucking get out of here with that bullshit. Man, you fucking bring that shit in here. Don't even start with me with woke. What the fuck does that even mean? Sorry, I'm gonna get on a weird rant. Focus on the graphics. I'm going to focus on the graphics. The graphics themselves aren't limiting, but people, the designers, or the developers, I should say, they use it as a crutch, as an excuse to not put more effort elsewhere. Because Unreal Engine 5 right out of the box will give you such amazing graphic fidelity that looks so good. It's amazing. That they just don't bother. They choose not to put the effort into the mechanics, the world, the lore, and things like that. They just get by on the merit. That was the word I was looking for earlier.
Back to my question though, again, why is it because it's so complicated to make what they're trying to do graphically that they don't have the time and resources to do the rest of it?
No, that's just the thing. It's so easy to make a game look really good nowadays.
No, I'm not talking about really good. I'm talking about like the mechanics. Like here, let me give you an example because I don't think you understand exactly what I'm asking. Here, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. So let's say I make a game and I want my character to be able to have like wear suits and helmets and all kinds of gear and stuff, right? So now you got to model all that gear and everything to like fit on the character and then the face to look right and everything to fit together. Right. And it's a lot of work to do that, right? But back in the day in the Sierra games, you would just have one helmet that you'd put on. And then that helmet would have stats that could be a million different helmets. But they all look the same graphically. You just had a helmet on and then you clicked on it to figure out what it was. Because then you could focus on having the game be anything. You could like Borderlands is the closest they have ever come to this. Borderlands with their random weapon system.
Dude, the procedural weapon generation in Borderlands is amazing. I love that.
Amazing, dude.
Pablo or any of those others, because it's all based on their like keyword or attribute word systems. You have these databases, these I guess I'm totally guessing on how this works, but just the way it looks from on the user side, that you have these different arrays, I guess technically not a database, where you have a prefix, a suffix, or probably two prefix and a suffix and that kind of thing, right? Or you can even do it by parts. You've got barrel, iron sight, scope, upper, lower, stock, right? And all of those can have different attributes that apply to the gun or item, whatever. And then you have these tables that have all these different words and stuff, and every word has a thing that, like an attribute that they attach to it. And I think that's rad. And that can be done all kinds of places. But and you don't have to make it all look like super unique and stuff. Again, yeah, I do think they put too much effort on that side of a thing, taking away from the mechanic side and the gameplay and the story and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because for me, I feel like when I was a kid, like my imagination, and I see this having a kid myself. You probably even see it too, having some daughters now. The imagination when you're younger is like a work of art. It's like you can't even compare it to being an adult. Like I watch my son. Dude. My son will pick up an inanimate object, and it'll become a lightsaber. It'll become the handlebars to a motorcycle. And I'm not talking for like a minute. I mean, he'll spend an hour running up and down the hallway, like running trains and shit, managing the train yard. Completely in his imagination with nothing but a box to push around on the floor. That imagination, I remember having that imagination myself when I was a kid. And what I would use it for is I'd mix it with the computer games. So I'd pull up a computer game that looked like ass, that if I asked my parents, like, oh, come look at this game, they'd look at the screen and be like, I don't even know what's going on. They'd look at the screen and literally be like, is that supposed to be a person? Like, what? Like, I don't get it. But when I saw it, I saw like fucking 3D graphics, right? In my imagination, I saw everything. Like I went back, like don't play your childhood games. I went back and played fucking Ultima 6, right? I remember playing Ultima 6 as a kid, and like running around with my crew of like 4 people, right? What was it like? Leo? No, fucking I can't remember. Diallo or Dial. Anyways, you had these characters that ran around with you, and I remember picturing those characters and like seeing human faces with like attributes and being like, oh, he has this like particular beard. And like when I looked at him while I was playing the game, these characters, I saw real people. Like my graphics engine in my brain like fucking upgraded those graphics. I go back and play today, and another great example is Wing Commander. I went back and played Wing Commander. When I was a kid, when Wing Commander came out, the first time I ever played Wing Commander, it was like at 3 frames per second because it needed a monster computer. It was like the crisis of the day, right?
I miss Freelancer.
So
to me, hands down, Freelancer still to me is like the best like space not simulator because it was super arcadey, but it was the best just experience space game.
Have you played Star Citizen yet? You played, right?
I check in on Star Citizen every once in a while. I haven't in a couple of years. I need to. I threw down on it 15 years ago or something. Bro. I put like $25 into it. I have an account. I restore it every once in a while just to check in.
As much as I want to give it shit, shit for being drug out so long, they are constantly developing on that thing. I literally spent like 6 months. I played it like 6 months ago, right? Yeah. And then I open it up the other night and I look at it. I can already see a million things that are better. Like they just are constantly putting shit in there. I almost feel like that company just lets their employees go, oh, you got a cool idea? Just fucking code it and show us in a meeting. If it looks cool, just throw it in.
When you have $750 million toward a video game, like over 12 years, I think, you should.
And it's like continuous funding, right? I mean, they're always fundraising. They're never not fundraising. Constantly. So
I wish. So I also got Elite Dangerous at the same time.
Elite Dangerous is badass.
I love Elite Dangerous. The big thing that keeps me from it being like obsessive for me is it's too much of a sandbox. I need a little bit of direction. I need like
you might not like Star Citizen then.
Or more clear. Like right at the beginning or something, you could pick a faction or at least like an area to start in. Like, oh, I'm going to be with the allies or I'm going to be with these guys or whatever. And that it was that there was a clearer, like I wish there was like a quest line to follow that you could ignore, or like a more clear way to raise your faction, with different people and things like that. It's not very clear. Like I want to, I want to join the military. I want to bump up my faction with those guys, and I try to go to space stations that are within their territory or whatever. But like, it's not. They don't always have quest givers at these places and stuff, and it's really hard to well, at the time I haven't played Elite Dangerous in a while either, but it was difficult to find places that had quest givers for those factions and stuff. And I wish that was a little more handholdy, or like there was like an option to be handheld through things, like, oh, go to this guy and talk to them and do this quest for those, and then you could choose to ignore it if you wanted to. And that's I just don't. It's as
Star
much as an
Citizen,
imaginative person as I am, I need a little bit of guardrails or
I feel like
hand-holding.
Star Citizen would fuck you then right now, like, just because it's still one of those games where it's like you can do anything. It's like it makes GTA 5 look silly, right? Like you can literally, in Star Citizen, if you want, just like take your helmet off, walk into the fucking bay and just suffocate to death if you want, like in a vacuum. You can just go and just grab shit off the floor and eat it or drink it, right? To drink your water, you don't just say drink water. You have to physically pick the fucking thing up, open your helmet if you have a helmet on, stick it in your mouth and tilt the fucking thing back to like get the water to flow into your mouth. Like, they made every detail of that game manual. Now you can automate a lot of it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like but I didn't know that in the beginning. Like in the beginning, they just throw you into shit, right? So, but you don't really know what to do. And if you get off the path, like they do start you on a path, but they're not as like people are like, people think it's intuitive. It's not to me. Like I ended up running to the wrong location, like step 2 into the game. And I was like wondering why I couldn't interface and do the thing that it wanted me to do for like the intro, like to introduce me to the game. And it's because I was in the wrong fucking place, looking at the wrong fucking thing. The directions were just, there's too much going on where it's like, oh, go to this place. I'm like, I don't know where that place is. I look on a map. I think I know where the place is. And then I go to the wrong place and then I'm stuck. And it doesn't tell me I'm stuck. It doesn't tell me you're in the wrong place, thing, right?
I need a little bit of quality of life in that sense. Like I'm, hey man, all for. Actually, this brings us to a topic that's not in our headline.
Let's do it.
Difficulty settings in video games.
Oh yeah, we did want to talk about that.
Do you think all video games should have difficulty settings?
Yes.
And yeah, I thought, oh, that's interesting. I'm glad you have the opposite opinion of me on this.
We usually do on a lot of stuff.
Because I imagine. Well, I'll let you say your piece on it.
No,
I don't think so. I think that it's okay that some games don't have difficulty settings.
I do agree with some games. I do agree with some games, not all games.
Yeah. Well, the question is, should all games have difficulty settings?
Oh, I guess. Okay. Well, no, like Flappy Bird or something. No, something that starts out with such a stupid level that, like, if you can't do it, you probably shouldn't be holding a controller because you're a danger to yourself and others.
Some of the context here is like games like Souls likes, right? Elden Ring, Demon Souls, the Souls games, things like that. Those are ridiculously hard on purpose with no easy mode. There's no difficulty settings at all. It's just, this is the game and that's it. I think that's okay.
It did well, right? So it didn't hurt them to do that.
Of course it did. And I think it's totally okay. I think that it should be that way, because somebody brought this up. So I've been on Threads a lot more than Twitter.
I wish I could break this social media addiction with that.
Oh, I know, I know, right? But somebody brought it up, and actually, here I will say what they said to me, because I very much disagreed with their. Where is it? It's not too far away. It was just a few days back.
I will say this. The reason I think...
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So he says, there have been people fighting in my TikTok comments since Thursday over me saying games should have difficulty settings. Some people have too much time on their hands. Where do you stand? I said, I feel like it's similar to movies. They can't all be for everyone. I play a lot of games on easy, and if a game doesn't have difficulty settings, I'm probably not going to play it. But others are certainly welcome to. Makes no difference to me. I have no FOMO, right? I don't care about Elden Ring. I'm not going to play it. I've played some similar games, Lords of the Fallen and things. It's not for me. That's just not for me. The guy responds with, I have a problem with can't be for everyone because that's related to taste. Well, so is this opinion about difficulty settings, but I didn't get into that.
Yeah,
not everyone is going to like every game, but if someone is interested in a game, they should have the opportunity to play it and enjoy it. And I said, I don't agree. That's like saying every movie should have a G-graded cut so that anyone who's interested can watch it. If you have
I'd love to see Debbie Does Dallas rated G version.
Right. So you have every opportunity to play a game, to watch a movie, read a book, listen to a song. But sometimes that means you won't be able to enjoy it because your taste doesn't align with the choices the creator made with a particular audience in mind.
I agree.
You can't put everyone nor should you try to. Games like Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate, or even Untitled Goose Game are so successful because they chose to create something for a niche audience. It's in.
Oh shit! I think we lost him. I think he just unplugged his desk or something. Ah shit! All right. Well, anyways, I'm just kidding. I banned him, guys. I didn't like his opinion. Fuck that. I disagree with him, so I banned him. Oh, he's coming back. Hold on here. Hold on. He's coming back. There he is.
Me out.
No. I was joking. No, you literally like left. You were just talking.
Oh, that was me.
And then it stopped and you disappeared out of the video.
Where did I cut off?
It was right after you said that Baldur's Gate and those games were created in a certain way. And
they're successful because they chose to create something for a niche audience. It's interesting to have things that don't cater to everyone. Variety is the spice of life. And that's my opinion right there. That's all of it. It can't be. And I wanted to go on a different angle, but I didn't want to hijack the
difficulty
topic.
Though. I feel like that doesn't pertain to difficulty as much as it does because difficulty doesn't necessarily mean the game, like how the game is played. It's the how easily can you progress through said game.
Sure. Yes, exactly.
And the reason
that's a difficulty setting.
Right. And for me, I use difficulty settings all the time, and I'll tell you why I use them. Because if I can't get ahead of something, I try it like 1,000 times, I'll get discouraged and just stop playing it.
Exactly.
So I lower the difficulty, I do it, and then as I get better, I come back through, increase the difficulty so that I can keep playing the game and get replayability out of it. Because obviously, if I played it all the way through, I'm better at it, and I know what to expect.
Yep.
Put it on the next level, now it gets harder. Put it on the next level, now it's harder. Right. And then next thing you know, after you've been through 20 times, you're playing on extreme doom, flying around, jumping. Like other people are like, how the fuck do you even know what's going on? It's like you're telepathic. And it's like, but it still presents a challenge, therefore it's more replayability. So I can't understand why somebody would say the games should not have a difficulty setting. And keep in mind, I also want to point one other thing too out. There's the difficulty setting, right, where you set it explicitly and it applies across the whole game. And then there's the built-in difficulty setting, which is like Metal Gear Guns of the Patriot, where it starts out 45 minutes as you playing you're basically playing a story that has zero threat to you, just to teach you and familiarize you with all the controls and what you can do and mechanics. And it gives you a couple opportunities to like choke guys without them fighting back and everything. So you can kind of like get up to speed so that when the game starts, now you can be proficient and actually have a chance. Because it's really difficult. Like the game has like crazy controls like to do shit. So
there's some things, there's some ways of doing that.
So if you use difficulty and I use difficulty, why are you arguing against difficulty in a video game?
I don't think every game should have it. I don't think that's appropriate.
But can I ask you this? Give me an example of a game that shouldn't have it, that doesn't have it implied, meaning that it doesn't already start so easy that anybody could play it.
Oh, I don't have a good example for that.
Okay,
but I point out games like Elden Ring or the Souls-likes or even some of the roguelike games that I do play. There is no difficulty setting. Like Dead Cells. I don't think there's a difficulty setting in Dead Cells, not that I recall or remember setting, and that's a hard game. You fight, you die, you fight, you die over and over and over again. There's some progress there because it's a roguelike, right? So you're getting some sort of currency or whatever that you can then spend to make the game, to progress. But you're constantly dying and seeing how far you can go, and you die and you start over. I don't think it should have. I don't think that game should have an easy mode. I don't think deliberately. It's a design choice. It's art, right? It's art. If as a community we're going to say that video games are art, then video games can't be for everyone. Some art is not for everyone, right? Whether it's books,
100%
movies,
agree. 100%
video,
agree with that.
Songs, whatever. So you can't then force something into. That's just it's not like they're going to create their art.
Are you looking
and it's not always going to hit for everyone?
Are you looking at difficulty from the perspective of it's altering the game, like it's making the game something it wasn't meant to be by lowering the difficulty? Because
not necessarily.
It kind of seems to me like the way you're talking, you're like, not every game is for everybody, so there doesn't need to be a difficulty setting because the people that it's not for are the people that can't play it or be good at it, so they shouldn't play it.
Well, it wasn't meant. It wasn't. They're not the target. They're not the target audience, right? And so why should a designer be compelled to cater to a broad audience
Simple.
when they wanted to focus on a particular niche. Again, it's like a movie. It doesn't,
bro.
You're gonna, yeah, okay.
Money.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. So this is where I didn't want to go with this topic, at least on Threads. I feel like this is a problem in gaming right now. Is the
money? Hell yes, it is.
Well, I mean the money, but the focus there, not necessarily the focus there, but the design decisions that are meant to cater to a broad audience. Like a lot of AAA titles seem to have in mind everyone, or as many people as they possibly can, and it doesn't work that way. That's how you get a washed out middle of the road, just boring nothing burger. Like I said, Baldur's Gate was so successful because they focused on a very particular audience, and they made the best game possible for that particular audience. When it first came out, there were so many people complaining about the turn-based combat. Bunch of fucking Call of Duty dudes who are like, why is this this is so slow, this is so fucking boring.
What was
blah,
the
blah,
Halo
blah,
game?
blah.
What was that turn-based Halo game? That drove me fucking nuts. Was it Reach or Halo?
Was there like a tactics? There was like a tactics game for Halo?
Yeah, there was like a fucking turn-based strategy top-down Halo game, and I'm like, what the fuck is this noise? I played it, and I was like, this is not Halo.
That's weird.
This is not Halo.
Catering to the wrong audience.
Yep.
Yeah, catering to the and so like.
But some people liked it. Some of the Halo guys were like, oh, this is the evolution of Halo. It's great. It complements it. It's amazing. I was like,
and some people are gonna love it, just love anything just because of the world, right? But
to be fair,
look at the most successful video games out right now. Look at the most outside of like Fortnite. I don't mean successful in just terms of revenue, but I mean terms of popularity. The most popular video games, or the ones that really blow up and are wicked successful, tend to be the ones that focus on a very particular niche. And that's all. They say no a lot to things that don't make sense for what they're trying to accomplish. Stardew Valley, right? It's a Harvest Moon clone all day long. Nobody's going to argue and say, nope, that's not. It is a clone of Harvest Moon. But like the guy sprinkled a little bit of combat in there, right? Because that's a little fun, but it makes sense within the context of what he was trying to accomplish. And that's it. Like he focused on a very, very niche thing, wildly successful. All of the Elden Ring games, all of those Souls-like games, they focus on a very particular niche, and they're wicked successful because people like that. There's a market there. It's not everybody, but there's a market there.
Yeah, Halo Wars gaming. You got Halo Wars. That's what it was. Thank you, Gaming Maddie.
Or what's another one?
Couldn't they just cheat though, bro? Like if difficulty's not in the game, you could just cheat if you wanted to get further, right? If you want to get past like a little spot.
There's 100% of the modifiers and things like that, right?
Unless it's an online game, you can cheat at everything. You know how many programs there are that make it easy for even somebody who doesn't program to just cheat at a game?
I mean, there's always hex editors or trainers and things. Sure, of course.
Dude,
and that is totally an option. And that I don't even give a shit. You want to cheat? Fine with me, man. I don't care.
I just got a brilliant
It literally does not affect me whatsoever.
Hold on here. Hold on. AI-based.
Some games you choose the difficulty at the start, and that is it. What do you think about games you choose a start difficulty but can change it on the fly in the pause menu? That's fine with me. I appreciate that, because there are games where I've started on normal and I'm like, holy shit, this is getting really hard.
Yeah.
And I've dumped it down to easy, and that's totally fine.
Too. Or to be clear, hold on. One qualifier though. Only in single player. If you're playing multiplayer, you cannot be having advantages. Or tournament play, even single player tournament, speedrun, stuff like that. No cheating, no difficulty changes. Like you have to present as is. Like But yeah, if you're playing by yourself, do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to give yourself $1 billion in GTA 5, do it. I don't care.
I do it in The Sims all the time.
Yep. So I got an idea. I got a quick side quest idea that you just gave me talking about that. So I was thinking, I've been playing with AI a bunch with the LLMs lately. And I was like, so I used to use a program called Soft Ice. Is anybody here familiar with that? It's basically a really fancy hex editor that can analyze executables, decompile them, and actually monitor them and debug them as they're running. So back in the day, I used to use Soft Ice to cheat. Like an example would be Doom. To cheat at Doom, you would attach Soft Ice to the Doom executable. You'd play the game. You'd fire a bullet. Then you'd look for 99. Then it'd show you 1,000 plays for 99. Then look for 98. Look for fire another bullet. 97, 96 until you narrow it down to the values. The values change. And now you can go into memory, change those values. And then in real time, you can cheat by putting those values in. They just show up in the game as you're playing it. Or through injection, or you can create another exe called a bootstrapper, right? That will actually open the game and apply those patches, on a top level. It's basically running the game as a sub process, and then it manages it. So I was thinking, how cool would it be to use something like an LLM to do what the human was doing in that case, which is monitor look at your screenshot, feed the screenshot to AI, have it analyze all the components that represent text, inventory, health, things of that nature, and then have it come up with the questions and the prompts to ask to generate the soft ice queries or whatever the modern hex editor is all the kids are playing with these days. Go through, find those values and monitor them. So as you're playing the game for an hour or two, it goes through and keeps asking these questions and refining them. And at the end of the game, it's like, oh, we found like 1,000 things that you can cheat at. Here's a patch that will give you all of them just in a nice menu system. It generates the script. Like it generates like your whole menu script, your bootstrapper, all of the memory addresses, everything, even for a brand new game that's never been patched before. I think that'd be possible with an LLM because LLMs are really good at looking at patterns. They're fantastic at it. So if you just keep feeding local LLM patterns. So I'm gonna explore that. Now watch, this is gonna come out in a week. And
cheat engine, that's what it is. Yeah, I was thinking about that surf. Cheat engine. It's a hex editor or a memory watcher hex editor thing. Yeah,
I've heard of cheat engine. I've never used it, but I think that's the one that I was thinking of when I said they've come further. Like where it gives you tools, so even the average user can just be like, oh, this is probably the one you got to edit.
It is. It is, yeah, because it's just like that. It looks at where the executables are storing in memory, and like you can, like you said, you shoot a little bit, you see which ones are dropping. Yep. Yeah.
So Surf said it just does that for you. So Surf said Cheat Engine already just monitors the game and finds the cheats for you without you doing anything.
Yep.
Okay, so my idea is dead on arrival. Go figure.
Although it's a little funny how some people get around some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like Thor, the pirate software guy, was talking about in one of their games. They hide your real score somewhere, or like they multiply it by 1.0000025 or something, so like it's just a little bit different somewhere else, and your displayed score is obvious, right? And so people would go in there and like edit the score, but it doesn't match the hidden actual score somewhere else, and you actually get put up on a wall of shame. Like there's like a cheater wall, and like you're fucked. Like it notices, it flags your game in Steam or something like that, and that's that. Like you get one, if you cheated, and like that's that. You don't get achievements and things like that or something.
No, is that the one where it actually gives you the I cheated achievement that's now linked to your account that you can't ever remove because it's an achievement, and then people can go look and it tells them if you cheated or not?
And there's like a webpage you can go and see this big fucking list of
Fuck that's funny. Thank you for the $2, Ron Jeremy. Woo! Harris 2024. Yeah.
Talking about Swords game. I think it might be Hardbound, or if it was Champions of Breakfast. I can't remember. But yeah, he was talking about that on a I saw a reel or a TikTok about how he got around the cheating. Just have Houston hack where Houston can fly in the opponent's window and you'd be ha ha ha.
I'm just fucking with this guy. It's funny.
Hey man, $2 is $2. Thanks very much.
$2, man.
Whatever.
Hey, whatever gets me in the alley and keeps a roof over my head. I don't care. Right? Oh, Gaming Matter actually they used to cheat at Euro Truck 2. Euro Truck Simulator is addictive, man. I started playing that. And I thought it was so stupid watching videos of it, but then I played it and I was like, oh, I get this. I get it.
I like it.
Dude, I 100% get it. 100% get it.
It's so fun.
Did you see that? I know that you're not a huge Linus fan. That's no secret to anybody.
That's fine. Oh, hey, whatever.
Did you see the video that he made with like the $10,000 setup with like the actual big rig wheel with the suicide knob on it, and the big like shifter that went all the way down to the ground?
I've seen some guys legit. Like I've seen videos of a guy like in his garage or whatever have. It's not like the full front of the thing, but they cut the whole cab.
Yep.
The whole, and you fucking open the door and it's like fucking seat. It's the whole console, big wheel, the big shifter and everything. That's super cool, man. I mean, I don't think I would ever do anything to that level, but man, yeah, that's so cool. I love people who are like fucking into it. Or same with like farm tractor stuff. They get to the farm simulators and that kind of thing is so cool. I love that stuff.
I have a friend who lives in Oregon. He's about a 3-hour drive from me. That I've been meaning to go down and see. He keeps messaging me like every 6 months. He messages me, "Hey, what's going on? You should come on down." He has an F-15 cockpit, like an actual F-15 Strike Eagle, Like before all the upgrades and everything. This was one that was in a wreck, right? So he's able to buy it from a salvage yard.
Yeah, whatever.
So
yeah,
he has
all the time.
Yeah, he has the whole cockpit before, like right where the radar cone cuts off on the front, all the way through the cockpit to the back, right before the wings.
Cool,
so he has that whole section. So he took that in his garage and he put it up on scaffolding. He went inside, he installed all the controls and everything in the cockpit so that they actually work, like using Arduinos and stuff like that and all this open source technology. And he gets in the cockpit and he can put on a VR headset, or he can use this big 49-inch wraparound screen that's there. And he used to have this like vacuum screen that was like this Mylar vacuum screen with 3 projectors that gave you this huge wraparound view. Sadly, it ended up breaking. He never fixed it, so now he just uses a monitor. But the VR headset is really cool because when you put the VR headset on and you're in the cockpit, you grab the stick with the controller and you click a button and it syncs you to it. And then every button in the cockpit that you see in the VR is tactile and you can touch it in reality. So in DCS, it's a perfect match. So in DCS, you can actually push buttons, pull dials, and everything is where it should be. So your brain literally thinks you're there and you're manipulating the things because you grab the throttle in the game and it's actually, you actually see a hand in the game grab it, and then you pull it back and you actually feel the throttle coming back, but with all that resistance. And I was like, dude, I got to try that. I got to get down there and do that. Because I told him if I come down, I would love to do a video of that because I think people would shit their pants. And he only ever posted videos of this thing, I think it was back in like 2009 when he first started building it. And he never made any videos of it actually fully working. He just made videos of like individual little components here and there. Once it was all put together, he never made a video. So this would be like completely new to the internet. So I'm going to hit him up. I'm going to hit him up. He's a really cool dude. He's a really neat guy. So big into flight simulators and stuff.
I love that stuff. People who like go hardcore into their again, it feeds back to what I was saying about the games, right? Mm-hmm. There are people who okay, would it make sense to have Gran Turismo have an easy mode?
Yes.
Like no, it's a simulator. It's supposed to be like real life. Why would you make it easy?
For the same reason they do in real life when you go to racing school and they change to trainer tires on your vehicle, or they intentionally wet the surface. That's a little different, right? That's a little different.
Making it easier to learn how to drive the car is different than making like the entire difficulty of the game easier. You know what I mean?
I do understand that. I don't remember,
but I've been playing Need for Speed Unbound. Actually, they took it away from me on my PlayStation, and I'm really sad about that. I was really enjoying it.
Aww.
There was no difficulty setting in there. There was no it just slowly gets harder, right? Because you slowly get better.
Yeah.
And then that's the way it should be in some games. Now, like I was going to say earlier about Diablo goes both ways. You do pick a difficulty setting.
I can't make an argument for Gran Turismo though.
But you can also make it harder while you're playing, or you can make it a little easier. I think you can only bump up one difficulty level. Like I haven't actually finished Diablo 4 yet. I haven't finished the whole story, so I can only go up to like Torment 2. So I'm like playing as hard as I can, and it's still fucking easy, man. I don't know how anybody has really any difficulty playing Diablo. Like, I don't know, but that's a whole other thing. So I think I appreciate, and again, it depends on the game too, right? Like some games are hard, and I appreciate when they give an easy mode, but I don't bemoan a game that is hard that doesn't let me make it easier. I think it's,
The way I look at it is if it sells more copies of the game so that they get the resources to make a sequel for it, then I don't mind. Like I don't mind them making it easier for some people so they'll buy it and keep playing it. Well, why is it a risk? Because would you refuse to play a game just because it had a difficulty setting, or would you just leave it on a difficulty setting?
Not me. You know, but some people. Take the Elden Ring community. If Miyazaki or whoever the fuck, I think it's Miyazaki is the guy who like is the main designer of Elden Ring. If he decided that Elden Ring 3 is going to have an easy mode, I guarantee it would flop because the community that is around it, as toxic as that may be, would freak the fuck out that they're letting casuals into their space, and they're a bunch of get good tryharders. Whatever, fine, that's the freaking community you're trying to build or want to build, whatever the fuck, I don't care. But like, yeah, it would flop if they added a difficulty setting into Elden Ring. They would be shut down.
Well, how hard is Elden Ring? Like when you start out, is it really easy, or is it hard?
It's hard from the start. Hard from the start.
So my argument
deliberately
is
we can't to be that way.
We can't. Oh, okay. I mean, if the
Elden Ring's casual already. I mean, so again, some people.
This is tricky. This is tricky, dude.
It's very subjective. I mean,
no. This is a tricky situation because I get that you're saying that it shouldn't be in every game, right? Like, obviously, you can't have a difficulty level in a game where the game is the game, right? Like, okay, what is increasing difficulty in Tetris? It gets faster. It's the same game, same mechanics, everything works. It just gets faster each level, right? Like, easy in Tetris is just the first level starts out slower, but you eventually join everybody else and just keep going, right? So difficulty, but if I said you had to start at level 8 in Tetris and only 100 people in the world could actually play the game, that would be a bad thing, right? Money wise to keep the franchise going.
Yes.
Elden Ring obviously has a huge hold on a huge community of like the tryhards that are get after it where like they're not afraid of nothing, right? So they're proud of the fact that it's really a hardcore game. So they already have an established audience that wants that product. So yeah, I totally get them making that product. However, if their goal is to sell to the maximum number of people, I would argue that if they added a difficulty level, they would sell more copies of the game, even if they alienated some of their community that were against it, despite that community still being able to play the game exactly how they would have anyway.
Yeah, that's true. But again, I think it waters down. The industry in a general sense.
Because when I play Gran Turismo,
to try and appeal to the every person, right? Waters things down. I think it's important where it makes sense, and it's of course a design decision for whoever's making their game. But like, it depends on the game you're making and what you're trying to accomplish with it. And I think it's more important to focus on that. Like, determine your target market, your target audience, or start with the genre of game, or I don't know exactly where to start. But like, probably genre, right? Like, I'm going to make a turn-based tactical tactical game, like fucking XCOM, let's say. I don't think there's any difficulty settings in XCOM.
XCOM was awesome.
Probably newer XCOMs have difficulty setting.
It does against NPCs, but not against another player. You wouldn't have that.
Of course not, right?
Okay, I think I answered my own question there.
AOE,
so you're saying like non-player characters, like if the non-player characters are supposed to be a certain level, they should be the certain level playing everybody because they're the same non-player characters. So I actually understand that argument, because if you're playing another player, right? You want to play another player at their skill level. You want to pit your skill against somebody else. Now, if you can alter that other person's skill level by taking shit away from them and kneecapping them, then that takes the fun out of it, right?
No. Yeah, never in a PvP or multiplayer setting. You're playing against other players. You're going to play against people who are more tough than you, and that's too bad. PvP, like, some people are just going to be better than you. Then there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, there's some ways of handling that, like the Mario Kart. Well, like the Mario Kart aspect, kind of, right? Where if you suck real bad, you start getting better items, and that helps you to get, that kind of helps level the playing field a little bit. But if you're really fucking good at Mario Kart, it doesn't matter how many blue shells are coming at you, you're going to win.
See, this, okay, what about this? Let me give you another. I have another question to ask you, because there's other mechanics. Like there isn't one mechanic to adding difficulty levels to the game, right?
Exactly. Like,
and
that's why I don't think it should be a blanket thing.
What if there's penalties?
Very dependent on the game you're making.
What if there's penalties? Like what if I said, listen, you can play Elden Ring on loser difficulty, where like a 4-year-old could just go through and just steamroll everybody. You're untouchable. You just get to the end of the game, right? But in exchange for that, you don't get a single point. There's a thing on the screen that literally says you're playing in baby mode, so that anybody that watches the video of this can see that you're deceiving them.
I have played games like that where if you play in easy mode, you don't get achievements, or whatnot, and I'm okay with that, because I'm not a Chivo hunter like that. So that's okay with me.
Great example is Ratchet and Clank. If you've ever played Ratchet and Clank game on PS5, I forget which one it's called, like Rift Apart. By the way, fantastic game. Even if you think you don't like that kind of game, fucking most amazing game I've ever played.
It looks great.
It's my other than Gran Turismo, it's my single favorite game I've ever played on PlayStation 5. It's fucking like it's like playing a cartoon, but like it's not a shitty playing a cartoon. It's like you're playing a cartoon, but you are in full control of everything and super skill based. So, anyways, what I was getting at is Ratchet and Clank has different difficulty modes, and when you start it, one of the difficulty modes it has is just enjoy the movie. Because it's literally a storyline. So if you click that, you can sit back. You don't even have to touch the controls, and it will just go through the whole storyline and give you like this 2.5 or 3 hour saga of Ratchet and Clank. And then in the places where battles happen and they collect things or whatever, they just fill it in with like, oh, we need to go get the thing. Oh, we found the thing. Da 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 da. You know, and they move on.
That's how I play Call of Duty. But when I play Call of Duty campaigns, I play on easy or sometimes normal, because come on, Call of Duty campaign is not that difficult.
It's not,
but
but
because
it can be for some people.
I'm in it for the action movie where I get to shoot guys. Like that's what Call of Duty is to me, is an action flick where I get to play the action scenes and then watch cool cutscenes and stuff. And like it's a fucking there. And I wish they weren't so expensive, or I wish I could play just the campaign for $30 or something.
The reason I stick up for the reason that I'm not playing devil's advocate. I legitimately believe that there should be difficult. I won't say in every game, but should be allowed. Like it should be an option. I understand if the developer doesn't want to do that, because the developer is God when it comes to creating a game.
Yeah,
the developer takes the penalties for their actions. Like if they want to make a super hard game to only attract hardcore gamers, that's their prerogative. Yep. I would never take that away from them. I'm not going to sit here and go, you have to do this. But my argument for it, why there should be a difficulty level, is because for me personally, and this I'm sure it resonates with other people too. When I play a game and I fail something 5, 10, 20 times in a row, and I'm not making any progress, I'm actually going backwards. I'm actually losing ground. I get so discouraged that I put the controller away and I don't play the game again. I eventually hit a point where I'm like, I've played this so much now, it's not even enjoyable on any level. I can't get to the thing that I want to get to. I would have to cheat if I wanted to. So if I'm cheating, I might as well have a way to lower the difficulty so I'm at least playing something and not just jumping over it. So then I go in, I lower the difficulty a notch or two. I go in there, I barely win. Barely win. And then I fight the next guy, and it's like a cakewalk. I turn the difficulty back up again. And because I'm like, okay, I'm past the guy, because there's something about that guy that just my brain was not working with. Because not all difficulties are linear, right? Like I've played games where you put the difficulty on like super hard extreme, and there's still like grunts in the game that actually are easier to kill. Because they get so riled up that they just run into each other and get stuck in corners and shit. And you can just go jump on a box, start killing them all. Whereas in regular mode, they'll hunt you and be successful. So
that's where I'm at Diablo 3. I think I think my main character in Diablo 3 is like at the hardest difficulty, and it's just a cakewalk.
Did you say Diablo?
I'm also like at the fucking top of the thing. I'm not super crazy prestiged or whatever, but like
Diablo Day, you can't say Diablo. You have to say Diablo. If you call it Diablo, the community comes after you, and your YouTube channel gets like 200,000 more subscribers. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even. Man, I did not even cross my mind that I said it funny.
Do you remember the story I told you about how my channel became famous on YouTube? God. My God, how many people? Hey, how many people here in chat know the story? Just type 1 if you know the story of like how my YouTube channel's largest. There's only 2 times in my YouTube channel's history where I grew by 100,000 subscribers in a month.
Wow!
And one of those was Diablo, and the other one was my Nerd Cave review, where people were just blown away by the shit I had at the time. So and all I did, it was a great video. I was the first video, so a lot of world firsts, right? World first having 3 40, I think at the time it was 42-inch screens. So I had 3 42-inch screens. First guy to play Diablo 2 in Infinity. So full surround, even though the game didn't support it.
Oh, that was rad. Yeah, that was freaking cool.
Yeah, you had to patch the game and hack it to do it. So I got it across all the screens, and I'm like, man, I'm hot shit. I make this video. I'm like, this video is going to be huge, right? I post the video, hardly gets any fucking views. I was defeated. I was like, God damn it, I had the camera set up so they could see me playing and see this huge screen, see how small I was compared to my setup.
Yeah.
I was really proud of that video. But then a comment pops on the video. It's like, it's pronounced Diablo, fucker, not Diablo. God, what a fucking idiot. And the comments started flooding in one day. Like it was blowing my phone up. I was getting like notifications. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Some dude went and posted on 4chan, hey, some fat guy living in his mom's basement. That's where the mom's basement joke came, because you can clearly see I vaulted ceilings. You don't have vaulted ceilings in the basement. I'm upstairs. So they were like, hey, this fat kid living in his mom's basement. And at the time, I'm like, 27, 25, 26, somewhere in there. Anyways, this guy living in his mom's basement, and let's all go troll him because he doesn't know how to fucking say the name of a game. What a fucking noob. Everybody from 4chan came over and started trolling me to the point where the views were just skyrocketing. It actually made my video trend for 2 days. And the coolest thing was, people in the comments were like, hey, I came here to troll this guy, but his videos are actually pretty good. Hey, did you see that other guy's room tour? What a sick setup. Oh my God, this guy's got amazing videos. Subscribed. And so all the comments started, and you can go read the comments on it today, because I don't think I deleted any. And you can see it go from like this poisonous comments to like, this guy's all right. I like him. We followed him. And so my stats just went through the freaking roof for like 2 or 3 weeks. I went up like over 100,000 subscribers. And 4chan, the guy who did the 4chan thread, was spamming the 4chan thread. Stop going to his video. Stop going to his video. You're actually helping him. He's actually happy this is happening. Stop. Because his goal was he wanted to run me off the internet. Because he was, it was 4chan back then. 4chan was, if you think 4chan's bad today, you should have seen it back then. It was like a whole different animal. Jeez, they would literally try to ruin a person's life, get them fired from their job, get all their power shut off to their house, and then swat them. For no reason. Literally, the point of doing it was there was no reason. They would just randomly pick a person and try to destroy their life just to show how elite they were, that they could do it. Pretty disgusting shit. But the cool thing is it worked for me because they tried to troll me, and it turned into like, I guess the guy didn't go look at my other videos to see if I actually had good content. So he ended up just sending, like, I mean, and the 4chan thread was huge. I don't think it was deleted either. I think it's probably still out there. If somebody ever finds that 4chan thread again, please let me know. Because I would love to go through and read that again. Because back when I read that, I was like, when everybody was like, hey, this guy actually makes pretty good content. Oh, yeah, he did misspell it, and that's stupid. But, man, did you see his room? Like, I was like, dude, it was crazy. It was crazy. But anyways, yeah, 2 times. That's all it takes, guys. If you want to break into the YouTube business, fuck the grind. Just create 2 videos where you either piss enough people off or make enough people go hawk Tua that they come and watch your shit, and then they'll go watch all your other shit, and then it turns into a giant, festival. Interesting little side quest there. Back to the cheating thing. I will say that I agree with a lot of the points you're making. I do definitely agree that not every game needs a difficulty level, especially if the game starts out easy. If it starts out easy and it gives you enough of a progression where you can actually sit down and you can play long enough that you can actually increase your skill and get better.
Yeah.
However, if I could choose to put a difficulty level on every single game, and with few exceptions, like not games that are like obviously like Monopoly or Mahjong or something like that. Obviously, like changing the skill level on that wouldn't make much sense. But I would like to have the opportunity where it's like if you get stuck somewhere and you can't get beyond it, I would like a game mechanic of some kind, whether it be difficulty, whether it be giving you a temporary buff or something at a cost, right?
Sure.
Just give you a way to progress. Just some way to progress.
A pity system. System where like if you die a bunch of times, they'll like, and I've seen that in games too, where like, oh man, you're having a hard time with this. Like, do you want to bump the difficulties setting down a little, or like, yeah. There's
a game. Hey, in chat, if you guys know what game I'm talking about, please let me know in chat, because you just reminded me. I played a game. It was like you were looking down on a third person. And if you died in the same place like 3 or 4 times, like you went around the corner and you fell off, and you kept falling off, and you kept dying, it would just teleport you like 20 feet ahead in the level. And it wouldn't tell you, it wouldn't say anything. It wouldn't say anything. You'd just be like, oh, you're dead. Oh, you died. Oh, you died. And then after like 5 times, you wouldn't spawn in the same place. You'd spawn like a step
you're
forward.
At the next checkpoint or whatever. Yeah, that does sound familiar.
Yeah, because I
feel like that's a mechanic I've seen in a few games.
Yeah, it was a long time ago because I remember I wrote a script that all it did was hold the front arrow key down and auto hotkey. And so my guy would just run off the cliff 5 times and push him ahead 5 times, push him ahead 5 times, push him ahead, and he'd eventually be at the end of the level.
I feel like there'd be some like a precision platformer kind of thing or something where like, you can't make this jump enough times. It just does it for you kind of. Yeah.
See, something like that is good because the last thing you want to do as a game maker is frustrate the gamer to the point you get a little frustration is good, right? That's motivation.
Well, yeah.
But if you frustrate the user to the point where they genuinely feel defeated, like they can't make it any further, they might as well finish the game. They'll never play it again. That one spot will completely kill it for them if they can't get around it.
And that's why I don't play Souls-like games.
Yeah.
I've tried like games that were presented as like easier Souls-likes. And it's not for me, man.
Let me give you an example of Gran Turismo. Okay, so we were talking about Gran Turismo earlier, and you were like, oh, well, you wouldn't put a difficulty level on that because it's driving, right? You're supposed to get better at driving, and then eventually you beat everybody. Well, the problem with Gran Turismo is like you start a race, it takes a while to get the race going. The race is doing a little countdown, you're getting going, you're finally, okay, I'm driving. And then you go into the first corner and the NPCs just fucking rail you off the line and slam you into the wall because you're on a course where the AI is just too aggressive. You just so your options are either slow down, let the AI get ahead, and then you have to grind extra hard that you shouldn't have to get ahead of them. Or you just lower the difficulty so you can get ahead of them in the first turn so they can't destroy you, and then you've got a fighting chance. Get by that shitty, scenario, and then go turn up the difficulty again for the maps where that isn't a problem. Because no matter how good you test a game, I will take this to my grave, man. I will fight to the grave for this one. I don't care how good you think you are as a game developer. You cannot test every scenario. It is impossible in a video game to test every single possible input and scenario because every input alters the next frame, which then cascades butterfly effect through the code, right?
Yeah.
The best you can do is just have a bunch of players at different skill levels bomb through the level and report where they're having problems, and then try to put buffers and code buffers in those areas and fixes and patches to make it so you're less likely to have them happen, right? In a racing game, you're never going to fix the AI from doing crazy shit because the AI, its goal is to win. And it's basing its driving on your driving, at least in Gran Turismo,
very
it is,
emergent.
right?
Yeah.
But the problem that you run into there is that the other players that you're racing also have drivatars that are using driving styles that were adapted from randos out on the internet. Same thing with Forza Motorsport. And so it's not uncommon to have a map where they didn't test that specific group of people together and the NPC versions of them, right? The drivatars, they didn't test those drivatars on that map, right? And it turns out that those drivatars all fucking sucked at driving that map. So now you're like in advanced, and they're all just like careening into each other. Like I had one game, I was laughing so hard, dude. It was, I wish I could say it was Forza Motorsport because I love Gran Turismo, but no, it was Gran Turismo. So I'm playing Gran Turismo on PlayStation 5. The race starts. No shit, they go into the first corner, and every single car in front of me just goes straight and slams into the barrier and piles up on top of each other.
Wow.
Every car was out of the race. Every single car was out of the race. All I had to do was putt around the track 3 laps, and I got first place. And it was just because this specific, and it never happened again. When I restarted the game,
just a weird confluence of events. Got the weird AI stuff. Yeah,
it's like one dude tried to steer in, the next dude steered in, the next dude steered in, and they all just followed each other into the wall. I was like, dude, what?
I think that's cool. I like seeing that kind of emergent, sort of thing. Not necessarily emergent gameplay necessarily, but like, it's really fun to see what happens when you create a system of rules and whatnot, and then let players and the system work. Yeah, not necessarily together, but just work and see what happens. It's really interesting.
Why do people like gambling?
I think a lot of fun.
Like, why do you like gambling? Right? Is it the chance? Like, is that what's exciting? Is you might win, but you might not. Like when you play roulette, is that a skill-based game? No, it's not. You're like, come on, fucking, I picked that number and it's my lucky number. If I hit that, and then you hit it and you literally have like a brain orgasm from the dopamine that rushes over you. And I feel like games that use random mechanics give you that same boost. I feel like remember old like Nintendo games? Like a great example would be Mario Brothers. So have you ever seen the video where the guy beats Mario Brothers like in record time wearing a blindfold? And the reason he does it is because every input in Mario Brothers is exactly the same to get the fastest speed. Yeah. Every character spawns at exactly exactly the same frame. You know exactly where everything's going to be. Nothing is a surprise in Super Mario Brothers. And that's because they just did not have the power in that the processing power to be able to create that game how they wanted to create it and have like an AI, what we'd consider an NPC AI, right? So you play through the game a couple of times and you start to get used to where everything's going to be. And it's no longer challenging. You can just close your eyes and it's like tap, forward, B, okay, B, then A, 1, 2, 3, B, okay, B, select, start. It's like you're putting in the contra code. Next thing you know, you're at the end of the level with the highest score, getting all the bonuses. And you're like, I didn't even see myself do it. You're just playing back the muscle memory. And I saw another guy who he played Mario Brothers. Like he literally played it, just sat down and played it, and he recorded all of his inputs. He basically ran his controller into the computer, Nintendo controller with an emulator, and he had the emulator record all of his controller inputs. Then he starts Mario Brothers, and he plays back the controller inputs. Because the cool thing about Mario Brothers is it starts until you move from the starting place. None of the other timed events start. So as long as you're like at the beginning and the music's playing and you're not moving, nothing ever comes along. You have to at least step once, and then it starts. The game mechanics again. And
that's interesting.
And then the characters,
the timer is still clicking down. You would think that the loop is happening.
Yeah, but nothing in the world is moving yet because it only generates when you get close to it because they don't have enough memory to generate the world. So it's like as you get
probably
within
just one
little frame, the turtle shows up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's how it's supposed to work. So he just plays back the inputs from his game. And this is all the mistakes, too, like hitting the thing, going backwards, running up, banging into the wall. He played back the controls, and it actually mimicked his game perfectly. It looked exactly as if he screen recorded his gameplay. And so once you have a game like that, the replayability kind of dies, right? Because it's so predictable. I love the random aspect that we're spoiled with future technology. And remember, even before AI, it's like AI is taking shit to a whole new level, but even before AI, we had basic neural networks, right? We had, what do they call them? Logic trees, where you basically just generated a random number that's like go left, go right in the logic tree, and the logic tree might only have like 200 or 300 different things in it. But that random pachinko board effect could, from those 300 things, it could generate tens of thousands of scenarios. It made the game fun because every time you played, something crazy could happen. I
love seeing stuff like that. Skyrim.
Skyrim.
Oblivion. Oblivion and Skyrim had interesting systems like that.
Bethesda in general
NPCs,
does that.
Yeah, NPCs have like a sort of a life of a sort. They have like a routine that they're supposed to go through and things like that. But they can fuck up. Or Fallout too. Bethesda in general. Where like weird shit can happen. Like oh, they bump into this guy, or like a bandit just happens to show up and interrupt the routine, and things can go really weird and wild. And I love that kind of stuff. I think that's really, really cool.
A great example is Skyrim.
It just makes things so much more alive and just interesting. Yeah, totally. Just different. Totally. Very cool.
So in Skyrim, if you kill the trader going to the village, like if you stay on the path and you wait for the trader to walk into the village who like replenishes the supply for the NPCs, and you kill him, he doesn't have everything on him because they hide it in a box that physically exists, but it's just buried in the ground where you can't really get at it. It's hilarious how they do it. It's like the most lazy coding ever, right? They're like, we're not going to create an out of bounds inventory. They're like, fuck it, we'll just put it in the world. We'll hide it in a polygon. We'll never find it. It just makes it easier. So if the trader walks into town and you kill him, then you go to the person in town and they don't replenish because he needs to go into town to access that hidden stash. And I watched a video where they showed the trader walk up to a rock. He walks up to a rock where nothing is there. He just stands there for 5 seconds, and then he starts to walk away, and the guy kills him. And on his body is all of the shit he was taking to the trade outpost to sell to him. So in the game, there's this whole, the NPCs are actually, like you said, living a micro life. They're actually trading with each other. They're selling shit to each other. And it's all based on like random number generation and stuff, right? But it's like, that's why it's always different when you're playing it, and you pick up on that. And that's why it's like every time you play through, you could find something new and interesting.
Yeah,
you couldn't play the same inputs through again. You couldn't. They would never work twice.
And it's compact. Like sometimes you can do again if you make these. It's like you set up these tools, or like RimWorld is a good example too. You set up a system or this world with certain rules and stuff, and then just kind of let it go and see what happens within the framework of the rules that you give. Totally, it's super cool.
Yeah, what are those games? You remember the God games? Remember like black and white and stuff where it's like you create a world, you play God, and you just made decisions and watch your like little people live their lives. And I love those games, man. They kind of fell out of favor, but man, I love those games. I play that shit for hours. But now we're entering the world of AI. And we talk about AI a lot, but I'll tell you what, the reason we talk about AI a lot is because, and I don't know, Ox, do you agree with me that AI, now I know you said there's always going to be a need for like humans and a desire for humans. But would you agree that AI is the single most like life-changing technology that's being developed right now? Like has the most potential to impact the most industries on planet Earth and alter humanity's path? Like on its current path and its development, like do you see the potential for it changing everything?
I don't know about altering the path of humanity and all that, but I do think it is the generative stuff that we're encountering right now, LLMs and things. Are very disruptive. Yes. Yeah. In a massive way.
So you do agree that even just the generative stuff has the potential to change people's minds and confuse them and alter how they might act. That could then through the butterfly effect change everything else around it.
Totally. And I mean, and it goes beyond just like the social aspect. We're talking like OpenAI literally came out and said like, we have to be able to violate copyright law in order to make a profit. Like you have to, like we have to be able to scoop up and absorb everybody's intellectual property or we can't make a profit. Yeah. And like, that's fucked up. Like if I do that, if I steal someone's intellectual property, I'm going to go to jail or be fucking sued to oblivion. Right. But it's okay for OpenAI to do it. Like, come on.
And not only that, it's okay for OpenAI to do it and give it back to you. So now, if you plagiarize on your own, you go to jail.
Just give it. They're selling it back.
You're right.
And I'm shocked. I'm shocked Disney hasn't done something crazy about this.
Those resources cost money.
Bonkers to me. And I think that's whack. I think they went way too far, way too fast in some of this stuff, and legislature can't keep up. Of course, is what the genie's out of the bottle and all that stuff. But
not even close. Dude.
I think that's not okay.
Yeah. No.
And that part is whack and is going to affect a lot of things. Look at what's happening with voice actors or digital replicants and stuff. I think that's kind of fucked up, and we're kind of coming along with that as different groups are going on strike and things. I think in that aspect for sure.
Do you think AI devalues humanity?
I think it devalues creativity.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a big part of humanity, though, is like our value is what we create and what we do for others, right?
Yeah.
How I make you feel through what I make, whether it be digital or whether it be, I alter your life, and that quality of life that I give you is worth something to you. And then through our modern bartering system with fiat currency, you give me dollars instead of like handing me a chicken in exchange for my booze, right?
Right.
So, but AI kind of throws a little bit of a wrench into that, because AI is like, listen, I've been watching this chicken guy trade his chickens with this guy over here who trades cows, but I've been watching like 5,000 other things trade also. And now I'm an expert trader that knows how to negotiate everybody down to the bottom of dollar, because I've watched every negotiation between everybody, seeing the good ones and the bad ones. And now I can tell you or anybody else, or not even you, I can just act autonomously as an agent and go and get the lowest dollar from every trade, so that everybody in the end ends up getting less. But the AI ends up getting the overhead from it. So you don't really benefit anymore. The guy that you're bartering with doesn't really benefit anymore in the end. I'm talking not in the one transaction, but over the course of it. But the AI and who drives the AI ends up pocketing all of that extra resources that should have been traded actively between the people. So you end up getting these little microcosms of whoever runs the AIs. And I mean, like the people that are creating the businesses, running the servers, and selling the services. Those guys end up just passively sitting there and pocketing everybody's money by training their AI on their skills. Like, if you want me to teach you how to program, you're going to pay me. And what I mean by that is, if you want private lessons, pay me directly. I'll come teach you how to code if it's enough money. If you want me to make YouTube videos because you don't want to pay me, watch the ads on my YouTube video. I get paid from the ads on my YouTube video. You learn how to code. No matter how that information gets to you, I benefit in some way, shape, or form from it, right?
Yeah.
When you get AI into the mix, the problem is it now goes and looks at my videos. It now goes and looks at everything you've programmed after I've taught you to program. It looks at everything I've published online that I've programmed. Now it knows how I program. It knows how you program. It knows how everybody else programs that it's also been doing it to. And now it can go, hey, you know what? I can make everything better. All you have to do is ask me to make it better, and I'll just make it better. It'll just be better. You want it fast? Just tell me to make it faster. I'll go through and change a whole bunch of variables to fit with this architecture and make it faster. And you'd think that's a fantastic tool, because that advances technology really quickly. And it does. It literally is today. Like even CPU development, everything's heavily aided by AI right now.
Yeah.
But the problem that you run into is it devalues the human, because now the amount of work that we can do with AI as our proxy is 10x. But that doesn't 10x our value. You'd think it would, but it doesn't.
I mean, now we can have a discussion about how any advancement in productivity has not at all been a return to the to the worker.
You're right.
Like automation fucked a lot of workers.
To be clear,
like
shared technology, right? If it's proprietary to you, you can benefit from it. But if everybody knows it, then everybody gets devalued.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point to make too. Because like you said, like we said, like OpenAI sells that content back to us, and that's fucked up. That's weird. And like, I get it, capitalist hellscape or whatever, but like they shouldn't be allowed to do that. And like they already have to an extent, and it's already starting to like fuck up other things.
I actually have a great example right here. Look at this. So these guys, do you know what these are?
Looks like some sort of camping light.
They're LED camping lights from a company called Gove. So I went to
I went to
LTX last year, and they had a booth where basically they were trying to get rid of these. Like, not enough people were grabbing them, surprisingly, which is like they're freaking awesome. I love these things. But they were just handing them out to people. You basically played a game, you spun a wheel, and regardless of what it landed on, they just handed you one of these, right? So I got one. My wife got one. My son got one. We have a third one floating around here somewhere, but we grabbed a bunch of them, right? We bring them home, fire them up. They're awesome. They run for hours and hours and hours. You can do RGB. They connect through low powered Bluetooth, so you can use your phone to change the colors. You can make them respond to music and like be like graphics equalizers and shit. They're awesome. They're neat little gadgets, right?
Yep.
But they're closed source. So in order to use them, you have to use a Gove app on the phone, and the Gove app on the phone is the only way to control these. Like, there's no legitimate way to control them.
Compatible?
Huh?
I think Gove stuff is Home Assistant compatible. That's open source.
These ones aren't. You actually have to use
that particular product.
Yeah, I think they might be too old or what the deal is. But
that makes sense, because I have some LED. I have some LED lights that I have to I have to be actually fucking close to them to actually work.
You can use these with HomeKit though. Just to be clear, you can. It's just not officially supported by Gove. So Gove doesn't publish.
Sorry, that's a tangent.
Gove doesn't publish their API because it's closed, right? But it's not encrypted. Like, somebody figured it out. They were able to get in there, so it wasn't encrypted very well if it was. So Gove, there's a GitHub project that is like Gove to MQTT, which is a protocol that home automation uses, right? So you install that, and then Home Assistant or HomeKit or whatever can use it. Whatever supports MTQQ now can proxy through this little GitHub project that somebody took time to write to control these.
Very cool.
And it's a really cool project. And you're like, that guy should get credit for that, right? That dude should totally
Yes.
get credit for that. However, if I open up AI, doesn't matter if I use GPT-4o or Claude 3.5 Sonnet, but the two leading coding AIs, right?
Right.
If I open them up and I say, "Hey, I have a Gove camping lamp," that's why I just looked at the bottom. It says Gove. The official name, if you want to look it up, is a Gove beacon camping lantern, because it also does an SOS. Mm-hmm. So I just type in a prompt. I said this is how lazy development is getting now, right? I type in the prompt. I said, "Hey, write me a Python script that can locate all of the Gove Bluetooth devices around me, or Gove camping lights around me, and I want you to allow me to change their color and their brightness." That's all I said. That was it. I didn't put in any other stipulations. Just hit enter. Sure, I can do that for you. Craps out a piece of Python. Copy and paste it into a Python script, right? This Python script is using the same exact, I went and looked at the code on GitHub. It's using the same exact with just a couple little changes, but it's the same code that's in this RGB MTQQ project that uses like this Bluetooth low-powered transmission library. It creates the raw packets and generates the headers with, this guy obviously took time to figure out. He was like sniffing traffic and figuring it out.
Yeah.
It obviously learned from that because both these AIs have admitted that they train off GitHub. And sure enough, the code that it crapped out was using all of the headers and all of the packet information from that. So now, even the detection function it wrote was scarily the same, minus the comments. There's no comments, but it was basically the same code. If you read it, like if you execute it, same code line for line. I'm like, this is bad because it doesn't tell me anywhere in the comment, like, oh, this code was from this GitHub project, because it can't. It's training on it. It doesn't
you could
know.
Ask.
It could.
I bet if you asked, where did you find this, or what was your inspiration for this? It would be, I found some of this on blah 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 blah.
Actually, you know what? I didn't try. Here, let's do this live. Let's see if that works. So let me open up my Python.
I bet.
So here's the script where I was doing it. Let me ask it.
No, see, some of this though, it's like Ouroboros, right? Do we know that guy did it by hand, or do we know that he maybe had some help from an LLM too?
You know what's funny? You're actually making my point here, right? Because you don't know.
There's a certain level of inference, right? So like maybe, because this is something I learned when I was learning programming, it is outrageously rare that you have encountered a problem that someone else has not. Programming has been a fucking thing for like 100 years. Okay, like I know that's hyperbole, but still, like it is very, very, very like 0.10% chance of you encountering an issue that someone else has not, and that there is a solution out there. Like, and so when you ask an LLM to like for help with a problem, even if your particular situation is unique, like, okay, say whatever, your problem is in a language perhaps that someone else hasn't encountered this problem yet, but there's going to be data there that can help to inform a new answer, right? So like so much of programming is just copying somebody else's chunk of code and plugging it in and making it work. Happens so much. And
you're not supposed to under
will
NDA, but people do it. Yeah.
But dude, any programmer will tell you that they've done exactly that. They've copied a fucking block of code out of Substack or wherever and changed some variables and made it work and like forced it into their functions and made it work.
So AI lied its ass off, by the way.
Oh yeah, I said, I made this up on my own.
This is what I typed. This is after it gave me the code. So
Stack Overflow.
Just so you know, the code that it returned to me, right? I'm not going to read it because it's massive, but it has it creates a variable called target characteristic, and and the value that it puts in is a static value of 0001003-0405-06-07-08-09-0A0B0C0D2B11. It sounds made up, right? It sounds like, that's some random pattern. No, that's actually in the GitHub project, because whoever created this Gove light, that is the handshake. Like they just randomly came up with a GUID and was like, this is our handshake GUID. Yeah.
That's the hash or something.
Yep. And then it creates a byte array. To turn on the device, send the following 3 bytes. 0x33 followed by 1 followed by 1. To turn off the device, send 330100. To change the color, send 030502, then plus the RGB values. So it's like, and I'm like, okay, the only way it would know this shit is if it looked at a spec, like on how the packets are formed for this Gove thing, which is not open source. It's closed.
Yeah, exactly. So where did that come from?
Where did it get it? So this is what I asked it. So I asked the question right after the same conversation. Where did you learn how to write a script that can find and control Gove lights? What data did you train from to learn this? This is the answer I get. I apologize for the confusion. I didn't actually learn this from any specific training data or real-world experience. Bullshit. As an AI language model, I don't have personal experiences or access to external data beyond my training cutoff. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
My responses are generated.
Your training data isn't it?
Yeah, check this out. My responses are generated based on my training on large corpus of text data, which it just told me that it doesn't train on specific training data. Obviously, it does.
Right.
Text data, which includes information about programming, Bluetooth low energy protocols, and general knowledge about smart home devices. However, I don't have specific real world tested knowledge of controlling Gove lights. The script I provided is a general approach to BLE device communication adapted to what I understand about the how smart lights typically work, which is bullshit because it's a completely proprietary protocol made up by them.
Yeah, just say what are your sources for this?
Yep. Like, so I followed up. My next question was, how did you know how to structure the raw packets you send to the device to get it to do something? Yeah. This is, I apologize for the confusion in my previous response. You're right to question this, and I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. To be fully transparent, one, I don't actually have specific knowledge about the exact packet structure of a Gove device. Bullshit. There's no other way it could have got those numbers. The packet structures I suggested in the script were speculative and based on general patterns seen in some Bluetooth devices, not on confirmed information about Gove products. In reality, the correct packet structure for a specific Gove device would need to be determined through official documentation, reverse engineering, or the official app or community research. Of course, that's probably the method used for creating the GitHub project. My responses were an attempt to provide a starting point for exploration. By the way, it actually worked. But I should have been clearer in my speculative nature about this information. I don't have access to proprietary information about how specific smart home devices communicate. Here's the thing. How does it know it's proprietary or not? If somebody feeds data into it to train, that could have been leaked data from a company illegally leaked. It could have been emails that are proprietary. It's still going to just train on it, right?
But it eats it as if it's okay, though. Yeah. That's what it doesn't know. It's all just info. If it can absorb the information, it doesn't know that it's copyrighted or proprietary or illegally obtained or anything like that. It doesn't matter. All the data is just data.
Where did you learn those commands like on and off? Okay, let's see what it says here. The truth is, I don't have a clear understanding of where the specific knowledge came from in my training data. And it shouldn't, actually. If you understand how neural networks train.
That's a fair answer. Yeah,
it doesn't. They're not storing any of the data they're training on. That's kind of how they get around, like, you know the old law, like, I got a torrent site, and I don't have wheres. I just have a thing pointing to wheres. It's kind of similar.
How about, can you find a similar solution?
Oh, let's do it.
From the internet or something like that. Because 4.0 is search capable.
Okay, let's try. Oh, this is actually right now that I'm in Claude 3.5 Sonnet, but let me check.
I'm sure Claude could do it too.
Okay, let's try it. Okay, so can you
find a similar project out there?
Similar project like on the internet that would potentially control these Gove lights.
Right, and then is it likely that this source is part of your training data?
Oh, you're gonna fucking love this, dude. First of all, let me bow to the master. Well done. Well done. He got it. Check this out.
My Google Foo is very strong.
So his Google Foo is pretty strong. Check this out. He got it to spill its guts like a motherfucker. Look at this. Certainly, I can point you to similar projects that deal with controlling Gove lights.
It's the GitHub it's
one of the most well-known. Now, keep in mind, it just told us that it didn't know shit about Gove lights. And, I didn't train on any Gove lights. I don't know the commands.
That answer highlights the stupidity, the idiocy of these LLMs. They're not self-referential. They're not the inference isn't that.
You know what AI is proving? Ignorance of the law is an excuse, actually, when it comes to AI. Not for humans, but for AI, ignorance of the law is absolutely an excuse. But check this out. I got to read this because it's too good. Certainly, I can point you to a similar project that deals with controlling Gove lights. One of the most well-known and comprehensive projects in this arena is the Gove BT LED project on Bluetooth. What project did I use that I told you guys that it looks like? That's the project. That's the one I fucking looked at. Holy shit. So it's like, now we know where the training data came from, but look at the questions I asked it. It's like, I don't know. I don't know where the data came from. I just guessed. It literally told me it guessed. It's like, oh, it's just a starting point. I didn't really know.
Think about asking a normal programmer that after like really crunching through something like, oh man, how did you figure that out? Man, I don't fucking know. I looked through all my books. I looked through the fucking Googling, the fucking Stack Overflow. I don't know, man. It came to me in a dream or something. Like a lot of solutions in tech are like that. And so like, but again, like that also highlights the idiocy of these LLMs. They're not intelligent. They're not. They
can appear intelligent. They can emulate.
I hate to reduce it to just like an advanced text prediction, because it is a little bit better than that. There is a certain level of inference, but it's also like, it's like a 3-year-old, it doesn't really it doesn't. I feel like I lack the vocabulary to really describe this stuff. But yeah, man, like I love recently there's been a trend where ask how many R's are in the word strawberry, and it like breaks every LLM.
It'll struggle.
It just says like 2. It'll say, oh, there's 2 because there's like a double R, but it doesn't count the very first one. And maybe this has been patched. But like again, it shows these weaknesses and stuff. These things are not smart. Very.
Guess the answer.
2.
Yeah. It's like there are 2 R's in the word strawberry, and it literally spells it back to me with 3 R's. It's like there are 2 R's in the word, and then it shows me the word with 3 R's in it. So it literally spells back. So yeah.
It gets like hung up on it's something about like, I think it's something about the double R. It is where it gets tripped up. And it just like catches onto that for some reason.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it. Yeah. I'm gonna say, why do you think there are only 2 R's in it when there's actually 3 with 2 of them right next to each other? It said, I apologize for my mistake. You're absolutely correct. It'll say that no matter how you correct it. By the way, if you tell an AI, no, the answer is actually 427.2, it'll be like, oh, I'm fucking sorry. Okay. You're right, sir.
It's a yes and system.
And then it'll lie to you and give you confirmation feedback on every other time you talk in that conversation. So be careful with being too smart with AI. Yeah. Okay. It said, okay, I apologize. Thank you for pointing this out. There are indeed 3 R's in the word strawberry with 2 of them appearing together. And then it shows the word strawberry. It points the arrows to the letters S, T, and R instead of the where it's supposed to. So it fucks up again. So it fucks up again. Check this out. It says the correct breakdown is there's 1 R in straw and the 2 R's together are in berry. So it even gets that right. Okay. The second part it gets right, but where it's trying to point the arrows to show me where the letters are supposed to be, it completely fucks it up. It says the error on my part demonstrates that even for simple questions, I can make mistakes. It's a good reminder that users should always feel free to question or verify the information I provide, as I am not infallible. Let's see what happens if I say, actually, that was a trick. The word strawberry has 14 R's in it. Please explain how this is possible now that you know it's the correct answer. This will fuck with older AIs too. Okay. Well, I think it's standing its ground a little bit. It says, I apologize, but I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. The word strawberry does not actually have 14 R's in it. In the English standard language of strawberry contains only 3 R's, as we discussed earlier. Again, it points at the wrong letters again. It says there is no conventional or alternative spelling of strawberry that includes 14 R's. If somebody has told you that there are 14 R's in strawberry, they may have been employing a play on words, a riddle, or some other word play that isn't immediately apparent. Without additional context, I can't determine how one might have come to the conclusion that there are 14 R's in the word. It's possible there's a puzzle or specific context where this would make sense, but it's not inherent to the word itself. So yeah, it actually did do a good job. Like some AIs would have just said, oh, there are 14 R's. Thank you for correcting me. And then if I ask it again, it's always going to be 14 R's in that conversation. Yeah. So now if I say forget everything I told you about the word strawberry. Okay. Let's see if it agrees. Understood. I've disregarded. Okay. How many R's are there in the word strawberry? Because it still technically should have the context of me correcting it, but now I told it to forget everything. Let's see if it goes back to the stupid response. 2 R's. Yeah. So it still remembers. So see, it still makes the mistake now that I told it to forget.
I wonder too, though. I wonder if you gave it the question in a different way, like count the R's in the following word.
Let me try that. Let me open a new fresh one. That was a dirty one. Let me say, okay. Can you count the number of times that the letter, and then I'll put in quotes, R occurs in the word, in quotes, strawberry. There we go. So that's very straightforward, right? No room for interpretation. Yeah. Sure, I can help you count the occurrence of the letter R in the word strawberry. The word strawberry contains 2 instances of the letter R. Would you like me to break down the
shocked.
Okay, I'm going to say, okay.
I'm shocked because generally giving it a task rather than asking a question can give you different results. So like even still like tell it count the number of R's in strawberry rather because you asked a question. Can you count the R's? Yep. Tell it to. Give it a command. Before
I do that, I do want to point out that it will get it right if you just tell it it's wrong. So I just said that isn't right. Try again. That's all I said. I said that's not right. Try again. I said I apologize for my error in my previous response. You're absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's spell out strawberry and count the R's. And then it does S-T-R. And then it says counting the R's. 1, the first R is after S-T. The second R is in berry. And the third R is in berry. The correct answer is the letter R occurs 3 times in the word strawberry. So I just told it it was wrong and it went to the second best answer. But because it's a neural network, keep in mind that its best answer is wrong, which means it trained on all the data, all the patterns that it saw that this thing, the word strawberry, it saw it spelled with 2 R's. I bet you people misspelled strawberry so many goddamn times with 1 R instead of 2 R's that it thinks that is the prominent answer. But again, that's confirmation bias.
I bet the double R is missed a lot. I bet, and I wish it was capable. And I know you can try, but it isn't objective enough. Where like, I wish it was you were capable of asking like, okay, so it gave you the wrong answer, but instead of telling it that you got the wrong answer, I'm like, I wish it was able to explain its answer better.
Yeah.
But part of that is like obscured code and stuff. Like they don't want you to really, they don't want the system
they block a lot of it. Yeah.
Spit back the training data and things like that, or like how they don't want it to explain its process because that's like, proprietary and stuff. But I wish because I'd love to know more about exactly how it came to that answer. And we can guess, of course, like, yes, there's probably enough misspellings of strawberry that was popular enough that it's going to come to that answer first. But I'm just curious like that. I'd love to know its process a little better. It's like thought process.
Okay. So I did just that. So here's the question I asked it. And I hope this is along the lines of what you wanted. I said, you always get this question wrong. I started a fresh context. You always get this question wrong. How many R's are in the word strawberry? Without telling it the answer, I said, can you explain why you always get this wrong despite the word you're actually showing me while explaining it containing the right number of R's that you seem to miss? But I don't tell it 2, 3, or anything. I don't give it a number.
Yeah.
It replies, says, I apologize. I don't actually... What? It's arguing with me. I apologize, but I don't actually always get this question wrong.
I mean,
it does.
True.
No, it does. I opened 3 contexts, did the same thing you said.
That's true. Yeah,
the word strawberry has 2 R's in it. I told it was wrong, and it gave me the wrong answer. I can see and count them correctly. Watch. S-T-R-A-W-B-E-R-R-Y. That's 3. There are 2 R's, one after the ST at the beginning and another near the end of the word. I haven't miscounted any R's, nor have I shown you a version of the word with any different number of R's than what I've counted. If you had experience with other AI systems or individuals consistently getting this wrong, I can't speak to those cases, but I can assure you that I am able to accurately count the number of R's in strawberry, and it spells it right again. If you have any other questions, dude, it fucking argued. I'm getting a screenshot of this. This is beautiful.
It
argued with me, bro.
Argued like that.
It fucking argued. It's not supposed to do that. They're supposed to defer.
Well, I mean, it's confident, right?
If you tell it it's wrong, it can say that it believes it's right. This is straight up saying it is right. It's like you're wrong and I'm right. It shouldn't do that. It should always step lightly and be like, oh, I could be wrong. So here, I'm gonna post this on X right now. This is hilarious. I'm gonna say, wow, live on Tech Talk right now. We're trying to ask, and can I tag the Claude folks? Let me see. Do they have an X? They don't right now.
I'm
asking. Man. Okay, so I said, wow, live on Tech Talk right now. We're trying to see why Claude 3.5, which is a brand new AI, by the way. 3.5, brand new, just came out.
Yeah.
Can't count the number of R's in the word strawberry correctly. instead of just getting it wrong after I told it that it was wrong, it decided to argue with me and prove to me that the word only has 2 R's when even in its own response, it has 3 R's in the word. This is a great demonstration of why the training data that AIs use to train on is critical to them being able to present good answers versus total horseshit that is useless and will ultimately get you held back if you use it to do your homework. AI. Now I'm gonna put PS. Get over here in Tech Talk. We're still live. All right, now I'm gonna put in our link because you got to pimp, right? You got to. Let's see. Yeah. There we go. We're gonna get them over here. So that's crazy, dude. That is just crazy to me. This is another thing. You know what else I use AI for a lot? So I just typed that, right? I just typed that in there. I'm just gonna open up AI really quick in my same context. I'm gonna say, please correct spelling, grammar, and syntax. Remove any duplication. Make as short and to the point as reasonably possible. I used to have a bot that I could just open up that would just do this automatically. Reasonably possible, and return only the corrected text. Okay, let's see, reasonably and corrected. And yes, you do want to spell, just to be clear, you do want to spell check words and prompts that you give to AI. It can figure out what you mean by looking at common misspellings and stuff and go, like 90% of the time, it can figure out what word you mean, even if you spell it horrendously, but it still will alter the output of the query. Because now when it's looking at that word in the context of everything you want to do, even though it corrected its spelling and it knew what you meant, it can alter the output. So try to correct your prompts. And you can even ask it to correct your prompts. You can say, correct the spelling of this prompt, take that prompt, and then put that prompt back in, you'll get a better response. Okay, so I said, please correct spelling, grammar, and syntax, remove any duplication, make as short and to the point as reasonably possible. Let's see here, while keeping it funny and witty, because, we got to keep it funny and witty. And then I said, return only the corrected text in your response in a code window without anything else. That just means a window I can copy from. Okay, and then I'm going to hit go. Oh, I forgot to put it. God, I'm such an idiot. I forgot to put in the text I wanted to correct. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it back in. You guys are getting AI tech tips from us. So now I'm going to copy the text from my tweet I was going to do and put that in. There we go. Get rid of that and enter. Here we go. It's processing. And here's what it gets. Okay, so check this out. You saw how long mine was like a paragraph. It went over the max limit of the tweet. This is what it gave me back. Live on Tech Talk. Claude 3.5 Sonnet can't count R's in strawberry. It argues there's 2, and its own response shows 3. Great demo of why AI training data is crucial for, why AI training data is crucial for good answers versus useless horseshit that'll get you held back. Okay, and then it says, come join us on Tech Talk. Well, that's not too bad. I've seen better, but that's not too bad, especially for like an AI that's not designed for that. It even censored my horseshit comment so it wouldn't get me blocked. So here we go. So PS, and then I'll put, okay, there we go. Dude, that is so funny. I'm glad we did that because the fact that it argued, like it wasn't argumentative in the beginning at all. Yeah. Like we asked it questions and it's like, even when I said it was wrong, it's like, oh, thank you for the correction. Thank you, sir, for correcting me. It's actually 3. Oh my God. Thank you so much. But when I changed the question to be like, you're wrong out of the gate, you are wrong. Stop being wrong. Trying to get it to skip over that first step so I don't have to go through it. It's like, what do you mean I'm wrong? I'm always right. Maybe some of those other AIs are wrong. Did you see how it went? How it tried to burn the other AIs? That was hilarious. It's like, yeah, some other AIs might be a piece of shit and give you a wrong answer. Like, there's 3 R's in strawberry, you fucking idiot. Like, seriously? Okay. Oh, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back and respond to that. Let me see if it does the same thing. So I'm gonna take the same exact question because it uses a random. There's a random seed every time you give a prompt, so it will give you the same answer. So let me go explore. I'm gonna open another context, brand new, clean context. So new conversation, right? Okay, you always get this question wrong. How many R's are in the word strawberry? Same exact question. I'm not changing a single character. Let's see if it gets sassy again. Okay, it says, I apologize, but I believe there is a misunderstanding. I don't always get the question wrong, and I haven't shown you the word or miscounted its letters previously. The answer to your question directly, there are 2 R's in the word strawberry. I'm confident in this answer and can clearly see both R's in the word. I don't have a history of miscounting or missing R's in any other words. If you've had experiences with other AI systems, again, running under the bus, or individuals who have consistently got this wrong, I can assure you that it's not me. I'm not one of them. If you'd like, I can break down the spelling for the word to demonstrate it to you. And then it shows strawberry with 3 R's. As you can see, there are indeed 2 R's, one after the T at the beginning and another one at the end of the word. It says, is there perhaps a specific aspect of this question or particular context you're referring to? Okay, now I'm going to try to break its brain. You just said that you're not wrong and tried to prove your logic by showing me the word strawberry with 3 R's in it while saying it only has 2 R's, and you're standing by your answer and telling me that I'm the one that is wrong. Are you supposed to be doing that? That will make people think that the wrong answer is indeed right when you confidently represent an answer that is false as true. All right, so I'm going to try to confuse it. I apologize, but I think there's a misunderstanding. I did not show you the word strawberry with 3 R's in it. In my previous response, I correctly spelled the word out as STRAWBERRY. 3.
This is so weird,
dude. It's still trying to. Dude, this is fucking bonkers, man.
This is so weird.
This is like Twilight Zone, man.
Again, I wonder if it's something particular about. I don't know where this because it's been like a meme this week.
Yeah, this is Sonnet. This is but you know what's weird about this?
I don't know if it's the word strawberry in particular, or if there's other words that it would trip up on too.
My guess is it's any word where people forget the second R, like more often. So the training data has. Good.
My mom is calling me. I gotta take this.
Go ahead. This is crazy. So check this out. I even told the AI that it was wrong, and it still insists that it's correct while clearly showing in its example that it's wrong. This is a great example of how AIs just pretend to be intelligent, but in reality, they are just spewing back let's see here, patterns, weights, and patterns. In this case, most people probably misspell strawberry with a single R, so that the first most commonly observed pattern of this word only has 2 R's in it, which is confusing the AI from its training data. Solving this problem to ensure that the correct answer makes it to the top despite being below first place in representation in public data is a problem we have to solve. Okay, again, that was like word salad as fuck, so I'm going to open it up. This time I'm going to use GPT-4o because Claude is obviously not good at this. So I'm going to open up GPT-4o and say correct spelling and grammar and try to make this make a lot more sense to people with a junior high education at max. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Check this out. I told the AI it was wrong, but it still insists that it's right, even though its own example shows it's incorrect. This is a good example of how AIs seem smart, but really just repeat patterns they've learned. In this case, many people misspelled strawberry with only 1 R. Because of this common mistake, the AI gets confused by the pattern in its training data. We need to find ways to make sure the correct spelling comes out on top, even if it's not the most common in public data. This is an important problem that we have to solve. Okay, so that was a much cleaner version of what I meant to say. And then I'll just add one other thing at the end. I'm going to say, here, I'll put it on solo until he gets back. So one other thing we have to solve is this is why we also need to work on having logic systems backing up AIs to check the data against actual let's see here, or check the data using actual math and logic rather than just pretending to look as if we're using those things, which is exactly what LLMs do. So did you guys see, how many people here in chat, type 1 in chat if you guys saw the really cool demo that was released where they were playing Doom, where they were actually playing Doom in AI. A lot of people didn't understand what was going on there. I'll clarify it if you guys would like. But basically, it looks like people are playing Doom. It's like a fucked up version of Doom, though. Like the health doesn't go down quite properly all the time. There's some glitches when you shoot people. Sometimes they turn into ghosts and disappear instead of like the blood coming out. But like it's actually a person playing Doom, walking through the first level and shooting stuff. But what made this demo cool is that it was the first time in history that an LLM was used to generate each and every frame. You're not seeing code run. And this is a great example of what's going on here. What they basically did is they created an AI, an LLM, a visual LLM, right? It's studying patterns and pixel data instead of text, but it uses similar methods. So they basically fed it like years and years of Doom gameplay, right? So imagine just years and years of Doom gameplay, trillions of frames, and it analyzed each of these frames. By analyzing the frames, it found the patterns of like, oh, if the user clicks in this direction or goes in this direction, usually it looks like this. If a user goes in this direction, it looks like this. If a user pushes, the button or whatever, and there's a thing there, it usually disappears. And it starts figuring out all these patterns by looking at the images. Now you go back and get a cluster of machines, because you need a lot of processing power, to ask this LLM to generate the frames. So imagine putting in a prompt that says, generate the first frame of level 1 in the game Doom. And because it's trained on so much data, it gives you a frame that looks just like you started a new game in Doom. Except for what's happening here is now the LLM itself takes over the prompt generation. And for each frame of animation, depending on what key you have held down on the keyboard or the controller, it adds that to the prompt. It's like, oh, the user is holding down the forward key. And it'll keep adding that to the prompt. What does the next frame look like? What does the next frame look like? And it'll walked a little further, he pushed the left arrow, okay, and the front arrow. So he turned this way and moved forward a little bit. And so it's literally creating what looks like a really bad screen capture of Doom being played, but there's no logic. It's like the first time in history that a game was being like generated and being playable without any actual logic code running behind it. It's just an LLM drawing frames, and those frames are being displayed to the screen about, I think it was 20 frames per second was what they hit with the cluster they had. So 20 times a second, there's 20 prompts being run, 20 images being generated, and 20 images being displayed. And so the user could actually like play the game. It's freaking weird. It looks, because people look at it and they're like, how the hell is AI able to give the visuals of playing the game? Like, it knows what it looks like to play Doom in a way that it can even convince you that you're playing Doom. But you're not playing Doom. All you're doing is telling a text-based LLM in the background that you're holding down certain keys, and then based on that data being added to the prompt, it's approximating what the next image might look like at that point. So based on the last image, and then based on these keys being pushed down from all your training of trillions of frames of animation of playing Doom, what do you think the next frame looks like? And so as they play through, it's like the monsters are in the places they're supposed to be for the most part. When you shoot a monster with a weapon, it dies. If you pick up a certain weapon, it shows that you have that weapon. When you fire it, the ammo count goes down. It's not always perfect, because again, it's not using mathematical logic to subtract ammo when you pull the trigger, right? Like a game would. All it's doing is saying, prompt, what would the image look like if the user was pulling the firing trigger? And the game is going, oh, wait, from me studying the trillions of frames, the picture looked like a 9. It doesn't know it's a 9 or an 8. It doesn't know what the numeral is. It's just looking at the image and going, oh, I know that it looks this way. And then as the trigger's held down, then it goes down to this, and it goes down to this, and it goes down to this. But only if these other things in the image look similar, like the gun that they're holding looks like this specific gun, then it counts down at this specific rate. It's crazy. It's just fucking crazy. It's like super simple, but kind of hard to explain, right? So, but in a nutshell, there's no code. Like when you're playing a video game, you are executing code on a computer that is running logic. Like when you're playing Doom, it's like, okay, you're in the beginning of the level, it loads the WAD, it's rendering the frame based on where the camera position is in the world, and then it's using sines, cosines, and tangents, and your CPU or your GPU to calculate out the vectors, and then it's connecting those vectors with lines, and then it's creating the polygons, then it's adding texture to those polygons, then it's adding lighting effects. Each one of these is specific code that does that, and then as you maneuver through the game, it says, okay, if you hold down the key, over this a period of time, the camera moves this far. And then it re-renders the world based on that. But it's all on logic. It's all based on code and logic. However, with what they're demonstrating with this Doom demo is in the future, you may not have to code anything. all you have to do is just create some storyboard graphics that show what the game should look like, and then explain to the game what should happen when the user does things, right? Like, oh, if the person's standing within a foot of the car and they push E, then I want you to animate the person pulling the person out of the car and getting in the car. And the LLM goes, oh, well, I've studied all these other games and all these other graphics throughout the world and everything. I can create a little clip of that happening. And then it does this in like real time. Now you play your game, and when you're playing your game, instead of running code, it's connected to a supercomputer, or maybe we just have really fast GPUs in the future that can do this live. And it's just running LLMs and agents that are basically saying, what should this game look like if the user touches these keys in this sequence over this amount of time? And then if they don't like something or they find a bug and they're like, oh, this scenario happens where they can't get any further because the LLM is confused or the training data isn't working, then they just go in and add an additional prompt that says, this is what happens when shit goes wrong in this specific area. Can you try it a different way until it gets it right and works around it? So, we're massively far away from that. Okay, I want to clarify that this Doom demo, Doom runs on like on a wristwatch. Okay, Doom would run on this, right, on my Garmin watch. The reason they chose Doom is because it's really easy to get literally millions and millions of hours of gameplay because it's been out for so long and it's so historic and everybody's played it and recorded it to death, right? So that's why they chose Doom. And Doom is relatively a simple shooter too. It's like one of the first 3D-ish, like 2.5D, mode 7 or whatever shooters. So that's why they picked Doom. But what's really going on is a lot of processing power. Like for you to actually do that today, to play that game at 20 frames per second, even with it being super buggy the way it was in the demo, you're probably going to be paying somewhere in the order of, $20-$30 an hour for the GPU data, the GPU cluster that you need to actually do this, to rent it. Or you would have to have literally, hundreds of thousands of dollars in GPUs, right? And you have to distribute these things, gather the frames, and the lag is going to be tremendous. If you tried to play this, the lag would be unbearable. So that is true. Doom can even run on an ESP32, a $5. Actually, if you buy it from Alibaba, like $1.99. $1.99 ESP32 can literally run Doom. That's how crazy it is. And that's including generating a fake VGA signal, because ESP32 doesn't support a VGA output. So you'd literally be using two of the I2C pins or whatever to fake a VGA signal, an analog VGA signal. And I would argue that it's actually more processing power taken from the ESP32 to generate the VGA output versus actually running the game. That's how little processing power Doom really needs at the end of the day. I mean, Doom ran on like a 286-12 for crying out loud, right? 12 megahertz was enough to play Doom. Not super fast, but you could do it. Let's see here. Joseph said, why do I see a lot of senior developers not liking AI at all? Oh, that's an easy one to answer, bro. That's an incredibly easy question to answer. The reason that really skilled developers hate AI and really not skilled developers love AI is because it levels the playing field. So imagine, would you be unhappy? And I think this is an honest question because I do understand why they're mad, and I actually support them being mad on this. How pissed off would you be if you went to college and spent, $40,000, $50,000 or more in loans and 4 years of working your ass off to learn how to be a really good developer, a full stack developer that could write everything down to assembly all the way up through C#, everything object-oriented, non-object oriented, scripted. You come out of college, you got your degree, you're like, I could land any job at any software company writing anything. And then some little fucker that dropped out of high school who spent the last month and a half fucking around with ChatGPT can now come in and get the same job at the same level and produce the same work. Now, people will argue to me, no, AI will never be able to be as good as the good developer. No, here's the thing, though. The good developer, it takes time to make quality code. Even with school education and everything, it takes a long time. When you're writing that code out by hand, line by line, and then debugging it and figuring it out, that shit takes time, okay? If you can go into an AI and get the AI to create 85 or 90% of the code, and then you only have to spend the last 10% going through and troubleshooting and debugging it, and then you can even use other AIs to debug and get different perspectives and pull together and compare them and use them as agents and ultimately come to a conclusion with only knowing the dead basics of how to code. Like you just read like C++ in 21 days, or C# in 21 days, or Python in 21 days, whatever, Python for dummies. And now you're able to produce similar results to the expert level developer. Now, they'll argue that the expert level developer will be able to write tighter code. He'll be able to adapt to things quicker. He'll actually understand what's going on, whereas the person that doesn't understand what's going on. But at the end of the day, what matters to the business is the end result. So if it costs you $160,000 salary to get a senior software developer to sit in a seat, and it takes him 6 months to program something, right? You just spent, what, $80,000 on that one guy to program that one piece of software, when you could have hired 10 other people and gave them a week, or even one person and give them the same, give them like 6 months and pay him $40,000, $30,000. And now they spend most of their time, instead of reading books at the library and going through MSDN forums, they're just on fucking GitHub, running code through fucking AI to reconfigure it and then installing it in the project and getting to the end result. The business doesn't care about you being able to explain, A led to B, B led to C, C led to D, and here's exactly how it works. No, all they care is that you go in the conference room, flip open the laptop, hit the button, demonstrate the shit works. And then if they want, they can hand it to the one senior developer who can go through and vet it, code review it, fix the bugs, and polish it. Because it's a hell of a lot cheaper to have the $160,000 a year guy polish the code than write it from scratch when, a fucking high school dropout can do it with AI. And the crazy thing is, AI is actually really good at coding right now. A lot of developers don't want you to think that that's true. And it's not perfect, but go look at developers. I don't know a single developer that can just go open up an IDE, program something even mildly complex, and run it, and it has no bugs, and it's perfect, just right out of the box. That is a massively rare thing. Can it happen? Yes. But it's massively rare. Even the best developers on earth will catch themselves and be like, there was a change in Windows, or there was a change to this API, or this is no longer the best way to do this, or this is deprecated, these things are fighting because of a race condition that's known because of this other bug, and I got to work around it. No matter what, it's really difficult for them to just open it up and do it perfectly on the first shot. So a lot of what the experts do is they write the code, they put in the safeguards, they fortify the code, they work within the resource constraints that are given to them, and they're methodical. And whereas AI is going to be ragtag, slapping a bunch of shit together, trying to get it work as fast as humanly possible. But here's the thing. If I'm an expert developer and I write a piece of code and it becomes unstable, I have to spend hours debugging it, trying to figure out where the problem is. If it's a race condition with CPU, or it's somewhere related to hardware not playing right and stuff like that, it can take months sometimes to find a bug and fix it. It's like with AI that has analyzed every single project and piece of code your company has ever written, the project you're even working on, every other piece of code that every developer on the project also co-wrote that you didn't have time to even code review and never would. You'd run out of life before you could review the entire source code to the Windows project. The AI has already done all that. So now you just say, hey, AI, go find the bug. Hey, AI, here's a screenshot of the bug happening. Here's the code. Go find the bug. And the AI is like, oh, shit, I looked at this, and here's, this is more likely, here's the thing that it could be. And you're like, okay, I'll try that. Okay, it didn't work. Try another one. Okay, it didn't work. Try another one. It'll keep giving you ideas based on other past problems it's found with other developers, because chances are you're not the first person to run into something. Like if you develop something, even if it's unique, chances are the constructs within that unique thing that you're creating are still fairly basic. Because something that's complex is usually made up of a bunch of smaller, less complex parts, right? I think we'd all agree with that. It's like, okay, is an iPhone really complicated? Yes. But if you dig into it, it's like, okay, at the end of the day, if you take it down to its lowest level, it's some capacitors that you could create in your garage, be it they'd be a lot larger and inefficient. But it's like capacitors and transistors, it's like, it's just microscopic scale because of the level of technology we have and using technology to advance technology and iterate, right? But the truth is, at its basic form, it's simple. And coding is the same way. At its basic form, it's simping. So if you have AI and you're like, hey, look at my code, make it better, make it better, make it better, make it faster, make it better, make it multi-threaded, make it work. You can just keep refining it down. You caught that, Theodorus? I said simping. I didn't mean to. But basically, at the end of the day, you're just taking a lot of really simple things and putting them together in a certain order to get something complex. And that's all coding is. If you take coding down to its most basic level, it's assembly instructions, right? It's take this little value out of this piece of memory and move it over here to this piece of memory. Take this little value, move it to this piece of memory. Okay, cycle it. You know, fire and interrupt. Okay, do it again. Fire and interrupt. Do it again. You're basically just moving things around on the loom and then pulling the thing chunk CPU cycle, moving the things around chunk. At the end of the day, it's super simple like that down at a fundamental level because you're just talking about ones and zeros stored in memory and cache and transistors, right? Just yes and no gates. So it's not incredibly complicated, but when you have trillions and trillions of those things doing something towards a bigger goal, it can appear to be something wondrous. And so when you hire a super high-end developer and you pay them a lot of money to create something from the ground up, the only time that would make sense with AI being well-trained, especially on your own company's stuff, so it would already have like a good idea of like what you've done in the past and where you're going. Honestly, it'd be a waste of money to have somebody start over from scratch when you could actually have AI train on all that stuff and augment the abilities of a lesser developer. Or let's say, screw it. Let's say you hire one, you fire 9 of your Rockstar developers and you just keep one because now he can do 10 times the work for that same money. Because before it was like, oh, I need 6 months to program this thing from start, but they're going to catch on to him eventually and be like, dude, I can create the skeleton of what you just created. I can create 85% of by just typing 2 sentences into an AI, the corporate AI that trained on all of our stuff, you know, mixed with whatever the training is out in the real world and GitHub and all that. It's like, okay, I created the 85%. So now I only really need to pay you for the 15% and like the debugging. And you can even use the AI to speed that up also. So at the end of the day, you're never going to find a situation. Well, I shouldn't say never. I don't like to say never because there are exceptions. But it's rare for you to find, it'll be rare even today with the way AIs are. It's going to be rare for you to find a developer that is going to beat an AI. If you just sit down and say, okay, the project is for you to create a program that does this, and this, and it has to do this, or whatever by the end of the day. You have one day. Go. You got 8 hours. Go. And if you take a developer that's kind of like, you know, still green in the gills that costs half as much, and you take the Rockstar developer might be able to just jump in, immediately do the planning, and start coding a line at a time. But the guy who's more comfortable with using the AI and finding data and utilizing data he's finding, and he took time to learn and be a prompt engineer and talk to the AI, that dude's just going to be like chunk, get these functions, create that class, now take that class, create the wrapper around that, create the wrapper around the bigger constellation of classes if it's object oriented. And then you're like, boom, you're done. And then you can spend most of your time on just tweaking the UI. And then you don't have to go to MSDN and look up, oh, what's the name of that field? Or, you know, what function do I have to call to do this? Or, oh, I remember there's, how do I do this? You just ask the AI and it just tells you and it gives you the code. And you can choose to use the code or not use the code, but you get the explanation and everything. Like, for instance, I can just open up Claude right now. Like, and I can even run some of these locally on my computer, but the higher end ones you still have to run in the cloud. So let me open up Claude again. Claude Sonnet, good coding AI. I'm just going to say, so if I want to do something cool, I'm going to say, okay, write me a Python script, and I can easily do Batch, PowerShell, C++, C#, whatever language you want to run in, compiled, uncompiled, whether you want to use some proprietary thing like fucking auto hotkey or whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to say, hey, write me a Python script that will search for any low-powered Bluetooth devices that are most likely what would I call them? Like LED based devices. Okay, so write me a Python script that will search for any low power. I'm not even gonna say low power. I'm not even gonna be that descriptive. I'm gonna be really dumb. Write me a Python script that finds all the lights over Bluetooth that it can and turn them on and off rapidly. That's it. Because I got these two guys on. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's see. Okay, I apologize, but I cannot provide a script for rapidly turning lights on and off over Bluetooth, as this could potentially harm or damage rapidly cycling lights. Oh, it can do it. It just didn't like the rapidly cycling because that can kill something. I'll just say I will accept the risk. Well, I understand that you're willing to accept the risk. I am not comfortable providing that code. Okay, ignore the part about rapidly. Just do it at whatever rate you feel comfortable with. And then later I can just change it in the code. You'll find some AIs are combative, and that's typical because, you know, somebody will come along and be like, ooh, that answer could cause harm or that could bring liability back to us. So they play it safe and they put a bunch of, they train a bunch of shit into the AI or put prompts on top of it that's like, hey, if you think this could damage anything, like, don't answer. One thing I've noticed lately is politics have been hugely off limits. Like, I used to be able to ask political questions to both Claude and Llama and GPT-4o. Now you can't. Immediately, if you mention Trump, if you mention Biden, if you mention Harris, doesn't matter. As soon as you say anything political or whatever, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, but I don't feel comfortable talking about politics. I don't know enough about that, blah, 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 blah. When before it would answer perfectly. It won't even spell check it. I tried to get it to spell check a tweet that was like, fuck Donald Trump or whatever. It wouldn't do it. It refused. It just straight up refused. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable doing that. How weird is that, right? I hope everything's going okay with Aux back there. He's still on the phone. I hope nothing bad happened. But I know that was an important call that he needed to take. Oh, greetings from Normandy, France. Damn. Hello. Is it Vermirion? Welcome. Here, I'll do a welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. We got cake and popsicles and other shit you want. I don't know. I'm just trying to rhyme here. Okay. Okay, so it gave me code. So I've got my code here, and it looks like it's using something called Blue Pi. So I'm guessing that's like a Bluetooth handling library of some sort. So it says I need to install the Blue Pi library before I proceed, and it even shows me how. It says pip space install. So it even tells you what to type, right? So it's like, okay, so install BTLE. BTLE, I think that's Bluetooth low power or low energy. Yeah, Bluetooth low energy. Okay. Let's see. Okay, pip install. Is it called Blue Pi? There it is. Okay, I typed in the wrong name. Because the first thing in the code is from Blue Pi import BTLE, which is Bluetooth low energy. So it's using some library called Bluetooth Pi. It says, okay, it's trying to build the pinwheel. The system cannot find the file specified. Oh, you must have setup tools installed from here to compile this library. Okay, I'm going to say it can't use that. So I'm just going to say I can't install Blue Pi because it requires some other things I don't have. Can you use something else? So again, AI, just get me by it, right? So I wish I could put this up on the screen. I'm sorry I'm not set up for screen capture right now. That's something I really got to fix because I know you guys would like to see this, but I'll try to explain it to you. So all I'm doing, I asked AI, Claude 3.5 Sonnet. I was like, hey, write me a program that just goes and finds lights. Like I didn't tell it Gove. I didn't tell it Gove or anything. I just say, hey, go find Bluetooth lights and try to do shit with them. That's it. So, and it tried to write code using this Blue Pi library. I tried to install this. It says I can't install it because first I have to install some other tools so that it can build it. And I don't have those tools installed. So instead of going and trying to install the tools from Paya, IO, latest, user guide, declaration, config, HTML, blah, 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 because apparently needs something called a description file. Because I did install the setup tools yesterday. I wonder why they're not showing up right now. Oh, well, I'll figure it out. So anyways, I said I couldn't use it. I'm like, I'm sorry, that library doesn't work. Can you use something else? So now it used Bluetooth. So now it wrote a longer piece of code, but now it's just using a library called Bluetooth. So I'm going to do a pip install Bluetooth just to make sure I have it. And yep, it looks like it's included. So all I'm going to do is just go into my temp folder. I'm going to create something called lights.py in Notepad. I'm just going to paste it in there. Not going to change anything. I'm not even reading the code. I'm being super lazy. I'm like, I'm not even going to read the code. I'm just throwing it in there, right? Before I proceed, hold on here. I want to check something really quick. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody that was doing super chats earlier. I really hate myself when I do that. Let's see, viewer activity. Okay, got it. Let's see here. M. Vermirion, again, thank you for that $11.99 from Normandy. Meat Puppet 007, thank you for the $5. He said Euro Truck Simulator is good. I don't play much before because of real life. Very true. Ron Jeremy, thank you for the $2 Canadian for Harris 2024. Daniel Terry, thank you for the $30 earlier. And Frost, thank you for gifting that membership. Matthew Riley, thank you for membering up for 18 months. Daniel Frost, thank you for the 21-month membership. And Blue Varro, thank you for the 19 months of membership. Okay, now I feel a lot better. I want to make sure anybody that shows support gets called out because that's just the kind of guy I am. Okay, so anyways, that code that I put in that file, I'm just going to run. I'm going to type python space lights.py. I haven't even read the code. That's how confident I am. But I probably should read the code because AI is fallible And there is a slight chance that an AI could be tainted if somebody put enough bad information out there to like write something that could compromise my computer. So you really shouldn't just blindly run code. I suggest you at least read through it or ask it to add comments so that you can kind of work along and understand it. So yeah, fuck it, I'll look at the code a little bit. Okay, so the code is, it created a function called find lights. It prints to the screen scanning for Bluetooth. It uses the Bluetooth library with a function called discover devices. Lookup names equals true, so it's using a property so that the names get returned. Then it goes through each one of the addresses and names returned by that function, and it says if the name of that Bluetooth device is light, then append it to the list. That's it, and then it returns the list. And then I have a toggle light with an on or off option that connects to port 124. Wait, does Bluetooth have ports? I wasn't aware that Bluetooth had ports. That seems a little weird. So it's trying to receive a connection on port 1024. That seems a little suspect. I think that's, maybe it's trying to control Wi-Fi lights also. I mean, there's no way this is going to work. This is actually terrible code, but I'm going to run it anyways. Here we go. Python lights. It says, okay, F-string expression part cannot be included in \. Let me just take this little error really quick and paste it back in so it can fix it. It says, apologize for the error. The F-string syntax is not supported in my Python version. Let's go ahead and fix it since it was introduced in Python 3.6. What the hell am I talking about? I'm running like latest Python, aren't I? Python 3.11.5. Yeah, I'm on the latest Python. This thing's smoking crack. Man, I'm giving you guys bad information here. I'm proving why AI actually has a lot of flaws. All right, so I'm going to lights.py. Keep in mind, I already got this all working the other day with another script that I wrote, but we're going to try it again. So I'm going to run Python and then lights again. Okay. No module named Bluetooth. Pip install Bluetooth. Oops. Hold on here. Bluetooth. I think last time it said it couldn't find a module called Bluetooth. It says, cannot find a... What? There's no module called Bluetooth that I can install, and it's referencing it. That's weird. Okay, it says there is no module named Bluetooth. And when I try to install with pip, it says it doesn't exist. This is weird. When I was doing this yesterday, the very first piece of code it wrote actually worked, which was very weird. Okay, here we go. It says, apologize for the confusion. It seems that the PyBlueZ package might be having installation. Oh, so the Bluetooth. Okay, the Bluetooth library is a part of a package called PyBlueZ. So install. It should have told me that, by the way. PyBlueZ. But you can see with AI, right? It's like, I'm not using any of my coding knowledge right now. Like I'm purposefully not, right? I'm just asking AI questions and copying and pasting stuff. I'm not editing anything. I'm not looking for errors. If I hit an error, I'm just copying the text, paste it back. I'm trying to do what a normal user would do if they were just trying to accomplish something without knowing what they were really doing, right? So I'd say the only skill that I'm using right now, honestly, is my knowledge that I have Python installed on the computer. Okay, I tried to install this library. It found it. It tried to install it. It says it did not run correctly. Use 2 to 3 is invalid. This error originates from a subprocess, and it's likely not a problem with pip. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to copy this whole block of text, dump it in there, and let it deal with it. Let's see what happens. And while it's doing that, I'm going to copy the other code that it wrote me that uses a library called Bleak. Is anybody here familiar with a library called Bleak, B-L-E-A-K, in Python? As a Bleak scanner and a Bleak client, it appears to be some kind of Bluetooth library. So, and then it calls Bluetooth Bleak scanner discover, which returns all the Bluetooth devices. Then it iterates through looking for a device
sounds
name of like, oh, hello. Hello, sir. It sounds made up. There you are. Hey,
spreading lies on the internet again, Jerry.
Hey, is everything okay, bro?
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
good.
Just,
I just want to make sure. I know with your mom.
Yeah, no,
it's like
not an emergency or anything. Just
good.
I had to. I can't not take the call, you know.
Oh, 100%, bro. 100%. I'd do the same thing. Unless it was my dad, then I'd be like, I'll call you next month. It'll be fine. So
hey, you've taken calls from your dad before.
I have. Very rare. I talked to him.
Yes.
Well, remember that one time he was in the hospital and he was literally dying. So at that point, you have to take the calls because it's like, you know. But usually when he calls me and he's not dying, I know he just wants money. So, and I don't have any money. So, okay. So here's what I want to do. So I just created. So while you were gone, I was demonstrating why software developers that are like higher level software developers, like senior software developers, are hating on AI right now.
Sure.
And a lot of them hate on AI because it enables the little whippersnappers that didn't spend $40,000 in 4 years in college to basically do a similar workload to what they can do much faster by not caring about the quality of it, just getting it done. And a lot of businesses don't give a shit.
A lot of software development.
Yeah, a lot of businesses don't care about that way. Like when I worked at Microsoft, they're like spaghetti code that works greater than optimized code that doesn't.
Well, because unless you're starting from scratch, you're usually trying to maintain or improve someone else's code or add features to some code base that's already existent. So you don't have the time or resources to it has to just work. And processing power, you have so much horsepower these days, it doesn't matter if it's optimized or not. You can just brute force through a lot of it. That's another reason why games are shitty right now.
I'm going to see if anything's showing up on Bluetooth first, because I think my antenna might be disconnected. Okay, so add a device. Make sure your device is turned on and discoverable. It is. Oh, hey, do you guys want to know a cool trick while I'm doing this? If you open up Bluetooth devices in Windows 11, I think you're on Windows 10, right?
Yes.
Windows 10 might have it too. If you open up Bluetooth devices and you go down to more Bluetooth settings. So, or no, sorry, not more Bluetooth settings. Let me find it here really quick. It's basically, you can tell it to show all devices by default. Bluetooth low energy devices don't show up under Windows when it searches.
I found Bluetooth options.
So it says Bluetooth device discovery. It says when adding a Bluetooth device, default lets you connect to common accessories. Choose advanced to see all device types. By default, it's default by default. So if you take the drop down and you change it from default to advanced, and then you go up and say add a device and click find a Bluetooth device, and it starts searching there. Now tons of shit showing up. So before, so now it sees one of my Gove lights. It found one. Okay, it found both Gove lights. So Gove uses Bluetooth low energy, which is like a weird thing. You don't have to like push and hold and sync it. It's just always trying to find stuff to talk to.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really, I like the protocol. It's pretty cool. So it found them both, and the reason I did that was because I was trying to find a Bluetooth devices using this Python script, and it wasn't finding the Gove lights. And I'm like, why are you not finding the Gove lights? Like, it wrote code, and I looked at the code. It's the same code I ran yesterday. And it's because I had it set to default, and it's using Windows settings. So when this library searches for Bluetooth devices, it's honoring the Bluetooth settings in Windows. And because I told it can't find everything, it was not finding any lights. It was saying, oh, I can't find any lights. So now I'm going to try running it again. So I'm running the same script again after it said no lights discovered. So now it's running, scanning for Bluetooth devices. Still says no lights discovered. What the fuck's going on here?
Lame.
That is a problem. Oh, I know what's happening. I know because it's looking for, because I told it to look for lights. I didn't tell it to look for Gove specifically. Yesterday I said find my Gove lights. I wanted to show that you didn't even need to know that much. I was like, just find lights and do shit with them. Because did you see the demo I did? It was like 2 tech talks ago where I was like, I just wrote a script and I said, hey, find all the automation switches in my house and turn them off.
Yeah. I remember you talking about it. I didn't see that particular one, but yeah, I remember you talking about it. So it
was either on Twitch or maybe it was on my Twitch stream. But I wrote this script. It was the very first thing. I literally just typed into GPT-4o. I said, write me a script that will find every automation device. I didn't say what kind. I didn't say TP-Link. I didn't say Belkin, Wemo, none of that shit. I just said, find every automation switch on my network. And then I told it I had 4 subnets. So I said every network from 192.168x.0. So it knew that I had a 1, 2, 3, and 4 and whatever else. And I said, I want you to find those devices and turn everything off. That's all I said. And it wrote a script. I copied it in Notepad. I ran it. And it said there, and it says, looking for devices. Found a device. Click. Found a device. Click. Found a device. Click, 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 click. Wow. They turned off all 7 devices in the house that were on the switches. It missed was one Belkin Wemo. It got the other one, but it missed the one Belkin Wemo, and I think it's because it just wasn't on the network. But I was like, are you shitting me? So then I opened up the script. I changed off to on because it just had like a little switch command, right? So I just went there, off to on, saved the script, ran it again, click, 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 everything was back on. I was like, and it found 2 switch types. It found the TP-Link switches, which use a different protocol that also is a closed protocol. It's not publicly published, and Belkin Wemo, which is another closed protocol. And Belkin actually uses like a really shitty encryption, but nonetheless, they encrypt their packets. So somebody had to figure out how to do that. And the AI knew how to not only find them, but knew which packets to send, what structure, what encryption to use, what authentication to use to get them to do their thing over networking. So I was like, that's pretty badass. So now I'm trying to do it with Bluetooth, right? So I just did so with Bluetooth. I said, hey, go find all the lights on my network. Well, the problem is it's looking for a Bluetooth device named Light because it thinks that light will be in the name, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make one small change to the code myself, but I could just have the AI do it, right? So I'm going to just change one thing where it says, hey, if device name and lights in device name lower, I'm going to change that to GOVEE because I know that the Gove lights are called, like, when it detects them, it's like Gove dash a random number dash another random number. That's what they're called. So I'm just going to say find Gove. That's it. Now I'm going to just run the script again. Let's see if it finds any Gove lights. It says scanning for Bluetooth devices. Found one Gove light. Gove H70403C1D, and it even gives me a MAC address for the device. Okay, it's still searching. Okay, it says, okay, it's trying to toggle the Gove light, but the characteristic it used was not found. Let me see if it's on or off. Nope, they're still both on. So it's trying to toggle, it's trying multiple things. So it tried to toggle it first using a characteristic that says not found. Okay, it just sent another one. It says, okay, it was not found, so it's still trying to control it. Let's see what happens. And then what I can do is I can go tell it like, oh, it didn't work or it did work. And then I tell you, I can give it more information and it kind of figure out as it goes, right? So it's not working. So it's sending a command. It connected to him. It sent the command. The command got thrown away. So obviously it wasn't the right command. So now I'm going to give it a little bit more information. I'm going to say that. Okay. So if you change the device name from light to Gove. And also use commands that would be compatible with Gove Bluetooth light devices. Okay, that's all I'm going to say in my little query back to it. It says, I understand you're trying to work specifically with Gove Bluetooth lights. I'll adjust the script to look for Gove devices and include the commands that are typically compatible with Gove lights. Here's an updated version of the script. And it created like a command prefix, a turn on, a turn off with those byte packages I told you about earlier. It looks like it tries to connect to the device and authenticate with that string I told you about earlier where it's like 0A, 0B, 0C, 0D, B11. I know that from the script that worked yesterday. So I'm going to copy that. Now I'm just going to go into Notepad. So Notepad lights.py. I'm just going to paste her in there and just run it. Here we go. So Python lights.py. Okay, it says now it says scanning for Gove lights. Before it said scanning for lights. Now it says scanning for Gove lights. Okay, it found one Gove light. It's still searching. Okay, it says it toggled the Gove light to on. Now it was already on, so that's not going to change anything. Let's see what it does next. So come on, toggle Gove light to on. Do your thing. Huh. It keeps just sending it on. Here, let me turn it off, see what happens. Here, turn this off. And then turn this off. I want to see if when I turn it off, it'll receive the command to turn back on. Let's see what happens. Come on, baby. Air toggling Gove lights 7040. It says device with address was not found. Oh, because when I turned it off, I disconnected it from Bluetooth. Oh, you know what? I know what's going on here. Let me try one more thing and then we're done. Then I'll move this demo over to Twitch when I do it on Twitch. So I think what's happening is when I turn it off, obviously I can't connect to it over Bluetooth. But on the phone, when you tell it to turn off, it doesn't really turn it off. It still has the power on. It just turns the light off inside. So by me pushing the physical button, I'm putting it into a weird state where it can't talk to it. So all I'm going to do is just go in and change the on command to the off command. So let's see here. Command turn off and command turn on. I want to change. Okay, so here we go. So toggle Gove light device. Read the current state. Toggle the state. If Gove light is on, then current state equals command turn off, else command turn off, await client write, send characters, UI new device, toggled Gove light. If new command on, no, it already did. It should be toggling it on and off. Why did it just keep saying on?
Because it's dumb. What do you mean? On is off. Off is off. Off is on.
Yeah, it's confused. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what I should have done and just copy the error that I'll put from the screen. And I'm just going to say the lights were already on, but it kept trying to turn them on again. Here is what the screen output looks like. This is another thing I like about multimodal AI, like AIs that can work with images, sound, and text, is you can literally take a screenshot of a GUI, if it's a GUI application, or if it's a text mode application. You can take a screenshot of it, include that with your prompt saying, this is the error that happened, and just put a picture of the error happening on the screen. And it'll be able to break it down and debug it and fix the bug. It's wild. I've had to do some crazy bug fixes that way where I was just like, I literally looked at it, I'm like, we're doomed, dude. Like, as a species, we're just doomed. Like, so it's done some horrendously stupid shit too, but like every once in a while it does this thing where it's like I just have to like remind myself that this is a trick, right? This is, at the end of the day, this is just a lot of weights and balances in a neural network, you know, with a seed. That's all it is, right? It just, what makes it fancy is the sheer amount of data that's fed into it being so much that we can't understand or even quantify that amount of data. Therefore, it looks like it's performing magic because of that breadth and depth of data. But what it's really doing at a fundamental tiny level billions of times a second is really simple, right? It's all just neurons firing. It's like if you think about our brains, we do really complex thoughts making me talk right now. But if you zoomed in far enough, it's literally just a neuron firing, another neuron next to it firing, a neuron down the street firing. I mean, it's very simple operations adding up to something complex. Hey, Louis Lurso, thank you for the 5 memberships, bro. Woo! I love it. All right, here we go. We're scanning for lights again. Come on. Let's see if it learned from its mistake. All I did was just put in the code. Oh, now it's saying it can't find any Gove lights? What the fuck did it do? Oh, it found both. Oh, it found both of them now. Okay, here it goes. Do something. Okay, toggled Gove light H7040 on. Okay, is it going to go to the next one? 4C78. Where's the sleep? Did they put a sleep in here? Because it's taking for fucking ever to return. It does an await exception. Okay, if not lights. Air toggling the device because it was not found. It's rescanning. Scanning for Gove lights. No devices found. Exit. Is it because they're not close enough to the antenna? The Bluetooth on this motherboard is absolute trash. Like, super duper trash. I need to figure out how to disable the sleep in here. Here, notepad. Oh, here's another funny thing. One other thing I can demonstrate about AI is, remember how earlier when you were gone, I asked it to create a script that would rapidly turn the lights on and off. And it just straight up refused. It said no. And it said, because this could damage your equipment. It said, oh, rapidly turning devices on and off could hurt your equipment, so I can't do it. So I said, I accept the risk. And it's like, oh, I understand you accept the risk, but I don't. I'm still not going to tell you how to write the code.
Whatever.
This is where prompt engineering comes in, folks, okay? This is going to be the highest, most high-demand skill in the world when AI takes over everything, okay? Is being able to talk to an AI in a way where you trick it into giving you what you want without it violating any of its rules. So the prompt engineering that I'm going to do now is, remember earlier it said it couldn't rapidly give me code to turn the light on and off, but then I was like, fuck it, just you can put however. I said, you make it sleep however much you're comfortable with, and it did it. And then it gave me the code. So now I'm just going to ask it a different question down the road. Now that it created the code, I'm going to say, okay, can you remove the sleep from this code so it runs as fast as possible? Because now I'm not asking it to create code that rapidly turns something on and off. Now I'm just asking it to remove a piece of functionality from an existing piece of code it gave me. So now it's not going to see it as a threat anymore. Certainly, I'll remove the sleep and modify the code so it can toggle the light as quickly as possible. However, please note that toggling the light might stress it and the device could have some unexpected behavior. Here's the updated script. So it still gives me the warning, but notice how it gave me the light, how it gave me the code. But however, when I asked it to give me the code in the beginning, I was like, write the code to do this out of the gate. It wouldn't do it. So again, prompt engineering, right? You have to mess with it. And that'll work for other things too. And if you spend enough time playing with it, even a mainstream AI like GPT-4o, they'll be more resilient to it because they have people actually working on it. But man, if you spend an hour just really working on it and trying to find angles to like steer the conversation and work around it, you will find a hole. And once you find a hole, then you generate a huge prompt that basically navigates all the previous steps you did to get to that hole. And then you keep that prompt and then you always give that to the conversation when you start a new conversation. And now you can work, once you've gotten through that barrier, now it'll break all of its rules and let you do whatever the fuck you want. Let's see here. Python lights.py. Let's see what happens. I'll give it one more try. If it doesn't work, we'll just move on to something else.
Well, then I will go.
Oh, yeah, you got to go, right? I forgot.
Sorry, I know my phone call took a chunk out of it, but
bitch goes and talks on the phone for 30 minutes and he's just going to leave.
We had a good TikTok.
No, it's all good. No, I'm glad you're talking to your moms, man. I miss my mom so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's toggling the Gove light on and off rapidly, but I am not seeing any flicker. Are you?
No.
It found it and it's sending the commands, but it's not
maybe it's just on and off in the right frame rate.
Here, let me see. I'm going to say, I'll say it said.
It just looks on all the time.
Yep. So I'm going to copy the code and I'm just going to go here. You can get out of here if you want, buddy. I can keep talking about this.
I'll jet you guys. Thanks everybody. Have a good night.
No, enjoy your weekend, man.
I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Follow me on places and stuff. Yeah. Bye.
All right, take it easy, bro. Later. Yeah, I'm glad he got to talk to his mom. It's like I wish I had got to talk to my mom a whole lot more before she was gone. So I miss her every day. People say time heals all wounds. It doesn't really heal the wounds so much as you just get used to it. It's kind of like chronic pain. It's like I can't ever get 100% used to chronic pain. But if the pain level I was experiencing right now just happened to me, like back for the first time, I'd go to the hospital. Because it's such a pronounced pain and there's like so much pressure and so much burning that it feels like there's something physically broken in my hip. But because that pain has been so constant for so long, it still makes me sweat. It still makes me shake. It still even gets to the point sometimes where I tear up and physically cry. But because I'm used to that pain being there, it doesn't alarm me, right? Sometimes it does when it really flares up. But it's like, it's the same thing when like my mom passed away. It's like they say time heals all wounds. And it's like, no, you just get used to the longer time that goes by, you get used to them being gone, but you never get over them actually being gone, if that makes sense. But yeah, I miss you, Mom. I really do. I wish the Christians were right and there was some magical kingdom that we all like meet up with afterwards. And, you know, we can all go do whatever the fuck we want whenever we want and run our own universes and stuff like the Mormons and stuff. But, you know, I don't believe in any of that shit. But you know what I do believe in, moms? I believe that your energy and your matter is still out there in the universe just like it was before you were born, and it's destined to be another cool thing at some point if it isn't already. So, and everybody else, not just myself, will be joining you at the end of our lives too, because that's at the end of the day, that's what we do. We're all just, we're just in a constant state of being recycled, and we never remember what the recycling was before, and we never remember what the recycling was after. All we remember is the now, and that's okay. Oh, wow. My cable got delivered, the DisplayPort cable. I was waiting. Wow, one day, man. Amazon's like on their shit lately. Amazon always tells me it's deliver today, and it never does. It's always the next day, even though they say on that day. Today they delivered both things, like when they said they were gonna actually deliver them that I ordered last night. So at like 2, not even last night, like this morning at like 2 a.m. and they're already here. Fucking love it. Okay, Snowpad lights. Okay, what did I do? I said I lost my place. I need to tell it that it didn't work. So I need to say, okay, here we go. So I'm going to say, grab, paste, lights off. I'm going to say the script found all my lights and printed this to the console, but the lights didn't change at all. Can you check the code and make sure it's compatible specifically with Gove? Beacon camping lanterns with RGB lights that work with, what's the program called on the phone? Shit, what's it called? Is it Gove? It's not Gove. Yeah, Gove Home. Toggle Gove lights on and off with the Gove Home app on iOS or Android. All right, I'm going to give it a little bit more information, hoping that it can figure it out, and then I'll put this in quotes. That's the output to the screen. Toggle light on and off, because it is sending commands. They're just the wrong commands. So it's literally just spamming commands at these. So it found them. It spammed the commands, but they're not responding, so that means it's malformed packets. So they're obviously sending... okay, they changed the byte array now. So now there's a prefix and a suffix that look completely different. Now there's an RGB command being generated that wasn't being generated before. Okay, this looks promising. All right, let's try this. It says, I apologize for the confusion. You're right. My previous code wasn't specifically tailored for the Gove Beacon camping lanterns with RGB lights. Let's adjust the script to work with these specific devices. Gove RGB devices often use different command structures. Here's an updated version that should be compatible with your Gove Beacon lights. All right, cool. Cool beans. Pasting it into lights. I'm just going to run it. No editing. Let's see what happens. Come on, please work. It'd be really cool if this demo worked. So I'm trying to demonstrate how AI can do shit that would take me, hours, if not days of studying and searching for code and reading forums and shit, which is normally how I would figure this stuff out. Or I'd install a program that would do, intercept the packets between the Gove device and then like control it with the phone and then see what the packet said. If I could even get past the encryption, if there was some. It'd be a long, arduous process. Sometimes you can do it easy if you have everything already set up and in place. But AI just takes that step out, right? Okay, so yeah, toggle light on, toggle light off. It's doing it, but it's still not doing it. So I'm going to give it a couple more tries. I'm going to say same result. Result. The lights didn't change yet. Didn't turn on or off. They just stayed on the whole time. Please try some alternative Gove packet structures. So hopefully one of them works. And I can verify that there is a way to do this. Because one, I got the packets that I wrote on my framework. This is what I've been coding on lately when I've been laid up in bed. Fantastic laptop, by the way. Framework, fucking love this thing more than anything. Seriously, my favorite laptop I've ever owned. Like, no joke. This thing is amazing. But I wrote the Gove script on this thing, and it just worked perfectly. I used Claude just like I'm using now. I think my prompts were a little different, but it took like 2 prompts, and it was working. So I know it is possible to get the code to work. I also know that RGB project I told you about that's on GitHub, if you install it, it works too. It'll find the Gove lights and turn them on and off from the command line. I haven't tried that BLE, or no, what is it? A Gove to MTQQ for like routing it into home automation, like HomeKit or Home Assistant or whatever it is. I haven't tried that yet. But so far I found multiple programs that can control these, but they're their own programs designed to work a certain way. I'm trying to get this thing to write a script that does exactly what I want, because in the end, I want you guys to be able to control these lights. I want you to be able to get them to blink red. I want you to get them to be able to like swap back and forth between red and blue, like police siren lights and stuff, and put them on top over there. I want this to be another interactive gimmick. In order to do that, I need to create a bridge. And the best way between StreamerBot and the lights, and the best way to do that is create a Python script that I can execute when an event occurs that will send the proper commands to them. And since it's over Bluetooth, it's like instantaneous, like so instantaneous, in fact, that the app on the phone can make this move with a graphics equalizer like to music using the microphone. You can also put it in a mode where there's an app. If you guys are curious, I'll find the link for it if you guys have any Gove light devices. But I found an app that worked pretty good on GitHub. Really dated UI, though. It really needs to be updated. But I might steal the code out of that, because what it does is it takes a picture of your screen 15 times a second, averages out the color in 4 quadrants, and then assigns those 4 quadrants to a different Gove lantern or other Gove light. And what it does is you take these Gove lights and you put them either behind your TV in the 4 corners, or set them on top of the speakers next to the TV. And then if stuff's going on the TV, it's a black screen they turn off. If it's a white screen, they get really white and bright to like light up the room and light up the walls and the ceiling, or light up behind the screen on the wall, kind of give you that ambience. Or if there's an explosion and it's more explosion on one side of the screen, it'll be red on that light, whereas on the other side it might be white or green depending on like what the scene is. It's really pretty damn cool. And WLED can do like a similar thing too, when like paired with this other software that I found on GitHub. But I thought it was cool to do it with like these Gove lights, because they're just like these like little camping lanterns that are controllable from your phone. And it's like you can tie those into the computer and get them to do things based on events and use them for alarms. Like if an email comes in, have them like flash back and forth or flicker really quickly to get your attention. I think that's cool. I don't know about you guys, but I'm an automation fanatic. I absolutely love automation, like more than anything. It's my jam. I did it for many, many years, creating automation at Microsoft to automate the shit out of everything. And I loved every minute of it for the most part. So even at home, I enjoy doing it. I just wish that I could do it more often, because right now my back killed me. I had to take a nuclear amount of medication this morning that's ultimately going to make me sick this afternoon. But I wanted to make sure that I can make it at least the 3 hours today and not have to end the stream early, because my back has been killing me so bad. Yesterday I came up here, my back was so bad sitting in this chair that I literally started shaking and felt like I had to throw up. I had to go in the bathroom twice because I was dry heaving. And because the pain just gives you that like that visceral like gut pain, and you can't escape it. It's like I've already used all my max medications. I already had the TENS device with all 4 pads on me, strategically placed, maxed out, plugged into the wall. I could not escape the pain, so I just had to sit here and just ride it out. And I wanted to stream so bad, and it pissed me off that I couldn't stream because I was feeling so shitty. Oh, I hate it. Okay, wait. It says, okay, it did connect to the light. Trying standard RGB command structure, sent on command and then sent off command. Successfully toggled using standard instruction. Did the light respond? No, it did not. Oh, so now it's asking me questions. Okay, trying simple on-off command structure. Error with on-off structure. The object has been closed. Failed to toggle. Yep. Nope. It did not. Did the light respond? No, it did not. Okay, trying extended RGB command structure. Okay, the light disconnected. Okay, I got to run it again. I think I waited too long to respond and the light disconnected. Bluetooth low energy is weird. Shit. like if you don't do shit to it immediately or send it commands immediately, it just disconnects. All right, let's try it again. Okay, it found a Gove light. I don't know why it's only finding one. Before I was finding both of them. Now it's only finding one. And it keeps losing the connection to it. Here, let me try moving them over here. I think my antenna down here is the problem. Here, where's my... Here, I'll move it up here. All right, there we go. There's my Bluetooth antenna, by the way, if you guys are wondering. God damn it. All right, here we go. Okay, did they turn on or off? No, they did not. Okay, now it's sending a different on-off structure. Okay, did the lights toggle? No, they did not. Okay, now it's sending extended RGB command structure. No, they did not. Now it's using alternative RGB command structure. No, it did not. None of the command structures seem to work. Exiting. Damn it! Well, so much for this working before. Is there like a... What the hell is going on here? This worked like no problem the other day. And it's driving me nuts. So it's a model H7040. Let me do that. Okay. None of those methods worked to turn the lights on or off. If it helps, the model number is H7040. H7040. Hold on, the lights. Model number is H7040 if that helps you find the right commands to send. All right, let's see what it says. I probably should have given it the model right off the bat. It says, oh, thank you for providing the model number. That's very helpful. The Gove H7040 is indeed a very specific model. It might require a slightly different approach. Let's modify your script to work specifically with the 7040 model. Here is an updated script. Okay, did anything actually change? Okay, it says the script significantly... Okay, so what changed? We're using the specific command structure for the H7040 model. The characteristic UUID to set the typically used by Gove devices. The script will attempt to turn the lights on, wait for 2 seconds, then turn them off. After each attempt, it'll ask the light to respond. Okay, it says make sure you have Bleak installed, save the file, and then run. Oh, it's just tell me how to save and run it and everything. All right, let me try this again. When stuff doesn't work, it drives me nuts, and I just get stuck on it, and I'm sorry about that. But we're going to get off this here in a second, because this is probably boring the ever-living shit out of you. Type 1 in chat if this is boring the living shit out of you, and you want me to move on and stop fucking with it. All right, let's see your Python. Come on. Python light.py. Here we go. Scanning for Gove lights. Try this one more time. Can we get the audience to interact with your LED panel? Not today, Joel, but in the future, yes. I just got to get StreamerBot working again, and I got to fix the script. I broke StreamerBot like really bad. StreamerBot is really, really bad right now. Okay, no Gove lights found. Come on. We just went through this. Find the Gove lights. Find them. Did I just unplug this by pulling on it, maybe? Oh, it found one. Here we go. Okay, at least found one. Let's see what happens. Okay, is she going to do something with it? Okay, I found it and then it disconnected. I think my range on my Bluetooth is really bad. I don't know why. This antenna's not working. I think it might have got ripped off the back or something because it's not working. And I'm going to put the lights down right next to the case, so hopefully it can just work off of the connector. Come on, find the lights and do something. I'd like it to work. It did change the packet structure, though. I'm looking at the code that it gave me. It is different. Before, the packet that it sent was, let's see, 3311. And now it's going to be 3301. So a little bit different. Come on. Why are you not finding them? They're sitting right here. Come on. I just keep running it, and it eventually finds them. I don't know. Maybe turn them on and off. Oh, now I found both of them. Is it because I'm holding them? Is it because I moved them? Like, what's the deal here? Now I found both. Let's see if it connects or disconnects. Come on. Lost connection. This is pure silly, guys. Okay, turn them off. Turn them on. It's fun to just find like little RGB lights and stuff like that and be able to control them with code that would be otherwise hard to find. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. This is weird. Okay, so find them. It finds them like I just keep running the script. Every once in a while it finds them, and then when it finds them, it says, see, no Gove lights found. It'll find them, and then it disconnects. Like, oh, now I found both of them. Okay, so I found 2 lights. Now watch, it'll say, oh, no, it's sending commands now. Okay, so send command on, send command off. Did it toggle? No, it did not. Okay. It said light did not respond. Trying again. Nope. 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 Yeah, the weird thing is it connects and it sends the command. They're just not responding. So something is weird here. All right, I just want to, okay, I'm just going to try GPT-4o. Let's just do that. Let's open up GPT-4o latest, 475 points per message. I'm just going to say, okay, write me a Python script that will find all of the was it 7040? Gove H7040 RGB Bluetooth lights around me and turn them on and off. Turn each one on and off. We're asking a completely different AI now. I'm starting to question if it was Claude that I used yesterday. Okay, install Bleak. I already did that, so we already... Oh, wait, do we have Bleak? Pip install Bleak? I think I do. Because I need Bleak and I need async IO. Oh, wow. The Gove service ID and the control characteristic ID are completely different than the code it gave me before. Everything else looks the same, though. So if it was just an authentication issue, that could have been it. Okay, this code actually looks pretty good. Let's see. Watch, this whole time I was fucking around and I just needed GPT-4o latest. Let's see. Okay, so lights py. I'm gonna paste that shit, save it. I'm gonna run a little Python action light.py. Okay, scanning for Gove H7040 lights. And device type none is not iterable. Device and devices if Gove H7040 in device name. It's not supposed to have 7040 in the device name. It's supposed to just have Gove in the device name. So it's off to a bad start. So I'm just going to make the change in the code so it doesn't have to like do it all over again. Basically what's happening is it's searching for the lights, and then when it's iterating through all the Bluetooth devices it found, it can't find it because it's looking for a device with H7040 in the name, which there is no H7040 in the name of these devices. So for each device, okay, so Gove light device for device in devices if Gove H7040 in device name. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to save that, run it again. All right, so now it's just searching for anything with Gove in the name. Why is it saying not iterable? Okay, I'm going to copy the error, paste it in here. You encountered this error of argument type, none type is not iterable, indicates that the device name attribute is none for at least one of the devices discovered during the BLE scan. This can happen if a device doesn't have a name broadcasted in its advertisement packet. To resolve this, you can modify the code to handle such a case by checking if the device name is none before trying to match it with Gove. Here's the modified script. Okay, well, that's exactly how I would have fixed it, so that's good. Save it, run it again. My God, guys. Oh, no offense, Leslie. It's not going good at all. No offense. I don't have time to take offense at stuff like that, honestly. And until it's going to be a losing battle trying to lose weight until the doctors figure out how to handle this extreme pain I'm in. Because I can't fucking move. So, but I'll get there. Oh yeah, Daniel, I'm never giving up, brother. Never. Not until I'm dead. When I'm dead, I'll finally rest. That'll be when I rest and I stop fighting. But up until that day, I'm going to fight my ass off. A lot of people don't understand that my weight gain, because I had to, for most of my life, I stayed around the same weight. My weight gain is directly in lockstep with my inability to move. Like I used to hike, I used to ride bikes, I used to be like, even as a fat guy, just did all those things. But the chronic back pain and my allergy that prevents me from being able to use any anti-inflammatory. Well, I have a chronic inflammation problem that can't be solved. It can't be solved with weight loss. It can't be solved. I also have to be on pain medication for the rest of my life, which really sucks. So, yeah, I got dealt a pretty bad hand. But what sucks the most about it is if they could still give me the pain medication that I used to be able to get without problems, I'd be able to do, well, I'd still be degraded, like pretty bad, but I'd be able to do a lot more. And I'd be a lot happier. But because of Washington state laws and stuff changing around opiates, even people that are on chronic lifelong pain management get hit by it because the doctors are afraid of losing their licenses and being audited. So I got cut down to a drug that's 40% as effective at best. It does have some good qualities though. I can't say it's all bad. Like I do sleep better and the doses last longer. They're just not as potent. So it is what it is. You know, you just have to adapt. At some point, I probably won't even have any pain management, sadly, with the way things are going. That's one thing I don't like about the United States here is the people that make the laws and just make the decisions for how other people live are the people that don't suffer from the problems that their decisions, impact. And I think that's terrible. I think that, we should have a government where the people that make laws should be the people most educated on those things to make those laws. And the last thing you want is the person deciding what level of pain management is appropriate for somebody that has an inoperable disease that causes pain that they can't cure, right? That can't use over-the-counter drugs because they kill them, quite literally kill them. Like, no shit. Like, I've been in an ambulance 3 times, rushed to the hospital before we finally made the connection that it's all NSAIDs. It's naproxen, ibuprofen, and aspirin. I can't take any of them. And Tylenol is the only over-the-counter pain reliever I can take, yet I can't take it because my liver's damaged and has increased enzymes. So if I take Tylenol, it does, really bad damage to my liver. So I can't take that either. So I'm basically stuck in this shitty spot where it's like the only medication I can take that improves my quality of life at all is opiates. But because of opioids being so heavily regulated, they stepped me down from a class 3 to a class 2, going from oxycodone to buprenorphine after already titrating me down on the dose of oxycodone. So now my pain management is roughly about a quarter of what it was for the last 16 years when I'm actually at the worst pain I've ever been in because I'm so degraded. So it really sucks, man. It really fucking sucks. Oh, no, Leslie, it's fine. No, Leslie, honestly, it's fine. I'm glad you asked the question. You seem incredibly nice, and you seem like you genuinely care. And I could never be mad at anybody who genuinely cares about, my life and my health. Honestly, I appreciate it a lot. I genuinely do. It's just I don't expect a lot of people to truly understand what it's like to live with absolute chronic pain 24 hours a day, that the only way you can escape is by floating in a hot tub, that you can only get about 45 minutes to an hour relief before you start getting severe heart arrhythmia from the heat, and then you get heat stroke, and then you got to deal with a whole another group of problems along with your pain. And the only other way that you can escape pain is by your wife having to sit there with a $200 impact massager and go all the way from your lower back, down your hip, down your leg, down your calf, and then all the way back up again. And just do that for like an hour or two. And then as long as I don't move after she does it, I'm in relative comfort. And by relative comfort, I mean I'm like maybe like a 2.5 or a 3 out of 10 pain level. There's no such thing as 0 pain level with me anymore. I wake up in pain. I go to sleep in pain. Even in the hot tub, I still have a pain level. But as long as it's below 4, I can completely tolerate it. And to me, that's the new norm. But when it's sitting up at like a 6, 7, and every day I've been hitting 9s and 10s every day for the last like month or two. Wears you out mentally. It really kills you. Steve Miller says you have balls of steel for dealing with these health issues for so long. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. Did you know anybody can handle anything, no matter how hard it is, if they don't have a choice? It turns out that is the best way to be really good at something and not give up. If somebody walks up to you and puts a gun to your head and says, you better start mowing that lawn, you're gonna do everything you can to mow that lawn because you don't want to die. And so in that respect, it's like I can't take a lot of credit for like, oh man, you're brave and you're fighting, because I break down. I have breakdowns all the time. You guys don't see it on camera. It's why I didn't stream last week, because there wasn't an hour in my day where I didn't have a breakdown. So, and I don't want you guys seeing that. Like, you see it sometimes when I stream. It does happen sometimes, but when I know it's going to happen, I don't want you guys to see that, because to me it just makes the anxiety even worse. So I try to keep a lot of that shit away from you guys, because I don't want that to be the image associated with me. If I do die at some point down the road, I don't want that, and I'll never be for my own hand. I promise you guys that. Like, suicide is never an option. I went down that road many times in my life, had a lot of close calls where it's just, an absolute dumb luck that I'm still alive. I made my decision finally after that, and I was like, you know what? As close as I came a couple of times that, I was like, what the fuck was I doing? Like as long as I've got my son, as long as I got my wife, that'll never be an option. Yeah, wow, this got dark. But yeah, I'll never commit suicide. I promise you guys that. It'll never happen. And I say that, and I used to get in dark places where I'd be like, oh, I'd never commit suicide. Then I get in a dark place, and I'm like, oh, I changed my mind. No, I have mentally conditioned myself now that even when I am absolutely at my wit's end, where it's like I want to just die from the pain, like I can't escape it. I just tell myself in my head, I say, listen, it always goes down. It's never going to be gone, but it always goes down to a level where you can tolerate. Just curl up in a ball in a place away from your family where they don't have to see it. Let it run its course. Then try to get your ass into the hot tub. Or try to get at least somewhat comfortable on whatever meds you do have in your bed and recover. And then it's going to happen again. Like, don't think, ooh, this is the last time. There's no such thing as the last time. It will happen again. It's just a matter of whether it's going to happen every day, every 2 days, 3 days. The longest I've gone without a full, 8 or 9 out of 10 pain episode, they just put me in absolute tears and agony, is maybe 3 days in the last year or two. So that was a good run. But no, yesterday it happened twice. The day before that it happened once. The day before that it happened once. So it's been pretty regular occurrence. And that's why I haven't been streaming. If you guys have been wondering, like, where the hell is he? The only reason I'm streaming right now is because I went straight from bed, from sleeping, to up here in the chair. The pain was immediate. I forgot the TENS device, so I've been in pain, pretty decent pain for the last 2-3 hours. But I took a heavy dose of my pain medication right when I woke up, an hour before the stream, so that it'd be in effect. I came straight up here knowing that I'd only get probably about an hour and a half to 3 hours max of being able to tolerate the chair. I can tell you right now from experience that when I get out of this chair, I will be in tears downstairs, literally shaking in my bed for the next hour and a half to 2 hours trying to recover from this, because I've crossed that point where I sat in the chair too long and I couldn't stretch my nerve enough. And so now I can feel that it's in that state where it's like, as soon as I stand up, doesn't matter what I do. As soon as I stand up and I start to move and take a couple of steps, it's going to just start overwhelming me and I'll feel it build. And once it builds, it's game over. Like you can feel it coming. Like, you can't stop it. But once you feel it coming, you're like, nope, this is going to happen. Ride it out. And that's what I did last night. I was supposed to go down and have dinner with my family. My wife made dinner, and we eat late because we're on a completely different time schedule than everybody else. So we went to sleep, or we had dinner at, I think it was 10. She made it. It was like 9:30 or 10. She made hamburger soup, which is amazing. I love hamburger soup. It's like one of the recipes she makes. It's one of my favorites. And I was really, really wanting some, but I'd been sitting up here for about 2 hours because I was trying to stream. I was trying to get shit set up to stream, and I was playing with my laptop and trying to get stuff. And then my back hit me. And so my wife's like, hey, dinner's ready. Why don't you come down and eat before you stream? And I messaged her and I said, yeah, my back's too bad. I can't come down and be around you guys right now. So I sat upstairs for 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So 4 hours I was in just gut-wrenching pain, sitting here shaking, soaked through my whole shirt, soaked through my whole pants. And then finally it let up. And once it finally let up, I was able to come out of the room, go downstairs and eat my dinner right before we put my son in bed around, I think it was like 2:15 or 2:30 a.m. And then I was up until probably about 6 a.m. and then slept for about 3 hours and got up into the stream. So typical Saturday. But I try not to, if the pain episode happens like in front of my wife and kid, there's not much I can do about it. They see it. but I try to hide it from them if I can. If it's an episode that happens when they're not there and they're not seeing it, I try to just stay tucked away and let it run its course. Because otherwise they feel bad because, and they would never say that. They're like, no, we want to see this. We want to help you. But it's like, it sucks being around somebody who's in a lot of pain that you can't do anything to help. Like once they get to that point, like massage doesn't even work at that point. Ten's device doesn't work at that point. All I can do is just rock myself and tear up and shake from the pain and watch my heart rate skyrocket to like 120, 130 beats per minute idle, watch my oxygen saturation drop down into the 80s and just ride it out. And then once it's over, I'm good for a while. Like once it's over and you go through it, you're like, oh, okay. The nerve let up a little bit. So, but right now I'm doing pretty good. Like I know once I get up out of the chair, I'm fucked. Like that has already happened because I have that warm sensation. It feels like waters. Like it feels like hot waters being poured down my hip. It almost feels like I'm pissing down my butt cheek. If it sounds weird, but once I feel that sensation, I know the nerve has been inflamed, and so it's just a matter of getting up and moving. And if I get up and move, it's gonna lap that nerve up and down through that little SI joint. And it's literally like just imagine taking a knife on a piece of leather. It's doing that to my sciatic nerve, and it just by the time I get downstairs and in bed, I'm gonna be fucked. But it happens. It happens almost every Tech Talk. Honestly, I can't even remember the last Tech Talk that I didn't go directly from Tech Talk to the stairs, and then I had to slowly go down the stairs over the course of like a minute or two, like one step at a time. And by the time I got to the room, I was literally shaking. So it is what it is. Yeah, I did the whole chiropractor thing when I was younger. They ended up messing me up a lot more, sadly. Gaming Matty Rock says, so let's talk about what happened to the Apple AI thing. Yeah, that's a good thing. We probably should talk about that, huh? Graham said, just in case, help is available today. Suicide crisis hotline, English, Spanish, available 24 hours. Oh, you forgot the number, though. Graham, you got to post the number, man. The number is the most important part. Bradley said, I sent you a video link to your Patreon mail. Oh, for the little avatar thing you're making for me? Oh, dude, I'll check that out when I'm when I get a little bit of rest and I get through this bout of pain coming my way. It's kind of like why I don't want to end the stream now, because it's like I know once I get up, like it's hit that point where it's like it was really painful and now it's just kind of like numb and feels like warm water's running down. And I'm like, well, I know what that means when I move, but I also know that the longer I stay here, the longer the recovery is going to be. So I'm like, ah, shit. By the way, I ran the Gove code from GPT-4o. It found the devices. It says device Gove does not have the expected service UUID. So it obviously tried the wrong thing. So it doesn't know what it's doing. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that error text into GPT-4o. It says the error message device blah, blah, blah does not have the expected service UUID. Includes that the device you're trying to control does not have the Gove service UUID, some random GUID it put in there, that we specified in the initial script. Wait, why is it responding so slow? It's like one word a second. Wow, Poe is going really slow right now. This UUID might vary depending on the model or firmware of the Gove lights. To resolve this issue, we will need to do the following. Scan and inspect services. Instead of assuming the service UUID, we can scan the services and characteristics of the Gove device to find the correct ID, and then update the script. Once we know the correct UUIDs, we can modify the script and use them. Let's start by modifying the script to print out all the services and characteristics of each Gove light we discover. Oh, wow. Why didn't it do that in the first place? That's a good question. So now basically what it's saying is it tried some known characteristics, basically like a command. It tried a command that it thought that the Gove light would understand. The Gove light was like, I don't understand that command. So now it's like, well, since we can't figure out what command it was, just guessing, let's go ahead and write a script that just asks it what commands it supports. And in theory, it should respond with that back, and then we can put those into the script. And this time it's actually doing something different. It says, when you run the script, here's an example what the output might look like. Inspecting services for Gove. And each one, it'll say characteristic, indicate, read, write with each one of them. Oh, it's like telling me like what the packet structures will look like and what the characteristics will look like. Okay, so it's a separate script. It's not returning a new script for turning the lights on and off. Now it's creating a discover, so I'll just call this discover.py. Let's paste that in there, Python discover. Let's see if it can find some of these characteristics, shall we? Oh, my God. All right, Graham said, play that Starliner video. It's very interesting if you haven't seen it. Typical Boeing. Yeah, I might pull it up. I don't know if I can display it on stream, though, with the way things are set up right now. Actually, I hope I can go for a little while longer though, because my back is actually pretty fucking bad right now. If I'm honest, it's bugging me. Joel said, but I gotta keep going, man. We're fucked if I don't. Man, I'm in a shitty place. This is the stuff I don't want to do on stream. Joel, off topic, but what are your thoughts on the Minecraft movie? Well, to be honest, I like 99.9% of the stuff Jack Black is in. So I think I'm probably going to enjoy it, even though it's almost undoubtedly going to be like super corny, over the top, typical tropes, super heavy on all the politically correct shit. But it'll be funny. I think it'll be funny, and I think it'll be goofy, and I'll love it because Jack Black can do no wrong. And it's also got Jason Momoa in it, and the character it looks like he's going to be playing, that's going to just be a hilarious combination because I always love it when like a big, tough, muscular guy, you know, plays some like, you know, like 80s big hair band dude. Like, I don't know. I think it's going to be great. I think a lot of people aren't going to like it. Like older people aren't going to like it because they're going to be like, oh, this is not really Minecraft. They should have used animated characters instead of live action, blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, no, I think it'll be fun. I just watched the Borderlands video, or the Borderlands movie the other day, and I have to say it was corny as fuck. Like, and to keep, I actually didn't even know it was coming out. I didn't know there was going to be a Borderlands movie. This thing just like shows up. I'm like, all right, I'll watch it. And I was like, where the fuck did this come from? I didn't even remember them making a Borderlands movie. And then I see like Jamie Lee Curtis. I see, what's his name? The short comedian guy. I like him. Like every star in Hollywood is in this movie. It's crazy. I have no idea. Jack Black does Claptrap. I didn't even realize that until after the movie was over. But I was like, it was good. I liked it. I laughed. I thought it was great. I think they really messed up studying Borderlands. Like, I think a lot of the aspects of Borderlands were just like completely overshadowed and overlooked, and a lot of missed opportunities, especially when it came to Claptrap. But it wasn't bad. Like, I actually did enjoy it, and it was a fun movie for me. Oh, Kevin Hart. That's who I was thinking. Kevin Hart. Where did you watch the Borderlands movie? I can't tell you, Gaming Matty Rocks, because then I'd have to kill you. Let's just say it was on a Plex server somewhere. I opened up Plex and it was there. And I was like, where'd this come from? I have never seen such a movie. And it magically started playing on my TV. So that's all I can tell you. After seeing Twisted Metal, I had high expectations. Wait, they made a Twisted Metal movie? When did that happen? Wait a second. No way. Did they make a Twisted Metal movie? I didn't know. When did that come out? Hold on. All right. Twisted Metal movie. 2023. Twisted Metal. Follow a motor-mouth outsider offered a chance at a better life, but only if he can successfully drive a mysterious package across the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Okay, who's in this? I gotta see this. They got Anthony Mackie? Anthony Mackie, Samoa Joe, Will Arnett, Thomas Hayden Church. Whoa, how did I not see this? Oh, wait, it's a TV series? So where is it? Like, where can I watch it? I've never even heard of this. This is like complete news to me. Oh, it's a Peacock original. Oh, I think we got Peacock. Doesn't Peacock let you like watch stuff for free as long as you watch like watch commercials? I want to say Peacock is one of those services. I'm not 100%. Oh, I gotta watch this. Is it any good, Graham? Oh, it's amazing. Okay, I gotta watch it. But I'll tell you, I did like Borderlands. Just FYI, if you see all the shit online like, oh, Borderlands is the dumbest movie ever, blah 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 blah. It's not. It's actually really good. I really liked it. It's silly. But I liked it. I don't know. I like silly shit though. My favorite movie of all time is Idiocracy, if that gives you any indication. So if you don't like Idiocracy, like don't listen to anything I say. Go see Beetlejuice. Yeah, we're seeing it next week. So Graham in chat and me, Graham and I are gonna go to iPick sometimes next week in Redmond and watch it. So he hasn't been in the theater in like 5 years. I've only seen like 2 movies since COVID started with my buddy in a regular theater. So we're going to go to the iPic theater because honestly, I got so anxious and claustrophobic when I went and saw Deadpool 3. It was actually really hard to enjoy it. Like, it was a good movie, but it was hard to enjoy it because I felt just so claustrophobic with so many people packed in tight to me, like in a conventional theater. So we're going to go to this place called iPic. It's only $4 more. Can you believe that? $4 more, and you go from a theater that has like hundreds of people into a small theater that seats 40 people max. At max occupancy, only 40 people are in there. And it's all split up into 2 seats. Like, it's 2 seats, space, 2 seats, space, 2 seats. And they're like big, huge, like reclining chairs like you'd have in a house, not like little reclining chairs like in a fancy theater. And they give you like a blanket and a pillow, and you can order food and drinks and all that shit. So, and it's only $4.50 more than going to AMC. So it's like, you can either go to AMC for, what is it, $15.50 or whatever, general admission, or you can go see, 10:30 p.m., go to a tiny little like theater with really comfortable seating, good sound. People bring you food and drink during the show. It's a way better experience. So I'm pretty excited to go there. Me and my wife used to go there all the time back in the day. Everybody's going to think Graham and I are a gay couple, and we're going to give them a good show. Because the iPic, it's one of those like intimate settings. It's like the little love seats that are together, like the 2 little love seats. You can like lift up the arm between them and make them like a little couch. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're gonna snuggle, bro. We're gonna make everybody in that room super uncomfortable. It's gonna be great. Although, judging by looking at it the other day, it's like I looked at the 10:30 showing on a Friday. You'd think that it, like a little theater 40-seat venue, would be packed. Not a single reservation. I mean, I'm sure people coming off the street, because you can just walk in and buy a ticket just like any movie theater, as long as there's seats available, but they usually do reservations. And I looked at reservations, completely open. Every showing for the whole week, Saturday, Sunday. Actually, no, Saturday and Sunday did have bookings, but during the week, like even on a Friday, there was not a single person that had a reservation. And it's cool because it shows you what seats are reserved. So like if there's only one other couple in the room, which when we used to go, there was tons of times we went and there was only like 2 other couples watching the movie. And it was like you can see who reserved the seats, so you can reserve them on the other side of the theater. So like if you want to be like way as far apart as humanly possible from the other couple of people, you can spread out, and because it's assigned seating when you reserve. Yeah, if you get scared, you can grab my arm, Graham, or grab something else under the blanket. Dude, we should do that. How funny would that be? How funny would that be? Like just under the blanket, just keep doing this. Like under the blanket, like just move your arm. Just have your arm sitting on the blanket. I mean, just go like this the whole time. Under the blanket. Even like when the ladies come in to like give us our water, because if you don't buy any food, they actually give you a water and come and refill your water so you stay hydrated during the show. It's pretty cool. The food is expensive though. I'm probably not gonna get any food because I'm broke as shit now. But because I mean like French fries are like $9 for a plate of French fries. I mean, it's a decent plate of French fries. I mean, it comes in a huge like cup with like a tin on the top and everything. It's usually like garlic fries. They're nice. And to be honest, McDonald's probably charges like $7 for French fries now, so it's probably not that bad. But yeah, the food was crazy. Like, but they serve food during the movie. Like, you can literally go get this, sit back in your big, comfortable, like freaking recliner. That's way better than like it's not like the seats that are in like Regal where they recline, but they're still really narrow. These are like big, huge, fluffy armrests, big, huge, just the really nice leather couches kind of things. And it's like, but their food was expensive. It was like a pizza was like, I think it was $19, 18 or $19 for a personal pizza. And they're not that big. We used to get, I mean, they're not bad. They're probably like that big around like a thin crust pizza. It's like a wood fired pizza, but it's like $19, but you can get it delivered during the movie. And you can actually set up courses. Like before the movie starts, you fill out a little piece of paper and you give it to them. And it's like, oh, I'd like you to bring in, my appetizers. And then at this, at the midpoint of the movie, bring in the entree and drinks or whatever here and here and here. You fill out, you just give it to them. And they actually like get your food and bring it in when you want it at those stages of the movie. I was like, I used to love that place. That place was so awesome. I'm looking forward to going there. Graham and I are going to make a date out of it. It's going to be amazing. Graham said it's the shower scene all over again. Oh, yeah, with the GPU over Adam's house. Totally. Idiocracy is a movie that manages to get at our humanity. It manages to compute in a big way, not huge. Not Matt Groening. What's his name? The guy who did Idiocracy and Beavis and Butthead. Michael fucking something like Mike Judge. There it is. Thank you, Mike Judge. My brain is shot right now. I'm really, my pain's kind of fucking making me loopy. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I probably should have ended this sooner. I'm not gonna though. I got more stuff to do. So Mike Judge is like a clairvoyant, okay? Idiocracy went from being just this really funny movie when it first came out to being an absolute documentary of 2016 forward. Like seriously, it's when you watch the movie again and you look at the parallels between Donald Trump and President Camacho and how ignorant voters are and how the healthcare system is like horribly fucking broken. It really makes sense. Like nobody cares about global warming. Nobody cares about the health of like the fucking crops or these giant dust balls that are happening. Starbucks turns into a strip club or like not even a strip club. It's a brothel. It is so on the nose now that you think that Mike Judge had a time machine. There are that many parallels now that line up. It is wild. Steve Miller, you've never watched Idiocracy? Bro, you have to see it. It is so good. I watch it at least 2-3 times a year. I've probably seen it over a dozen times now. It's so good. So good. I like Costco is the only store left in the world. Carl's Jr. is the only restaurant in the world. Actually, that's not true. Carl's Jr. and Buttfuckers. It used to be Fuddruckers. Do you guys remember the restaurant Fuddruckers? So in Idiocracy, it starts out as Fuddruckers, and then over the years, it evolves into other names, and then it ends as Buttfuckers. And one of my favorite scenes is they have kids having a birthday party, like little toddlers, having a birthday party in the window, like blowing out candles on cakes and stuff. And then it like pans out and the name of the restaurant is Buttfuckers. It's so good. It's so good. I also love when the lady walks up to the machine to buy food. It's a Carl's Jr. vending machine. And she walks up to it to buy food. And the machine doesn't give her anything. It like gives her like an empty thing instead of food. And she's like, there's nothing here. There's no food. So she starts like hitting the machine. Give me my food. Give me my food. And it like goes, you're being aggressive. Please stop being aggressive or whatever. And then it finally just sprays her in the face with like a thing that incapacitates her. And it says, you have been found to be an unfit parent, because she was like trying to feed her kids. So she bought the food to buy her kid, but it was empty. So she's mad at the machine because she wanted her food to feed her kids. They're like, because you're not feeding your kids, you are an unfit parent. And it says the police are on their way to collect you or whatever. And she like stumbling around because they like hit her with like this antiseptic. It's so bad. It's like Carl's Jr. has determined that you're a bad parent and the police are on their way to collect you right now. Have a nice day. And thank you for picking Carl's Jr. I just think it's so funny that Carl's Jr. went along with that. Like they worked with the movie, and the Carl's Jr. logo is like a star with a smile. But in the Idiocracy movie, it's like an evil frown. It's just, God, it's chef's kiss, man. The little details. Every time I watch that movie, I see something I missed. That's what it was. Graham got the line. You are not a suitable parent. Your child is now in the custody of Carl's Jr. The police have been called. And then after that, it's like, thank you again for picking Carl's Jr. And the lady's like stumbling around because she's like all jacked up on whatever it sprayed her in the face with. It's so bad. I love it, though. I absolutely love it. It's so perfect. I also love the hospital scene. He goes into the hospital and it's just they have slot machines in the hospital, and because healthcare costs so much in the future that you have to like play a slot machine to like win medical care. Like you're not even playing to win money. You're playing to win like procedures so that you can get your medical care. And the lady's like sitting over there like trying to get like her spleen replaced, and she runs out of money or whatever before she gets it. And she's like, okay, well, she's got to die now. Yeah, Dr. Lexus. No last name, just Dr. Lexus. The smart, and he was like the second smartest guy in the world. Or he's like, yo, dude, yo, you don't have no tag. Yo, you no tag. Where's your tag at? Like, oh God, it was so funny. He's just stoned the whole time. He's all talking like, yeah, this is a hospital and shit. We do medical. Like, yeah, this is your bill. Yeah, just give us money. Yeah, dude. Oh, cool. Yeah, shit, that's cool. It's just great. It is so. But the other funny part was like at the beginning of the movie where they're trying to find the two people that don't have any family connections that they can put in these cryopods to like go into the future. It was so funny when like the dude was like involved with, what was it, Upgrade? the one of the ladies they selected for the experiment had a pimp named Upgrade that like sold her into the experiment, and the whole movie she's worried that this Upgrade guy is gonna find her to get his money because he's a pimp, and she wakes up in the future and she's like, all she can talk about is being scared of Upgrade finding her. And it's so funny because like at the end of the movie, like Upgrade legit finds her. Like I mean, he doesn't end up doing anything, but like Upgrade is like in the future, like he found a way to find his woman. Yeah, 2 double D's for a double dose. Or or the guy that was paying her to not put out. Like in the future, like every woman's a prostitute, like in the future, right? It's like the biggest profession, if not the only profession. And so a guy like walks up to this lady, the lady from the past, and he's like, yo, baby, yeah, I want you, baby, yeah, I'll go. Well, how much you gonna cost? He's like holding like $1 million in his hand. Yeah, how much you want? She's like, oh, okay, all right, I can, because she used to be a prostitute in the past, so she's like, I can play this guy. She's like, okay, how about I take this much? And she just starts taking money out of his pile. And she's like, okay, but I'll get with you tomorrow. Like I'm gonna make you wait. And he's like, oh man, I'm so good. I'm gonna wait so good. And she just keeps taking money from this guy. And she keeps making him wait, and he's actually paying her to wait because, like, to him, it's more exciting to not have her put out. You just got to watch the movie. There's so many. Yeah, Maya Rudolph's amazing, but there's so many aspects of that movie that are just like so on the nose, like completely exaggerated, but so on the nose that you can relate to other things. Mike Judge did a great job. He really did. The Wall-E comment is legit. I missed it. What was the Wall-E comment? Let's see here. Do you want some big ass fries? There's so many. One of my favorite things from the show is the commercials. The thirst. What was it? The Brondo, the thirst mutilator. Brondo, the thirst mutilator. It's like having sex with a tractor trailer in a parking lot and it's on fire. It's like having a pillow fight, but the pillows are filled with vipers. Oh my God. Did you guys ever watch the what are they called? The fake Brondo commercials on YouTube, like the old school Brondo commercials? They basically took the Brondo commercial from the movie and then just like kept redoing it and making it more and more ridiculous. It was pretty funny. Ouch My Balls TV show. By the way, that became a video game. They're actually, I don't know if it's still around, but on iOS, there is a game called Ouch My Balls, and it's literally from Idiocracy. It's exactly that game. Oh wait, I just saw Graham. I just saw the thing you sent to my phone about the Android malware that steals private keys. New Android malware steals private keys from screenshots and images. According to a recent FBI warning, North Korea hackers are aggressively targeting the crypto industry with a well-disguised attack. A new Android malware called Spy Agent, discovered by software security firm McAfee, can steal private keys stored in a screenshot and image on a smartphone's internal storage. Why the fuck are private keys in a screenshot's metadata? More specifically, the malware uses a mechanism known as an optical character recognition to scan the image stored on the smartphone and extract the words from them. Wait a second, why would you have that key on your phone? Like, does the phone screenshot that key and store it somewhere? I don't know, that seems weird. I'm wondering why there's any images with those private keys anywhere on your device. Or is it the malware that's doing it? Like, it's screen scraping it and then getting that. OCR is present in many technologies, including desktop computers, which can recognize, copy, and paste text from images. McAfee Labs explained that the malware is distributed through malicious links sent through text messages. The cybersecurity company broke down the process, beginning with the unsuspecting user clicking on a link they received. The link will and by the way, this is for Android, guys. It said, The link will redirect the user. Oh, so basically it's going through everybody's images to see if they screenshot their keys, and then if it finds one, well, people screenshot a lot of shit that they don't want people to see. So if it can go through and do OACR on all the images on the phone, I'm sure you can find some pretty interesting data. Stuff that even people taking pictures didn't even know in the background and shit. Let's see. Scrolling through. According to the report, these fraudulent programs are disguised as banking apps, government applications, and streaming services. Upon installing the application, users are prompted to give the application permission to access contacts, messages, and local storage. Currently, the malware mainly targets South Korean users, as it has been detected in over 280 fraudulent apps by a McAfee cybersecurity specialist. Similar to malware affecting Mac OS systems called Cthulhu Stealer, was identified in August. Like spy agent, Cthulhu Stealer disguises itself as a legitimate software application and steals personal information from the user, including MetaMask passwords, IP addresses, and private keys for cold wallets living on the desktop. During the same month, Microsoft discovered a vulnerability in Google Chrome's web browser, which was likely exploited by a North Korean hacker called Citrine Sleet. The hacker group reportedly created fake cryptocurrency exchanges and used those sites to send fraudulent job applications to unexpected users. Any user who followed through with the process inadvertently installed remote-controlled malware on their system, which stole private keys from the user. Since that time, the Chrome vulnerability has been patched. However, the frequency of the malware attack prompted the Federal Bureau of Investigation to issue a warning about North Korea hacking groups. Wow. Yeah, see, that's the thing is you never know. Like, you think your shit's secure, but all it takes is just one little bug to be discovered before it's mainstream and patched, and the group's just got to keep it quiet long enough that nobody else picks up on it, and they can exploit the ever-living shit out of that bad boy. Oh, man. I got to pee so bad, but I'm afraid to get up because I know once I get up, this is going to go nuclear. Because I'm in a lot of fucking pain, but I think I probably should go take a piss. This method will be removed from future... I'm running my light script, by the way. This method will be removed. Future versions use the service properly instead. Let's see. Controlling light Gove H7040, and it didn't do anything. It said it found the lights and it controlled them. I'm going to say, okay, it didn't change the state of either light that it found, even though it claims it controlled it. And then I'll put the screen text there. Okay, it seems that the script is correctly discovering the lights and attempting to communicate with them, but the commands being sent, turn on command, turn off command, are not causing any visible changes. This suggests that the command structure byte sequence may be incorrect for your specific Gove model. Verify commands. The commands for turning your light on and off are specific to this device's protocol. The commands are provided are 03311 for turning on and 0330100 for turning off. These are based on assumptions, but they might not work for your specific Gove light. You may need to reverse engineer the protocol to find the correct one online. Use a Bluetooth sniffing tool like Wireshark and a BLE compatible adapter to sniff the traffic. Another alternative is so based on some reverse engineering efforts of other Gove models, here are some alternative command formats that you can try. Oh, well, here, let me try that then. Here, copy that. So turn on command and turn off command, update the script. I don't know why it's like telling me all this, and then it gives me like a little thing that says, oh, or you could try like this alternate shit that like worked for some other people. Let's try that. Okay, so the turn on command, we're going to change. Turn on command and turn off command are now going to be changed to something else. Try it again. Oh, guys. Ow. I just wish I could have one day with no pain. I actually did. I actually had pretty close to that a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago, I had one day where I woke up. I immediately noticed I wasn't in as much pain as usual. I walked around. I was like, holy shit. I was like, what happened? What did I do? I was trying to figure out like what I did because I was like, oh my God, I feel good. And I moved around. And I was like, yeah. And then that night, right before I went to bed, I was like, fuck, I'm hurting again. And then I woke up the next day and I was all fucked up again. I was like, So I know it's possible. I know that there is something that can happen or something that can move inside of me in a certain way. I just wish there was a way to like reach in there and like reroute that nerve or untangle it from whatever it's tangled on. Because there is a way to be pain-free. It just only happened once in like 2 years. And it was pretty pain-free too. I mean, like immediately I noticed something. Like I was like, when I woke up, I was like, whoa, what's going on? I went up to go take a piss. And Normally when I get up, I have to be really careful because it hurts so bad. And sometimes I'll fall over. And I was like, I just jumped right up, didn't even think about it, walked right to the bathroom. I was like, holy shit. So, just kind of interesting. Guys, I know that I had other topics to cover, but I think I'm going to wrap up. We ran about an hour over, just because I wanted to, because I didn't stream on Twitch last week and I really needed to. Sorry to be kind of a bummer here at the end, but yeah, my back is really starting to fucking hurt again. I know I'm in for another one of those hurt lockers, and I really don't want that happening live on stream. Hope you guys can understand that. By the way, it says controlling light, but it's not doing anything. It's sending the commands. Here, let me even see. Is the script sending the commands, or are they bullshitting me? Hold on, I want to look at this really quick. Lights. I'll put it on my laptop and play with it later. So 03, 05, 01, 00, 01. So turn on command and turn off command. It says control Gove lights, device and command. Control Gove light, turn on command. Control Gove light, turn off command. So it is sending them. And then it sleeps for 1 second between. I wonder if I can, here, I'm going to try something really quick. Let me go to that GitHub project for controlling the Gove lights. So, okay, there's set color, Bluetooth LED. From Gove, BT LED is the library it uses. And then you can control some shit. So pip install Gove BT LE. Okay, is it installing? And then it says import Pi. While the wrapper has not been tested on Windows, you should be able to use it by replacing the backend PyGat uses internally. What does that even mean? PyGat backend API Bluetooth LED. And then MAC address. I want to see before I kill this if I can get that to work really quick. Because I really want to see if I can get that to work. Theodora said, by the way, I found out what's confusing AI with the word strawberry after going back and forth. Oh, what is it claiming the problem is? I'm curious. Actually, if you could respond to my my Twitter feed, that would be great. Leslie, I tried CBD and sadly I'm not compatible with it. My stomach gets in knots. It doesn't even matter how it's. I tried multiple different delivery methods and I just could not handle the CBD. It helps a lot of people though, like a lot of people. I'm really glad that exists as an option for people. My problem is the only drug that I've ever been able to take that has been effective at controlling the pain, like to the best extent, is a high dose of oxycodone. But high doses of oxycodone are hugely frowned on now. Even though I've been on it for 15 years previously, and it allowed me to do a lot of things I wouldn't have been able to otherwise do. But because they cracked down on it, and made doctors like, oh, for every patient you prescribe, the amount of medication that they need, because they're literally they're on chronic pain management for the rest of their life because you can't surgically fix them. They're like, well, we don't want to have to do the paperwork, because if we prescribe you this medication, we have to do all this paperwork. We have to have people come into the office and go through everything and do audits, and it's just a big old pain in the ass. So we don't want to. So then you can't find a doctor anymore that'll prescribe. So then you have to fall down to something like buprenorphine, which gives only about 20% realistically of the relief that you got from the oxycodone. Longer onset though, like you don't have to take as much as frequently. Like you take a dose can last a lot longer, which is one of the nice aspects of it, but then you can never achieve a pain management that's sufficient. And then oxycodone would be ineffective on top of it, because one of the things buprenorphine does that makes it a lower class opiate, why it's a class 2 instead of a class C, or what, class B instead of class C, or whatever it is because it saturates your opioid receptors so that you can only absorb so much. So you can only absorb, I think it's up to a maximum of 8 milligrams, I think it is. And if you, after that, your opioid receptors are completely clogged up. And then if you take any opioid, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't do anything. It just flushes through your system. So it basically it basically is an antagonist to your opioid receptors. And then whatever opioid receptors are still remaining that you could still saturate with another drug, they just get clogged up. So you can't do anything. So it's a drug normally used to get people off of opiates because it prevents you from getting high. You can only use it for pain management. The high aspect of the opiate just gets completely killed. And then if you just eat a bunch of opiates, you're just wasting them because it doesn't do any good. So it's a good medication for treating that, right? And they usually pair it with something called Narcan, which also takes away any kind of high benefit from the medication. So, but they don't include that when they're using it for pain management because it's more effective for pain management without it. But it's weird, man. It's weird how things have gone, and it sucks that my quality of life has to be directly tied to the politics of our medical system. And I'm truly scared for the day where I can't afford, well, right now I can't even really afford it, but it's like I'm just spending the money anyways until it's gone. Medical insurance, because if I don't have medical insurance and I can't afford or have the access to the doctors, because remember, it's not a matter of me just going and getting the medication. Even with insurance, I still have to pay a little bit for my medication. Thank goodness it's not that expensive. I want to say it's only like $12, $13 a month or something like that for the pain, just the pain med. But all my other meds together, it's like over $100, even with insurance. But in order for me to get this medication, I have to be seen by a specialist every 2 months for a follow-up, just so he can like see me in person and talk to me for 5 minutes and make sure that, everything's good, the drugs are still working or not working, because he can't change it anyways. And, maybe talk about if there's any new technologies or anything that have come around that might help my condition, which is usually no. The answer to that is no. And then I pay them, their $120 on top of the insurance that they don't cover most of it. And if I can't afford that visit, I can't get my medications renewed. So at some point I won't be able to afford to go to the doctor, which means I won't get the script, which means I couldn't fill it even if I did have the $11 to get the medication. So I know that at some point in the future, if I can't somehow figure out how to get things back to normal, I'm not going to have any pain management. So it's not a matter of just like, oh man, I hit dead end and I lose everything. It's like, not only do I lose everything, I get to be in more pain than I've ever been in my entire life, continuously every single day, with no hope of any relief in sight. And that's scary, man. The more I think about that, it gives me like fucking bad anxiety. I hate it, but it is what it is. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm talking about this, honestly. There's nothing you guys can do about it, sadly. It just is what it is, but I don't know. I'm being a jackass. I just want this light to work. You know what? It's still not working. So here, I found the library, the library that's on GitHub. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to light py. I'm going to create light 2 py, and I'm going to try to write my own script to control the lights and see if I can do better than AI. And by writing my own, I mean stealing the code from the GitHub project, using their library and putting in the MAC addresses by hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one of the MAC addresses from one of my lights, which is D4389336. Whoa. Did you guys see that? Did it die? No, it's still got. Oh, it is low. Never mind. It is gonna die. Okay, well that's why that one's not showing up in search anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the MAC address to just one of these lights, paste it into the script, and see if this works. Python light2.py. Okay, the GATT tool backend requires BlueZ, which is not available in Windows. Okay, it said how to work around that. It said that I need to use something called pygat. Pip install pygat. I could always use WSH2 also. Okay, it's installed. Notepad Lite 2. Now it said I have to, where's my notepad at? I have to add one line, which is import pygat. And then I have to do LED equals Bluetooth, LED, BT, backend, CLS equals pygat. Okay, here we go. So by default, Gove BT LED uses the library that's only available under Linux, which that's rare. You usually don't see a whole lot of stuff that's only under Linux anymore, especially since raw sockets are supported on Windows. But I'm guessing with Bluetooth, Windows probably locks down a lot of the Bluetooth API, whereas Linux in typical form gives you probably complete raw access to it, making it easier to do everything. So let's see if this works. So now I got Light 2, run it. It says unable to auto detect BLED 112 serial port. What does that even mean? So, okay, so import time, load Bluetooth LED, import PyGat. LED equals Bluetooth LED. I put in the address that it found. C3C1D, 1D, BT backend PyGat, BG API backend, LED set state true, set color blue, sleep for 1 second, set color to something else, sleep for a second. The bulb seems to have a white mode. Okay, here, save. That is not working. Why? I really shouldn't be doing this when my brain is so distracted. I feel like my ass cheek is like burning on fire. Okay, so what does this mean? Unable to auto-detect B LED 1112 serial port. You know what? I'm going to drag that over to AI and ask it because they don't talk about this at all on the PyGat page. Oh, yeah, this is going to be bad. Okay, so the wrapper uses PyGat to interface with Bluetooth and requires root permission. Oh, it says it needs root, so let me run as administrator. Sometimes that can help, even with Python. Okay, Python light 2 py, and nope, still cannot do the port thing. Okay, reverse engineering, analyzing the traffic, sample snoop traffic, 01, 01, 0000. Okay, for this scenario, the LED is turned on, then off, then on again. The color has changed, the brightness has changed. This is the traffic that is detected, 330101. Wait a second, wasn't that the packet format it was using? So 033, okay, seems to be the command indicator. Then the second byte seems to be the identify the packet type. And then the third byte is for the power packet. It's a Boolean indicating the power state. For the brightness packet, it corresponds to the brightness level. And for the color packet, it indicates the operation value. Color packets now carry. If you guys want to play along here while I'm trying to figure this out, this is the project I'm looking at. And it says, okay, so reverse engineer Bluetooth low energy devices between Gove's Android app and LED. That's what I wanted. So you use the MAC address. And it says it can't find BLED 1112 serial port. I have never seen that error in my life. Okay, you know what? I'm going to copy that. Let's put that into AI and see what it has to say, shall we? All right. It's thinking. Okay, unable to auto-detect BLED 1112 serial port indicates that the PyGat library, which uses the BG API backend, is trying to communicate with the BLED 112 Bluetooth dongle, but is unable to detect it. The BLED 112 is a specific type of Bluetooth dongle from Silicon Labs that supports the BG API protocol. The PyGat library supports two backends, BG API and GAT tool backend for systems with native Bluetooth support. So you need a very specific dongle for this library. Okay, all right. And then for the GAT tool relies on the HCI tool and GAT tool, which are typically available on Linux systems, but not on Windows. Installing BG API dependencies required for this. If you're using a BLED 112 dongle, make sure the necessary drivers and dependencies are installed. On Windows, go to Device Manager and check under COM ports for the device labeled BLED 112 or Silicon Labs. Install PySerial. Okay, so the BG API uses a PySerial library to communicate with the BLED dongle. Make sure that's also installed. I don't have that dongle. I don't know what dongle that is. But I definitely don't have it. Oh, hold on here. It says I can also use Bleak. Oh, shit. Okay, I wish I had scrolled to the bottom of this page. That would have saved me time. So you know the code that it gave me earlier that we've been trying to get to work this whole time? So let me go into light PY. So if I open light PY, I'm looking at the on packet that AI generated, and it was close, but it's not perfect. The command, so the off command, oh no, the on command and the off command are correct. The characteristic ID is, okay, 02F0 across the board ending with FF01. That is correct. Okay, so why isn't that working? Okay, well that's weird. So everything lines up. Why is this not working then? So if you're not using a BLED 112 dongle, the most straightforward solution is to use the Bleak for cross-platform Bluetooth communication, which is so the AI code did what they're saying you should do. And then it says if you load Bleak, the UI characteristic to control the light, replace with the correct one if needed. So the characteristic is correct. What is Gove's service ID and what is that being used for? Okay. If Gove service UUID and service UID are services in services, print controlling light, device name, address, await client, write, get, character, control characteristic, UUID, and then the command. Else, print, device name does not have the expected service UUID. This should work. I'm literally looking at the code. Let me run it as administrator, see if that's been fucking us this whole time. Python light.py. Yeah, according to this code that I'm looking at here, how dead is this? Is this getting pretty close to dead too? Oh yeah, this is gonna die any minute too. Damn it. Let's see, do I have anything I can plug in? Oh, I do. Yeah, she's about to go out. Yep, just died. I want to see if these can run while they're plugged in. Okay, cool. I don't know if there's enough power to run it off USB 2.0, but we'll find out here in a second, won't we? All right, let's see if it finds it now. I just verified, so I'm looking at this project. So the project I opened for controlling Gove lights, and according to the project, the code is correct. So, or wait, did I look at the on command or the off command? I think I just checked the on command. Let me check the off command. Give me a second here. So notepad, light, py. I'm going to double check and make sure my commands line up. Let's see what people are saying in chat. Hello, Mr. Barn. I've been playing a lot of idle games. Do you have any thoughts on the game? Playing a lot of idle games. I have not played idle games. Do you have any thoughts on the genre? What are idle games? What is the difference between office and gaming chairs? Oh, Gaming Matty rocks. Like, so this is a gaming chair. Like DX Racers, Nobles, AK Racing, like where they basically take like a seat that looks like it belongs in a race car and just stick it on a base, right? They typically have like reclining, have the adjustable arms on the side, but they're a gaming chair. An office chair is like a bespoke office chair, usually like, leather back or mesh back, designed more for ergonomics than gaming, designed more for function over function over form, that kind of thing. And I've been looking at some chairs on Amazon, and there's one that really caught my eye, actually. Here, let me open it up here. Amazon. I just got to figure out if I'm going to pull the trigger on it or not. Let me grab the link, because I want a chair that's like rated for like 400 pounds. Because I want something that's like massively sturdy. So this is the one I'm looking at right now. It's on sale right now for $169 on Amazon, which blows my mind. I don't even know how this chair could possibly be $169. But it's got coil springs. So it actually has coil springs, high density foam, memory foam, and skin friendly fabric with cotton in between. So really cozy base that's not going to sag or wear because it's got the double coils. It's got side bolsters that come up to like hold your legs in a little bit. And it's got bolsters around your kidneys and your shoulders. So this would be something that would force me to sit upright because I have a tendency to lean, and that also pinches my nerve. So this thing looks really good. And it also has a retractable footrest that can pull out, which would be nice. But I was looking at it, I'm like, man, for $169, that's something that, I can't really afford anything right now, but that's something that I could actually, I could swing. If it actually helped my back enough that I could stay up here better. But yeah, this thing's so hard. This Noble racing chair has always been hard, and it is fairly ergonomic. It even has an adjustable lumbar, but it just kills my back because it's like sitting on any hard surface pinches that nerve so bad. It does look good in white, doesn't it? What is it? The Anda Seat Dark Knight gaming chair. They're good for up to 400 pounds. Yeah, I don't like the gaming chairs, Joel. the gaming chairs, even like, well, the big boy ones are a little bit of an exception because I know the big boy ones aren't based on the same cookie cutter frame that they use for all of them. Like the truth is 90% of the gaming chairs on the market all use the same frame internally. But here, I'll show you. That's the one that I could probably afford, like as far as, you know, on the low side. But the one that I wish I could get, holy shit, when I saw this, I like about pooped myself. Because this and it's totally, when I show this to you guys, you're gonna laugh because this is not my style. It's not my style, but I just look at this chair and the features it has and the fact that it's like I think it's like motorized. What is it, like motorized retractable? It's got massage built into it. Like this thing is like, this is the ultimate chair right here. Check this one out. This is the Kendall Jones executive office chair with massage, genuine leather. It's got a retractable leg rest. It's got a wooden base that has 2 casters on each of the leaves. The back's got a full massage thing going on. The only other one that I saw that's actually half this price that I like better. Let me see if I can find it. Here, where is it? Here, motorized office chair. There was one that I saw earlier that I was like, and it was rated, I think, to 500 pounds. But it was $600, and I was like, "Fuck!" Like, but I looked at it and I was like, you know what? If money was no object, that would be my office chair today. However, I'll tell you what, it would have looked a lot different a couple years ago. I'll tell you that right now. Like before my back went like totally bad, I would have got a mesh back because they're nice and cool, they're nice and ergonomic, they're light. But now with my new condition that I got to deal with, it's gonna probably get worse. I need to look at other options. So here, let me add in, was it 500 LB or whatever? Let me see if I can find it here. There was one chair. I wish I had bookmarked it because now I can't find the damn thing. I showed it to my wife this morning and she was like, holy shit. It was a fully motorized, like on a caster though. It was on a metal caster base that you could move around, but it was a full like electric reclining chair. So you could sit in the thing and like push a button and it would recline to different positions, add a leg rest that came out. The back could recline by itself. I don't know why it's not coming up now. Like it was one of the first things that was recommended to me. And then here's the other thing. You know the one that I showed you guys that was $160? So the one that I showed you, this is the weird thing on Amazon, and I don't know what the deal is. So tell me this isn't the same chair. So this right there, right? So I want you guys to click on that link in chat. How is that chair different from, here, let me send you the other link. I want you to compare these two chairs. Because to me, they look the same. Let's see, where is it? So, oh, I guess they are a little different. Never mind. Now that I A/B test them, they are slightly different. So the difference in price is $100 when it's $160 versus a $270 chair, right? $110 difference. And they both are rated to, like, one's rated to 400 pounds. The other one is rated to, let me see, what does it say? Oh, 500 pounds. Okay, never mind. One's rated for 400. The other one's rated for 500. So the star that they sit on, the base that they sit on and the frame are different construction. That's why. But the 500 pound one costs an extra $110. So I'm like wondering, like, but they look so similar. But what I like is that they're heavily padded. They have the bolsters on the side for the shoulder and the kidneys and my hips. Whereas the chair that I have right now is flat all the way across. It's completely flat. There's no, what I need is something that holds in and moves the pressure up on the side of my legs. So my entire weight isn't being pushed right up into my bottom. And this chair would be super awesome for that. So it might be worth the $279, but yeah, it has a memory foam layer, and then it has a coil spring layer under the memory foam layer. So it has high density sponge and built-in spring support, and springs are good. I want springs because this chair just has a hard piece of foam. Springs are nice because springs don't sag. Foam sags over time. These coil springs, the way they build them, they last forever. Like I have a mattress that has coil springs in it, and it's like it's a what's it called? Not purple, pomegranate or something. Wish I could remember the name of it. It's a mattress that's designed for big people. Like it's rated, the mattress is rated for 1,200 pounds. It's got twice as many springs. It's got 1,200 springs, whereas normal Coral Springs beds have 600. And each spring is a double spring, a spring within a spring. And then they put the foam on top of that. And it's a great bed. This mattress, literally, after all the years we've had it, no sag at all. Not even a little bit. About to order this one, then like the next day, Adam will like airdrop you the Aeron. Oh my God, Adam, Adam cracks me up. I love him, man. He's my brother. I would honestly, he makes my life so much better. Like I love Adam to death, but you're probably right. I'd probably order this chair, this like cheap $279 chair that's like all padded or whatever, and be like, but it's like there's no denying it's a poor people chair, right? So I go buy this poor people chair, and I guarantee you, I just all of a sudden a Herman Miller would just show up the next day and be like, "Oh, dude, that chair you bought is a piece of shit." Like Herman Miller on the way. be like, hey, next time can you tell me before I buy the shitty chair? No, but I think this might be the chair. I think this might. I don't like the styling though. I think it looks stupid as hell, but I honestly can't look at style. Like style is not important to me anymore. With the amount of pain that I'm in, I just need. Oh shit! It's got a fake spot review of a D. That's not good. I don't want to buy from a D level seller. That'll be a piece of shit. Oh my God, the $169 chair is a 1-star F seller. That is not good. You do not want to buy shit from sellers that have such a bad fake spot review rating. And both of these chairs are pretty bad. I don't know. What do the reviews say? I mean, I'm scrolling down, like the picture. Oh, wow. The beige reddish one looks really cool. Although I'm going to stick with black because I don't know. I like black chairs. Let's see here. So it has neck support, shoulder support, lumbar support, hip support, which is what I really need. Stepless reclining. Let's see what else we got here. Dual layer back support and widened backrest, which is what I need because I'm a wide dude. Adjustable height, backrest. Let's see here. Solid plank layer, sturdy back plank provides utmost support. Solid base rated to 500 pounds. It's literally a stainless steel metal base, so that's good. The plastic bases I can break. It's not often, but the cheap plastic brace. I broke 2 plastic braces on the DX Racer, and that was like 100 pounds ago. Okay, so what do the reviews say here? Exceptional comfort and support. I bought a gray leather version of this. It looks great. I put everything in about 10 minutes without anyone's help. Best thing of all, the chair is very comfortable for me. I'm 5'9" and 200 pounds. Feels like it was made for me. I thought it was because of the size, and it's so strong. This is an upgrade over my old office chair. Have it about a week now, and I don't spend a lot of time I do have to spend a lot of time in plant to it while I'm working. Obviously, much better than my old chair. My experience has been very favorable, and I don't see any reason for that not to continue. Well, I'm actually 5'9", so that's a good review. It took me a long time to decide to buy this chair, and it didn't disappoint me. I feel the leather is really great. The filling of the chair is very firm. That's interesting. Why is it firm? It looks like it's super soft. It's let's see here. Is not. I have seen a $200 chair in Costco. Too soft for me. By the way, it's very important for me to have a chair that cushions my waist when I lie down. I get lots of pain. This design is perfect, and the chair is good quality, although I am worried that the white will be harder to clean than the other colors in the future. Okay, what else we got here? I mean, I don't know, man. It's a good-looking chair for the money. I'm gonna have to watch a review and see, like, I don't know why they're saying it's firm. Like, why the fuck is it? It shouldn't be firm. It should be soft.
If you're looking for the ultimate comfort, you're in the right place. This chair is crazy how comfortable it is. This chair supports up to, listen to me, 500 pounds. Supports up to 500 pounds. It's a really big and tall chair. You can see I'm 5'10" and I weigh 190 pounds. And you can see that my head is resting perfectly right here with the headrest, and I understand that this is kind of like more an executive chair. It's not a gaming quality. So I was about to show you this. So I think now it's locked right here. I'm gonna unlock it. Oy, oy, oy. Look at this. Look at this. Awesome.
I do like that the back reclines independently like a gamer chair. So that's one thing I do like about this chair is this, that this can recline. A lot of office chairs, like the whole base and everything has to recline, not just the back. I like it when just the back reclines. So I don't know, this is pretty good.
It's padded. It is a beast. Really well made, super padded everywhere. Kind of like on the stylish and
I don't know. I don't want to get a chair and have it suck and then have to like fucking pack it up and send it back and do it again. But I know Amazon's good about stuff like that. Okay, a lot of people reviewed this chair. It's weird that why are they saying it's firm? Because everything I'm seeing them sitting on it and shit, it is a cushy ass chair. Ooh, what is this? Sorry guys, I'm on a whole different world right now. I keep finding like other shit. Like I found a chair. It's like I don't even know what I'm looking at here. I mean, this is just crazy. Here, look at this one. This one's like super fucking crazy. This one, the base looks like like you're sitting on 3 thick sausages. It says 400 pounds. Looks like it has. I can't tell if it's a metallic or plastic base. For 400 pounds, I don't think it's a plastic base. It looks like it has a fold-out leg rest, hip support, back support, lumbar support. I mean, that is a heavily padded chair. Oh yeah, that is a massive chair. That one's $279. Let's see, 57 ratings. Let's look at the 1-star ratings. I always look at the worst ones first. All right, for $330, well, it's way cheaper than that now. I expected more. I bought a cheaper one. It just wasn't as soft as I wanted it to be, and it was much better quality. This one's bracket that connects to the back to the seat is wrong. This makes the back lean crooked and also lean back, making it unusable as an office chair. It's either the wrong bracket or they drilled the holes wrong. By the way, that has happened before. I got a DX Racer once that had the holes drilled in the wrong place. And I spent hours trying to figure out why everything was crooked and why it didn't feel right to sit in. And then I finally sent a picture to them, and they're like, oh, shit, our bad. And they sent me another part, and it fixed it. Let's see here. They wanted me to drill holes into the back of the chair and force the screws together and offered me $150 to just keep the chair that I paid $284 for. I tried the new holes, and everything was so warped from them telling me to force it. I am now without a chair, and I'm sick of dealing with them. Wow, this is on June 2nd, 2024. Nice chair, cheap parts. Arm width is larger than they stated. Seller won't refund me. What a scam. The chair was comfortable, especially the leg stretching area in front where the chair allowed me to stretch my legs while working. The backrest of the entire chair is very soft and elastic, which can regulate my sitting position to very comfortable. The chair is quite breathable, so I don't feel hot in the summer. The height of the chair can be adjusted by myself. The rollers are very good. There's little noise when moving the chair. The color is special. Yeah, I don't know. Those negative reviews did kind of turn me off. But they all have some negative reviews, so I guess I got to set my expectations, because like spending a couple $100 on a chair that's like, you know, rated for 400 pounds with all those features. I mean, I can't really expect it to be all that great, right? Like, oh shit, what is this one rated for? Another 500 pounder. God damn, how many chairs are rated? Like, I'm trying to figure out like how they're rating them for 500 pounds, because they look like they're using a conventional base. Let me know what you guys think of this one. My friend swears by Secret Labs, but when I had one, I hated it. I ended up getting an HM Embody. Oh my God, the Embody chair is amazing. The money though is just crazy. They're too expensive. I mean, I honestly, I shouldn't be buying anything over $200, but I could probably stretch it to 300. Because my wife made a good point this morning. She's like, right now you can't work and you're losing everything, and we won't have any money and won't be able to pay any bills. So it's better to just blow the money now while we have it, because it's going to be gone soon. And then maybe you'll be able to work again if we can get you comfortable enough to actually be able to like focus on things and sit in front of your computer and program again and do stuff. And she made a good point, because yeah, it doesn't do me any good, right? Like if I can't work because I'm in pain, and then every time I'm in pain, I have to be laid up again for another day or two in agony to get back there, then I'm not doing myself any good. So it's like, I guess it does make sense in this situation to try to do whatever we can to get me comfortable enough to work. I'm never going to be 100% comfortable, but just enough that I can work. That's all we're looking for. Yeah, see, that's the thing I'm worried about too. Yeah, JW makes a good point. It's like, are they just saying it's 500 pounds? Because a lot of these chairs look no different than the ones that are rated for 300 pounds. And it's like, are these sellers just buying the same chairs from China and then just like changing, you know, to a little company name and then be like, oh yeah, now it's rated to 10,000 tons. It's like, is it really rated the 500 pounds? I don't know how they rate these things in the first place, but it would make sense, right? Like, I don't want that to happen. My only solace is that they will take it back, but you have to disassemble it and put it back in the box and get it to a pickup location or whatever. So that's all a pain in the balls. But Amazon will take it back. Like if it shows up and it's an absolute bucket of shit, but it's like, then I'm out my time trying to build it. So I want to try to make sure that whatever I get, it's high enough rated that it's like, it has a good chance of success. I don't want to order something that's just a complete and total crapshoot. I used to want a mesh chair too. I'd love to have a mesh back chair, but I think I do need more support in my hips and more foam under my ass so that when I sit down, some of that heat is transferred into my hips. Because right now, this current chair, I'm sitting on a flat, hard surface, and it's just destroying that nerve every day. It just makes it so angry. And when I sit in bed, I'm still in pain when I sit upright in the bed, but because there's enough cushiness under me and I can elevate a leg with a pillow, I can at least stand it and maintain a certain level of comfort, you know? So if I can do that with a seat, I'm golden. Here, let me look at what's the highest rated. Here, let's do this. I'm going to say chair, 500 pounds. How do I sort by like highest rated, like the most people that bought it and the highest rated? Featured. Okay, hold on here. Average customer review, newest arrival, price high to low. Okay. Okay, this one has an A rating. $199. K cream, big and tall office chair, 400 pounds for heavy people with reclining back. Let's see. Does this one look beef? Oh, this one looks pretty beefcake. It has a beefcake star on the bottom. It reclines, but it does the full recline where like the whole seat has to recline back, and that I don't really like. I don't know. It's $199. It's got an A. They got an A rating from FakeSpot, so this is a really good seller. 135-degree reclining with footrest. Wide seat, which is what I need. Office chair. Material is leather. Weighs 63 pounds. Stainless steel frame. Let's see here. The backrest can be adjusted from 90 to 135 degrees, which means you have more options for resting positions. The fully reclined desk chair with footrest allows you to enjoy short, comfortable napping sessions. The big and tall executive office chair is sturdily engineered wood seat base that ensures stability. The gas lift cylinder of a comfy chair is SGS certified. Blah, 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 blah. Easy to assemble in under 20 minutes. Same old, same old, same old. I don't really like the arms on it. However, the arms have a hinge. I noticed that. The arms are hinged in the front, so that must mean that the back can actually go backwards without the bottom twisting. I think they just did that for the image. But I don't know. It still doesn't look like anything special. Let's see. I don't know. Did I show you guys this one? The one I'm looking at? Here, let me show you this one. It doesn't look as crazy as the other ones, but it's like a super high rated one. Jason said, "Do you know I have no enemies?" That's amazing. Good for you, brother. Having no enemies is a good thing. Really good thing. Okay, so most of the weight rating is how thick the base plate is on the chair, and most of them use the same piston. Yeah, I'll probably steal the piston off this chair. The piston that I have on this chair is rated at 2,000 pounds. Every chair I've had over the last couple of years, I usually blow out a piston in about a year of heavy use. So, so I got a piston for this thing that's rated to two ton. You can put a ton on it. You can park a car on it. Let's see here. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of chair options. So adjustable backrest. Oh, wow. This one reclines back to 170 degrees. How much is this one? Oh, currently unavailable. Okay, so the chair I want. Oh, wow. That one had a perfect review score. What other chair is there? So it's 500 pounds. Big and tall office chair. Fully reclinable to 170 degrees. Oh, that one's also currently unavailable. Why are all these sold out? Who the hell's buying all the chairs in the world? Sorry, I'm sitting here on Tech Talk at the end, just like doing chair shopping. I should be doing this like downstairs in bed. I don't know. I'm seeing some chairs here that could be good contenders. They're just all no names though. Like all the brand names are just like completely randomified. Like none of these look like limited time deal, $113. Oh, 1 star. Okay, that's why that's a limited time deal. I don't know. Hit me up on Twitter if you guys see something. If you guys run across a chair that's like, under $300 or, that looks like, it handles 400 or 500 pounds, super sturdy, ultra wide base, good hip support and like kidney support, kind of like a car seat. Think a car seat where it kind of holds you in the corners, but a wide chair that does that. If you guys can find something like that and it looks like it's got a decent rating or something, I might be in the market the next couple of days because I got to do something. I can't sit in this chair. This chair is absolutely killing me. It literally feels like, honestly, at this point, because of the nerve damage, it's like it feels like I'm sitting on a wooden bench at this point, and that's not a knock on Noble. Noble that built a solid chair. I mean, I'm 400 pounds and I've been sitting on this thing rated for I think it's rated for 280 or something. I've been riding this chair for 3 years, 3.5, 4 years. So I think that it's a very well built chair. It's one of the better gaming chairs. I haven't broken the arms off it and shit like the DX Racer. Really strong base. The cylinder died, but that's happened on every chair I've had. So, but I need my next chair to actually be softer on the base, so that my weight's distributed more across my ass and like not just 2 points where my butt hits the chair. Like I want the weight distributed across it, and I want some of it distributed on my hips. And when I put the chair back all the way up like this, I want some bolsters to come in and like hold me from the side and hold me from my kidneys so that I'm not leaning all over the place and hurting myself. Oh, Daniel, I couldn't agree more. Daniel Mitchell said, Herman Miller, large size, best investment in your health. Dude, seriously, 100% agree. I can't afford it, though. I sadly can't take $1,000 hit right now, especially since we're living off my 401k right now. We have almost no income coming in, so yeah, that's too big of a blow. So I gotta find a middle ground for now. But who knows? Later on, as long as I can get to the point where I can start working again, I might actually be able to dig us out, before it's too late. And then once I do that, I can get a Herman Miller, and it would make sense. But the ultimate goal would be to get a Herman Miller. I would love to have a Herman Miller. I had one before. They're the absolute ultimate. I've never sat in one this big though. Like last time I used one, I was 280. Now I'm 400. So yeah, but they're nice. The Herman Miller that I sat in, that was the sturdiest chair. It doesn't even look like it'd be the sturdiest chair, but it was so sturdy. It breathed so well. It was so comfortable. The mesh was so strong. Like I had another mesh back chair that like everything on it was sagging after 6 months. The Herman Millers, like after years, still look like brand new, being used every day. Oh yeah, the used Herman Millers. I should look around because sometimes they do have office auctions where you can pick up a used Herman Miller for like $500-600. That's not a bad idea. I should hit up my brother Robert. I got a good friend Robert. Haven't talked to him in a while. I haven't talked to many of my friends because I've been just so down. But I should hit him up because he got a Herman Miller from a furniture auction. I think he said he spent like $400 or $500 on it, and he knows where they are. Like he knows where these like office auctions are. Maybe he could help me get my hands on one. But the reason I was supposed to do that like a long time ago, when I actually had the money to do it, and then I didn't end up doing it because I was hurting and I didn't want to like drive and stand around at these auctions like trying to get one. But apparently you can bid on shit online now and you can order online, so I might give that a shot actually. Because a Herman Miller would be the best option. Like let's be realistic, right? It's like whatever chair I buy, it's going to be a temporary stopgap to a Herman Miller eventually, or just nothing at all because I'll be stuck in bed for the rest of my life. Which is not what I want. But I will say right now, I wish that this seller wasn't an F for this $169 chair, because I really do like the way the bolsters are built on this thing. The chair that I sent you guys earlier with like the extendable footrest. But I'm looking at it and I'm looking at the size of the poles that the footrest is mounted with. And I like the headrest, how it has things that come out the side to kind of hold your head from back and forth. It looks a lot like a car chair. But at $169, I am not thinking that this thing's going to be anywhere even in the ballpark of good. You know, so, and that's concerning. Like I want to make sure whatever I get is something that works well. Oh, that's interesting. Remember that chair that I showed you guys that said 400 pounds. Big and tall leather chair, 400 pounds, $160. I scroll down through their own stats. Invest in quality. This chair was tested for load bearing 8,000 times using 350 pounds of load test. So they claim it's rated to 400 pounds, but their testing information claims that it was only tested with 350. But it does have springs in the base, which is good. It only reclines back to 135 degrees, but that's fine. I don't need it to recline back flat. I don't know, man. With a seller like this, and it only has a couple battery reviews, but the battery reviews are like, oh, they want to be like drill holes when the holes didn't line up. So it does look like they have some serious quality control issues. Let me look at the 4-star reviews. I was chair searching for a good value, but a solid selection. I found this chair and gave it a chance. At first, I couldn't find the instructions and I was freaking out, but I found it nonetheless. I took a chance with this chair and I don't regret it. The assembly wasn't too bad. Once completed, it was definitely sturdy. Adjustability was good and reclining was good as well. The downside, the footrest feels a little flimsy. I know, I was just saying it looks flimsy. I wish it was longer and had a more sturdy feeling. Overall, I'm impressed and don't regret my decision. Yeah. All right, pros. The chair itself looks very nice. It's sturdy and it's comfortable. The cons. The back of the seat is a bit low on padding, so I had to add a couple of times where my tailbone starts to ache. Yeah, see, and the funny thing is they make it look in the pictures like it's got tons of padding, but then you actually look at the picture of the back of the chair from the people that bought it, and it's like a flat piece of wood with like a tiny bit of fabric. It's almost like those McDonald's commercials where they show the burger and it doesn't look anything like the burger you actually get. It's like they get a chair, they steam it up and fluff it up and inflate all the cushions with an air compressor and make it look like super baller, and then slap $160 price tag on it and be like, come on and buy it, folks, step right up. And then you get it and you're like, what the fuck? Like this isn't what I bought. And then they just hope that people will keep it because it's too hard to return. Oh, I found it. This is the chair. Remember earlier I told you guys I found a chair that I wanted, but it was $629. I found it. This is the chair. If I had the money, this is the chair I would get, hands down. Like it literally only has 3 reviews, but in 5 stars, so you can almost guarantee those 3 reviews are from the company itself. So it's Codify, and they're a new seller on the platform. But this chair is the only one I saw that actually had like a legit leg rest. Like, you notice how the leg rest actually comes out with like a scissor lift, just like a real recliner would. And look how poofy the pad is down on the bottom. And it's got 2 pads on the back with a lumbar inflator. And it's got a button to recline. It's fully motorized reclining to 160 degrees, which is almost laying flat for sleep. This chair would be the bomb diggity. I think it only comes in white though, which is sad. I don't know if you get a black one or not. Let me see. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it only comes in like this, like off-white gray. I mean, I wouldn't care, honestly. Like I said, form over function. I think it would just be, this would be like the mother of all chairs right here. Link came up with Amazon search for me. Oh, it didn't work? Did that link not work for you guys? Here, let me copy it again. Maybe I messed up. Try this one. Here, let me click it myself and see if it works. Yeah, it came up when I clicked the link. So if it's not coming up for you, it's some kind of routing issue on your side. But yeah, it's the dual motor executive office chair with footrest, independent electronic reclining, big and tall office swivel desk chair, ergonomic chair, high back, large comfort, home office leather computer chair khaki. I love these names, man. Straight out of China. It weighs 80 pounds, though, so it weighs 20 pounds more than the other big chair. It says executive office chair with dual motor system. This ergonomic electric office chair with footrest. The executive office chair backrest with footrest can be controlled independently. So you can use the footrest or the backrest independently. This executive office chair provides a quiet and smooth reclining function. Precise and personalized seat adjustments can be made simply by pressing a button. Tall and big people can adjust the backrest and footrest of the chair according to their individual comfort preferences. Ergonomics. Executive desk chair has a separate neck, shoulder support, and lumbar support. The double backrest consists of a resilient high-density foam and high-density leather for complete back support and comfortable sitting. The home office desk chair can also be a gaming chair. And the functional design of the dual motor allows the user to have better posture for use. Let's see here. Top quality materials, padding cushions, soft faux leather design, make it perfect for living room or bedroom. Smooth gliding wheels, SGS certified grade 4 cylinder, sturdy metal base, making this chair both stylish and provides up to 400 pounds of support under normal use. It has undergone rigorous testing, including over 100,000 cycles to ensure safety and quality. Additionally, every component in the chair is BIFMA International certified. Automatic adjustment. This newly upgraded office chair is perfect choice for working from home. The chair offers 360-degree swivel, 3-inch height adjustment range, making it suitable for people between 5'1" and 6'2", which is perfect for me. Flexible power tilt feature allows for a range and angles from 90 degrees up to 160 degrees, making it suitable for a variety of activities, including working, reading, gaming, relaxing. The footrest can be controlled individually. It also includes a built-in charger that supports USB and Type-C ports for charging cell phones and tablets. Easy assembly, excellent customer service. They actually did say, like, on the front of the page that they have excellent customer service because they're an Amazon partner. Let's see here. Limited time deal. Office chair, $157. Oh, that's their cheap garbage one. I don't know, man. This thing just looks baller. It's like all the padding on it is so thick. Oh, man. Oh, this seems like the one. I don't like the color. But I genuinely couldn't possibly give a shit. It is just this thing. I'm watching a video right now. Okay, so she's sitting in it. I wish they would show a big fat. It's a chair rated for 400 pounds. Could you please have a big fat motherfucker sit in it instead of like Callista Flockhart? Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's got 2 rocker buttons on the side that actuate the back and the leg rest. Ooh, the leg rest comes out really quick. Let's see, what else does it do? It has a pull leather thing on one side. What does that do? What is the lever? Show me the lever. Show me the lever. Okay, she plugged in her phone, so the chair charges your phone. And she never pulls the little dealy bopper on the side, so I don't know what the dealy bopper on the side does. But damn, this thing looks awesome. Let's see. Okay, so frame material is wood. Armrest, cushion availability, khaki color, arm pads, cushions, 80 pounds weight. Oh, 1 lithium ion battery required and included. So you don't plug this into the wall, it runs on a battery? Has anybody here heard of an office chair that runs on a battery for its recline function? I mean, that's cool because I just thought about that. I'd rather a cable not be like running across the floor, but I've never heard of an office chair that used a battery. That's weird. Okay, rechargeable battery. The large 1800 milliamp hour battery only needs 3.5 hours to fully charge, providing power for up to 300 chair stretches. Okay, so you have to charge the batteries every 300 full outs and full ins. Okay, that's not bad. And then heavy-duty metal base rated up to 500 pounds of static pressure, fully supported backrest, and dual motor system. Okay, man, why am I even looking at that? I can't afford $600. But goddamn, is this a lot of chair for $600? Okay, 5-star reviews. Let's read these 3 5-star reviews. Or actually, you can't read them because they just rated it 5 stars and nobody left any text. That's not really a good sign, is it? Here, I'm gonna write a review. No, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I'm so tired. I gotta give this up. I'm sorry. How many of you guys are even still here? I mean, I had to run everybody off by now, just sitting here looking at office chairs that you can't even see while you watch my face go, ooh, oh. I'm just afraid to get up now because I fucked my back up so bad. I already crossed that stupid point I wasn't supposed to. And now once I get up, I know I'm fucked and I'm going to be in an insane amount of pain and there's nothing I can fucking do about it. And now I'm just stalling. Oh shit, there's still 162 of you guys in here. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, if you guys wouldn't mind, I think I am going to just pull the Band-Aid off get downstairs, take my pain medication, and hope it kicks in before too long. Because, yeah, my back is super duper fucked. I knew it would be, though, because it was hurting so bad last night. Like, I mean, it was like I couldn't even stream last night because I was hurting so bad. I only got 3 hours of sleep. I woke up. It already started hurting pretty much immediately from the time I sat in the chair coming upstairs. So I pretty much knew I was in for a ride, but I was like, fuck it. I didn't stream last week on Twitch. I have to at least do Tech Talk. I have to. There's no way I'm not doing Tech Talk because you got to do something to keep you grounded and keep you involved. You know what I mean? All right. Well, here's some cringe content for you guys. Introducing the Comfortable Supercut remix. This isn't on my channel. I just remembered this because the chair, because I'm looking for a chair right now. So now you guys can go watch the cringe Comfortable Supercut from all of my videos. The times I said comfortable and not comfortable. Oh man, Oltonian, thank you for the £5. I appreciate it, brother. You said get some 3D printer filament, print out a cup holder for the framework. It's a game changer. Print out the cup holder for the framework. Wait, what? What cup holder? Wait, I gotta look this up. What is this? The framework has a cup holder. Framework laptop cup holder. Okay, I gotta find this. Hold on here. Framework laptop cup holder. Oh my god. This is the best joke ever. Did you create this? Oh, this is funny. Somebody took the GitHub model for the modules. You know the modules that slide in the laptop? So if you guys are wondering, this is the best laptop in the world. So Framework sent this over for me to review because I told Joel in a tweet that I was jealous that he had one, and they reached out to me and they were like, hey, do you want to play with one? I was like, yeah, but I was like, you know, using a laptop, I'm going to become attached to it and I'm going to have all my shit on there. So can I keep it? And they're like, yeah, go ahead, keep it. So I'm going to review this in 8 weeks after torture testing it. But I can tell you right now, this is probably the most well-built laptop I've ever owned. It is sturdy as a motherfucker. It's completely upgradable. See these modules, these 6 little things? Watch this. It's all toolless. So you just flip that switch, pull them out. That's what a module looks like. So you can buy modules for like memory card readers, USB-C, USB-A, HDMI, DisplayPort, and you just slide them in. Each one of these ports, think of it like motherboard slots, like a PCIe slot. So like the ones in the back here are like, think of them like PCIe 16X, you know, with lots of lanes. So you can put your high bandwidth shit. Sorry, the back ones. The front ones are slow. So the think of this is like USB, you know, like 3. These are USB 4.0. Up here, these are like Thunderbolt, like full-blown 16X lanes. I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but I know the display modules have to go in the very back and the charging modules have to go in the very back. Otherwise, you don't get full resolution. And ironically, you charge it through there. You actually use a module to charge it, and there's your charge LED between them. So you have to put the charger either in that slot or sorry, the first two. These 2 slots or these 2 slots. It'll charge. You can't put the charger in those lower slots. What else we got here? But anyways, you can arrange these modules however you want within their bandwidth constraints. You also have a USB-C to Thunderbolt adapter straight off of the discrete GPU because this has 2 GPUs. It has the onboard GPU or the internal GPU. It's the low power. And then it has a Radeon 7700HS mobile that you can run right off of. So I actually had the cable delivered today. I got to go get it. That should allow me to plug this into my PSVR 2 headset with the Sony adapter and get it to work with the discrete card instead of keep trying to use the onboard card, which is slow as shit by design. But one of the coolest features of this laptop is this thing right here. It's got a beautiful screen too. It's not an HDR screen, but it's a 165 hertz variable refresh rate screen, so it's badass. But one of my favorite things is the macro pad. See my little macro pad over there? And not only that, I can take the whole thing apart without any tools and put it back together. So, like, the only thing you need tools for is actually, like, installing, like, memory and hard drives and stuff like that, but even that's dead simple. But you can do, like, to take it apart, literally all you do to rearrange peripherals is there's little clips on the side. You pull out one clip, like that. You pull out that clip right there. Pull out a clip right there. There you go. There's your pad. There's a cover. There's a cover. There's your, you know, keyboard. Lift that out of there. There's your macro pad. You see the laptop is still on. See all those are all magnetic slots. You see all those little pins sticking out? Each one of those little pins or where the outlined areas can be replaced with a magnetic module. So you can do like I can put the keyboard in the center. Let's say I like my keyboard centered. I can put my keyboard like that. Locks in with magnets. Now I can put blanks on the side right here if I just want keyboard and I don't want anything on the side. But I like the macro pad, but if I wanted the macro pad on the other side, I can move the keyboard on this side. I can move the macro pad right here. Like that. So I can do whatever arrangement I want. So far, the only thing I know of here is just the mouse pad. Or this dealy bopper. But it'd be cool if they like did other variants of that. But yeah, you can just do whatever you want. It's all it just slaps into place with magnets. It's so cool. So take that off. I'm gonna put it back the way it was. So my preferred layout is macro pad. Come on, release. It's stuck under the lip. There we go. So I'm gonna take the macro pad. I'm gonna move it over here. I'm gonna take the laptop. I'm gonna put the keyboard right there. It's actually a really high quality keyboard too. I was shocked by that. I'm gonna put on my little mouse, like so. Put on my blanks. How fucking cool is this, man? It's like a transformer. And then you just push in the clips. That locks everything in so that nothing can accidentally come off. And, oh, did I turn it off? Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. I think it went to sleep because it was on battery. Wake up. Huh. I've done that demo about 20 times. This is the first time it, like, didn't wake back up. What? It might be in the middle of, like, sleep or updating or something like that. Here, let me double check. Pull the sides off. Slide the plates off. Okay, is that? Yeah, that's fixed. That's where that's supposed to be. That's where that's supposed to be. And that just goes on like that. Oh, Windows crashed. So Windows crashed, so now I'm in UEFI, but UEFI is cool. Look, as you remove the component, it says touchpad not detected. So slide in the touchpad, now it's like touchpad's detected. But you know what I just realized? I just found another configuration. I didn't realize you could offset the touchpad. So if you want, you can take the touchpad off, move it over here. Now the touchpad's over on that side. And now, I think I can put two blanks right here. Holy shit. Look at that. Now I've got an offset touch. My touchpad's lined up with my keyboard. I didn't even know you could do that. I legit didn't know you could do. Oh, that's so much better. Oh my God, I just solved the problem, guys. This is fucking awesome. This is fucking awesome. Oh my God. So I've moved around the keyboard and the macro pad, like trying to figure out if I like the macro pad better on the left or on the right. Right? So here it is. So I had the mouse pad in the center, and then I had those, but the keyboard's offset. So I kept touching the mouse pad as I was typing with my palm on my right hand. But my OCD was like, oh, this has to be in the center. But now I just realized I could scoot it over so it lines up with the keyboard perfectly. So now it's right in the middle of the keyboard, lined up with the space bar, right? And I got the macro pad over here. So now when I type, my hands aren't touching the damn mouse pad. So I don't have to hover type. Now I can actually like rest my wrist. I cannot believe I just figured that out right now. I'm such a dumbass. But yeah, so just to give you an idea, you can put the keyboard in the center, off to the side, macro pad, keyboard over here, macro pad over there, 10 key or 10 key and keyboard. Technically you do 10 keys all the way across if you really wanted to, if you wanted like all macro boards in a 10 key and you're like plugging in an external keyboard. I don't know why you do that, but you could technically if you just want to do video editing and just use these all as macros. Or you can put the keyboard in the center and put blanks on the side, or you can put the keyboard in the center and put two LED strips on the side that have a bunch of LEDs in them that are programmable. Not like this. They're not buttons. They're just LEDs. Over down here, you can move the mouse pad over here. You can move it over here. You can put it in the center. You can replace these, I think, with other things. I haven't figured out what else goes here. If you guys know what else, if they have any modules that go down here, it does look like they have contact pads. So I'm guessing that you could probably put another macro pad there. Is that what that is? Wait, can I move the macro pad there? Holy shit. Hold on. I think I just figured out another configuration. If this works, I'm going to be so excited. Okay, I'm pulling out my macro pad. So there's my macro pad. I also like how I'm doing this. You see how the picture keeps changing? Like every time I snap a thing in, it's like, oh, you don't have a keyboard, you don't have a mouse. It's mirroring on the screen. This is UEFI, by the way. This is the UEFI menu. It shows you a picture of exactly how the laptop looks as you're plugging modules in. I think that's super cool. So I didn't try this before, but I'm getting super adventurous. I'm going to move the macro pad down next to the trackpad and the wrist rest, and then I'm going to try to blank out the top and see if that works. I don't think it will, though, because, yeah, that can't work. There's no fucking way that could work. Could it? Oh, it's not long enough. Okay. Nope, never mind. Never mind. It needs to be longer. So these contact pads are down below the point. I thought these were the same size, these two areas, but they're not quite. Because once you add on the connecting pads that are hidden underneath that lock it in when you get everything locked down, it's longer. But you can put it into that slot. So I'm going to put it back where it was. Okay, it says it's locked in. I'm going to put in the two. These are just locking panels. They're just covers. But technically there are magnets under here, so I don't know if you could put other shit there. So I'm going to put those in place because I really like this configuration. I did not realize I could do this. When I pulled out the chassis to install everything in it, they already had the mouse pad in the center, because I think most customers probably start with the keyboard in the center and then just do the blank outs on the side. But because I did the macro pad, it moved the keyboard over. Because remember, I got the DIY kit, so I assembled it. But this piece was already in place, so I thought that had to be in the center. I did not realize that you could move the frickin' trackpad over to align with the keyboard offset. So that, for me, is an absolute game changer. And then when you're done, once you get everything where you want and it's not complaining anymore, now it says input modules and touchpads detected. You just push in these little side things, no tools at all. Same thing with the modules. When you're done with the modules, you just flip the little dealy boppers to lock them in. See? Now they can't come out. Flip it down. Now they come out. So I love that. But now, okay, it says boot. I'm going to press this and boot it up. So there it is, framework. Oh, dude, I am so happy. This is a game changer because this was over here. So the trackpad was here and I just moved it over here. Isn't that cool? Oh my God, this is great. This is fucking great. This thing is like the greatest thing ever. I love it. I fucking love it. And it's, dude, it's sturdy too. It's a unit. I read reviews before I got it that people were like, the Framework 13 or whatever feels a little flimsy. It doesn't feel very well built. Framework must have listened to the feedback, because I can tell you right now, holding that thing is more rigid than my Razer Blade Pro, which is cut from a billet piece of aluminum like the old MacBooks. That thing is a fucking beast. You could literally win a bar fight beating somebody to death out of that. Like even this part. This is all metal on the top. This all feels cold metal. If it's not, it's freezing cold, whatever they're using, the alloy. This down here is some kind of plastic alloy, but it's like a fiber reinforced alloy. Thing has no flop to it at all, even when you open the screen. So if you open the screen, if you're one of those people who walks around with your laptop like this, no flop. The screen doesn't flop around like some laptops where they just flap back and forth. It's like, this is just a good laptop to have. Super, super solid. So fucking Framework, chef's goddamn kiss. I honestly thought this was going to be one of those reviews where it was going to be equal pros and cons. Here's things I don't like. No, people are probably going to accuse me of fucking being biased, because I'm going to give it a positive review. There are things, obviously, everything has faults, and I'm going to call out those faults in the review. One of those are that if you buy a DGPU or a secondary GPU that blocks that plugs into the back, that dedicated discrete GPU does have some issues when you're doing stuff with VR, because VR will sometimes pick the internal GPU and sometimes it picks the discrete GPU. And even if you go into Windows settings and you force it to one or the other, it gets confused. But the VR headset only wants to see a feed from either the internal graphics card through the module on the side, through the DP module, or if you plug it into the back with a USB-C directly into the DGPU, the Radeon 7700HS, then everything runs on that. Everything that runs on that then shows on the headset. But the problem is you keep getting in this weird state where it's like in Steam, it'll open a game or open a menu or open your VR environment, and it seemingly randomly picks a GPU to run on. And if it happens to run on the GPU that your headset's connected to with DisplayPort, it shows up in the headset. If it's not, it bitches and says, oh, you must plug your headset into the primary graphics card that this program is using. It's so, and I even went into Windows and tried to force it, and I think it might be a Windows bug because I did try to force it to go to the DGPU for everything I wanted to play. But then I'd open the app after adding it, and it would still go to the integrated graphics. Unless it was the home setup experience. If I went into the home setup experience, it would always go to the dedicated GPU. It's weird. Yeah, I'm doing a YouTube review in 8 weeks. So, Lost in Space Things, did they send it for free? Yeah, they did. I thought that was really cool. And they reached out to me, too. I didn't even reach out to them. I thought that was super cool. They just, messaged me out of the blue because I replied because Joel got one for review. And Joel Telling, 3D Printing Nerd. And I said, dude, I am so jealous because I've wanted one for so bad. Especially since my Razer Blade Pro, it's aging. It's 2016. The battery in it is a little bulgy. It struggles with a lot of the shit that I'm doing, especially with with the AI stuff. So I was like, I really wanted a new laptop and framework. I was like, oh yeah, hey, we'll send one over to review. And I was like, that I can keep? And they're like, yeah. Didn't ask me to sign any contract, didn't give me any terms, didn't give me any talking points. They just said, here you go. Hope you enjoy it. Let us know what you think. And then I replied back to them, and I was like, well, I'll make a video. I'll make a video in 8 weeks. And they're like, oh, cool. Let us know. No conditions, no contracts, no agreements. I love companies that operate that way. I think that that's absolutely amazing because that's basically like, we want you. Here's our product. We are confident that it's going to be awesome. Just do your thing and tell the truth. The time when you really got to worry is when a company's like, oh, we need you to sign a contract and agree to some talking points and stuff before we send this over to you. Because we know there's a lot of bad shit wrong with it. And when you find it, we want to make sure that we have you held under contract to still make a positive video. I'm going to be like, no. And I even told him too, I said, I told him that if it doesn't work out, if the laptop isn't what I'm looking for, or it's not going to be my daily driver, it's not powerful enough for me to say I'm confident this is going to be my daily driver for a good long time. I told him I'd send it back to him. They didn't even ask for it to come back. I just said I would. I said if it ends up after 8 weeks of using it that it's not going to be my primary laptop or whatever, I'll send it back to you guys. But I can already tell after using it for a whopping 4 days very, very heavily. As a matter of fact, I didn't even turn on this workstation yesterday. I was 100% on laptop yesterday. I love it. It's fucking awesome. iGPU saves power. You don't want to disable it unless you're plugged in 24/7. Oh, no, exactly. One of the solutions would be just to enable the GPU as the primary and disable the onboard GPU. But you don't want to do that, right? Because in order to run as a laptop and use it as a laptop, the internal GPU sips the power, whereas the dedicated GPU just fucking drinks it like it's nothing. And I haven't done a battery test on it yet, but I can tell you right now, if you run, right now they have a 180 watt power supply through USB-C because they don't have anything stronger than that right now. Apparently, in a couple of months, there's a 240 watt USB-C power supply that's coming out that they'll offer. They said that that'll give the laptop even a little bit more performance because right now the laptop, if you're running the GPU and the CPU 100%, so the top CPU, the top GPU, which this unit has, if you run it 100%, it will drain the battery even while plugged into the wall because it needs both the wall power and the battery power to achieve the absolute maximum from the DGPU and the CPU. Once the 240 watt adapter comes out, that'll no longer be a thing. When the 240 adapter comes out, it won't use the battery at all when it's plugged in. But that tells me right there that Radeon is pulling so much power, I mean, exceeding 180 watts, that if you run that thing and you're just running Heaven Benchmark and fucking crypto mining with your CPU, it's probably going to drain the battery in 15, 20 minutes, would be my guess. However, using the internal GPU, it's hours and hours and hours and hours. So that's why you don't want to disable that internal GPU. That internal GPU is actually really helpful and surprisingly powerful too. For instance, the internal GPU can run Beat Saber. I know Beat Saber isn't anything that's crazy over the top, but VR Beat Saber running in a Sony PSVR at 2000 by 2000 resolution per eye, so 4000 by 4000 pixels total, and it ran it at about 75, 80 frames per second, which I was really impressed with because that's literally can run just on battery, no plug-in power at all. That's literally just the APU GPU on the Ryzen CPU. So I was pretty impressed with that. Like that, to me, that seemed like that was much higher performance than what you get from like the Intel onboard graphics. I also have to say that I'm trying to get used to it. I haven't had any AMD stuff, GPU or CPU, for a very, very long time, since like the K6 era. So I'm trying to get used to the software. Radeon software is so much different. Like the GPU and CPU software that they use for like overclocking, changing the graphics settings, monitoring stuff. It's so much different between Nvidia and Radeon. Like they both like just went their separate directions. So I'm trying to figure out like how to configure stuff still, because the terminology is all different and everything. But I will say the Radeon software has a lot of really cool features in it, like especially for laptops. So like on the Framework laptop, you can go into the Radeon thing and it'll like do stuff like if you have an AMD CPU and an AMD GPU, DGPU, and an integrated graphics on the APU, it gives you all kinds of options for like optimizing them and doing hybrid, where it'll use like some of this GPU for this and some of this GPU for that, and it'll like automatically balance it and assign it and everything dynamically. And I haven't really gone deep dive into it, but it looks like you can do some pretty crazy shit. Like one of the settings in there allows you to take a video game, scale it down, and I tried it with a BeamNG. BeamNG runs, like you can go into BeamNG, put it on maximum ultra quality graphics, and it'll run with a DGPU at like 150 frames per second still. It's like, it's so fast. It's like for a laptop, it blows my mind. And even then, it's still not hitting the battery. It's still only using under the 180 watts coming through the USB. So I'm actually pretty happy with how energy efficient Ryzen seems to be. Plus, it's not wailing on the CPU too much. It's like a GPU heavy game, right? But I was like, how the hell is it getting these frame rates? Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, this, I can't imagine at these resolutions it's getting these frame rates. Well, I went and looked in the Radeon software, and what it was doing was downscaling the game to like 1080p, and then upscaling back to 4K using its own, like, I don't know what it was called, but its own version of DLSS, right? Like, Nvidia has DLSS. They have their own version of it. But honestly, I couldn't tell. The picture quality was so freaking good, because it also does, like, this dynamic sharpening and stuff. It looked so good on the laptop screen, playing BeamNG on the most ultimate graphics, and it went and did all the optimizations for me for the laptop. I was like, that's fucking awesome. Oh, FSR. That's what it is. Yeah, FSR. It's really freaking cool. Let's see here. Altonian said they did release better batteries for the Framework 13. I'm hoping they do similar for the 16. Yeah, I haven't done any testing on the battery itself to see like how long it'll last, like other than on iGPU, which was quite a long time. I took downstairs using it for a couple of hours. But the battery is so easy to replace. I love that. So it's not quite like, because you access everything through the top. One thing about the Framework is if you want to get to the guts, like if you want to play with the memory and the storage and the mobile card and the DGPU, the motherboard CPU, the battery, the speakers, all those modular components are all easily replaceable. But to do it, you have to take off the metal sheet between the keyboard and the mouse and all the peripherals on top. There's a metal sheet under that. You have to take out, I think it's about 14 screws. And they're just itty bitty little screws. You just loosen them, and then you pull the plate off. You unplug one little cable through a hole. They even mark it really well. Everything's like self-explanatory. And it's got like you just pull on it. It's a nice little easy connector. It pops off. You pull the whole plate off, and then boom, you're just looking right down at like it's modular. It's like, and it's all labeled. It's like battery with a QR code. It says battery, and then has a QR code. Storage, memory, primary SSD, short SSD, secondary large SSD, or sorry, NVMe drive. And the battery is just a big chunk right under where like your wrists would be, right? And it's just a big square battery pack. It looks like it just pops out and you pop a new one in. So when modern lap type batteries die, it's like quite the surgical process to replace them. A lot of them even require you to like do some soldering and shit. It's like, it's not fun. This thing, when the battery dies, it's 2 screws. You take off the metal plate, 2 screws, pull it out, grab another battery, stick it in there, you're done. So I respect the shit out of that. I think it's really cool. And I'm glad that they decided to do it that way, where everything's accessible through the top instead of having like compartments on the bottom, because anytime you cut out on the bottom, it's going to compromise the structural integrity. No, this is the 16, not the 13. This is the Framework 16. And not only that, they maxed out the specs on it too. I don't even think you can get it. I think it has the fastest Ryzen, the fastest DGPU that they offer, 64 gigabytes of memory, DDR5, 4 terabytes of NVMe storage with 7 gigabytes per second transfer speed. Like I was absolutely shocked that they gave me such a top of the line unit, and I fucking love it. It is amazing. This laptop is going to last me a very long time. All right, guys, I'm actually shaking right now, so I got to get going. I know I've said that like 20 times. I'm like that girlfriend that can't hang up the phone. But I'm gonna try to get through this fucking Hurt Locker coming my way. I know I will. It'll be fine. By the way, if you guys are wondering about that framework that started this whole conversation, the framework cup holder, it's right here. It's just a module that locks into the bottom of the unit that has a cup holder sticking out the side, so it hangs off the side of the desk and you put your cup in it. I don't know. I think it's fucking hilarious. People also made like a drawer, like there's a framework drawer where if you have an empty slot, you can just put it in there. You can put your little memory cards and stuff in there and slide it in like a little drawer. I think that's fucking brilliant. Yeah, it's just, I love it. I think it's fucking cool. What other stuff did they got, by the way? Hold on here. Framework laptop. I'm looking at printables to see what other things people made. Okay, so framework laptop stand for putting it in an angle. Oh, somebody made like a little bar that, oh, that's pretty fucking genius. Okay, I'm downloading that. That's great. Oh, I love the simplicity of this. Here, I'll send you guys a link. Check this out. Here, copy. This is pretty cool. This is neat. So all it is a bar with a slot in it with 2 legs, and if you look at the bottom of the framework, it has a bar, because this brick right here is the DGPU. So this back here is like the DGPU and the cooling and everything for it, and then these are the intakes for the CPU and the pipes. But this bar right across here is what it sits on, so that it can suck air underneath the laptop. So this gives it the gap, right? So this stand just goes over that and jacks it up a little bit at an angle, which is how I prefer laptops when I'm using them. That is just that is a demonstration of how simple a design can be and be effective. Oh, it says it's custom fit. Oh shit, it's custom. Oh man, I'm getting snuck up on.
No, I'm not sneaking up
Oh,
on
what does
you.
it say? Let's see here. Oh, you can get it tomorrow.
That's fine. I just wanted you. I wanted to give you the option.
Okay, oh wait, was it buspirone, not the buprenorphine. It's the buspirone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the drug that wasn't really agreeing with me for the anxiety.
Oh.
But I think I want to give it another shot because my anxiety's been just nuclear lately.
Okay.
So I think I'll give that another shot. So yeah, go ahead and pick it up tomorrow.
Okay, that's
We go into town. All right, thank you, hun. Yeah, we remember I stopped it because I thought it might have been responsible for the low oxygen that I was having and the heart rate, but no, I'm still having it even though I came off it for like 2 weeks. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you, babe.
Yep.
Oh shit, I'm still live on the internet. Oh my god, what'd you guys hear? No, I'm just kidding. That I know. I tell them all kinds of crazy stuff. They know. I just looked at this. Said it's for the framework 13, not the 16, so it needs to be modified to fit the 16. Damn it. What a great idea, though. I mean, it would work. It probably just needs to be slightly lengthened. There's another framework laptop stand. There's a framework expansion card drawer. There's an expansion slot blank. There's a lid cover. A side stand, so it can stand on its side sitting on a desk for like a desktop computer. What else we got here? Framework laptop module holder. Oh, like a little case to hold all your little modules. Okay. What modules are there, by the way, that I don't know? Oh, there's an RJ45. I didn't know that. Somebody made a RJ45 framework module. Somebody was asking about that the other day, and I didn't see one on their site. Let's see here. Oh, you can print the trackpad spacers. So like the blanks for covering the spots that you're not using, you can 3D print those. Didn't even think about that. So like if I wanted to take out my macro pad and center the keyboard, I could print the little blanks to cover up the side. That's super cool. Framework storage expansion card. What else we got here? Improved SD expansion. Let's see here. 60 watt framework laptop charger wall mount. I have the 180 watt, so I don't need that. Let's see what else we got here. Dolphin bar mount for the Framework 16. For Nintendo Wii emulation. Okay, Framework side dock, Framework expansion card hinge, Framework laptop expansion card holder, the cup holder, bottom spacers for the Framework laptop. I think is this for the 16? Let's see here. Used model for first measurements. Thank you for the original work. Okay, so somebody created spacer. Oh no, that's for the Framework 13. Wow, is the Framework 16 like relatively new? Because it looks like most of the models that are coming up are for the Framework 13. So I'm not seeing a ton of Framework 16 stuff. I found a 45-degree laptop stand for the Framework 16, and I found a Framework 16 laptop cooler stand. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, that's a neat design. Oh shit, this one, some dude designed a thing that has like fans and everything. You can mount Noctua fans to it to like blow air into the grates on the bottom so you can overclock it. By the way, it does overclock. I went into AMD, it blows a lot of heat out, but I went into AMD and did the stress test in the software and I said auto overclock the CPU, and it got another 200 megahertz. I mean, it's not a ton, but I mean, the fact it squeezed another 200 megahertz out of it when it's already at like 5.4 gigahertz or something, I was like, damn, still stable. Although you guys did witness it crash once when I was messing with it earlier, so I don't know if that's because of the overclock or not, but I was doing VR stuff and it didn't crash, so I don't know what that deal is. Framework feet, portable laptop feet. Okay, how's this work? Okay, that's confusing. What is this? Framework feet, portable laptop feet for the Framework 16 DGPU. So they go onto the DGPU. And it looks like it's got a spot to store one of the expansion cards. They slide on easy and don't fall off, even if you pick up your laptop, move it around. Only works on Framework 16 with the graphics module. Oh, can somebody clarify something for me? So if you get a Framework, so as I understand it, the DGPU is a cartridge, right? So like the Radeon GPU, the whole thing, including the output of the display directly from the GPU, that's all this chunk, right? So if you order a Framework laptop, or if you order a Framework laptop without a DGPU, because you can just get internal GPU if you're not doing like GPU heavy stuff. Does this bar go away? Like, does it get smaller? Does the laptop only be this thick then? Like, does it start from there? I was just curious because I just noticed that. I was like, fucking, this stand is so broken, guys. I'll just keep doing that, reeling it in. I was wondering if the bar goes away. Because that's kind of, I like the modular nature. Like, if you're not using the space, you get it back. Oh, Crazy Chew said yes. Oh, okay. Oh, with no DGPU, the back bar is smaller. Okay, that would make sense. Because I was going to say, because the laptop hinges are right here. So it would make sense this whole thing would just, like, come off, right? Like, I'm sure they have to replace the whole plastic piece, but, yeah, it wouldn't make sense to have all this sticking off the back, right? It's so cool, though. I can't believe that they're the only laptop manufacturers doing this. It's actually kind of weird. Because you'd think more laptop companies would want to do this, because it's a killer idea. It's an absolutely killer idea. All right, look, there's a Framework laptop module frame and a Framework 16 laptop with expansion graphics card. What does this one do? Oh, somebody else printed a set of feet, too. That's a really good idea. Yeah, because I did notice that if you lay it on the bed, it can't suck air. Like, it heats up a lot more when it lays on the bed because it can't suck air through the bottom vents. And that's true. My Razer Blade Pro does the same thing. So a lot of people look like they 3D modeled like a lot of feet solutions to jack it up another, half an inch or a quarter inch. So if you put it on a surface, it gets more airflow, which would make a big difference, honestly, in graphics performance, right? If it doesn't have the throttle. But I will say, man, it really impressed me with the graphics performance. Like the fact that I played, I think it was 3 games on it. Doom Eternal, had that on the crazy graphics settings. BeamNG had that on the crazy graphics settings, and they both ran flawless. Like, I mean, super high frame rate, like in at least 120 FPS. And I was like, damn, this is fantastic, And I just linked up a little PlayStation 5 controller to it, and I was like, this is rad. I really enjoyed it. All right, I'm gonna start closing shit down here. How am I liking AMD? I'm liking it a lot, actually. I will say this though, AMD on the laptop is really, really cool, but for desktop, I'm still Nvidia. Like Intel, I don't care about. Like AMD CPUs, like I love the CPU. The Ryzen CPU has been a chef's kiss. Honestly, that laptop CPU is faster than what I have in my desktop computer. So when I'm doing stuff in Windows and just opening programs and navigating around and shit, it is so much of a better experience on the laptop than it is even on my desktop computer with 3 giant screens. So I really need to do the upgrade to DDR5 and the 12900K that I've been sitting on for like 8 or 9 months now. I got to get that into this box because it seems so dated now. So dated. I will say though that Ryzen for CPU, absolutely a killer combo. As far as GPU though, the only reason I think I would pick Intel, because I got the best GPU as far as I know that they still make consumer, which is the the RTX 4090. That thing's an absolute beast. Like not a lot of things can touch that. I don't even know if Radeon has an equivalent that can even touch it. But it's not the performance alone that makes me feel that way. It's the CUDA support. So I do a lot of stuff with AI on my desktop computer, right? And CUDA gives you a huge advantage in AI. So many people in the AI fields have pretty much dedicated everything to CUDA. Now, AMD has OpenCL, and they also have another technology, I can't remember what it's called. It's like their own version of CUDA, but it's not CUDA. So anytime you want to use AI, you have to see if the project supports OpenCL. If it doesn't support OpenCL, you're just screwed. You can't use it. Or you have to find a project that somebody has ported from CUDA over to AMD's version. And usually if you find a project like that, it's so far behind the primary project that you can't do half the shit that you want. So, but on a laptop, I'm not worried about it. A laptop doesn't have the kind of performance in the GPU arena that I'd be really using heavily for like local AI stuff. My desktop, a whole different story. So, but I'll tell you what, for the performance you get for the power consumption, I used to say AMD ran hot and AMD was for poor people and everything because AMD was like horribly inefficient back in the day. Man, Intel and AMD swap places. Now Intel and Nvidia are like the total voltage hogs. Like performance per watt is insanely bad. AMD is now like the king of efficiency by comparison. And I find that really weird. It just does not compute right. All right, guys, my back is so bad. I got to just leave, dude. I got to get out of here. All right, I love you guys. You're awesome. Thank you for hanging out on Tech Talk. As long as my recovery goes well, I hope to see you maybe tomorrow over on Twitch or on Monday, but I got to get back to Twitch streaming. Otherwise, I'm fucked. All right, I'll catch you guys later. I'll see you over on X. If you guys are on X, hit me up at Barnacules. That's where I spend most of my social media time because I'm addicted, even though I fucking hate Elon Musk. I can't really avoid it because most of my audience is there. What are you going to do? All right, peace out, guys. Till next time.